streaming desde Casa Coca. Hoy vamos a estar desde adentro con aire acondicionado, ¿no es cierto? Yo no sé por qué atrás se ve como muy sobresaturado. Vamos a tratar de arreglarlo. Estamos recién partiendo de tirar ahora el streaming para que lo puedan compartir ustedes, cabros. Estén atentos. Vamos a regalar 800 gemas también hoy, igual que yo, a quienes compartan de manera pública, ya sea en un grupo o a través de la Superfil. Y además tienen que comentar etiquetando a un amigo para que puedan ganar. Así es, están vueltos locos acá. Voy a publicar y vamos a apagar un poquito el micrófono para que no se sobresature el sonido de la transmisión.
That's about it.
And so now I can imagine that something like this, especially with the electronics that go in, that's not an easy feat. Is that all yourself or your own work?
That was all me, yes. I used some materials from my college, but he made me do all the work, which, you know, I appreciate it because I wanted to say that this was all mine. Everything that is on me is my work.
That skull is fantastic there. Now, David, I have to ask you, you don't have electronics on you today. How are you feeling about this when you think about, hey, there's that level of creativity going in?
I think it's amazing, and I really hope it doesn't rain.
Funny story. Funny story. The light started smoking on the first wear through. They burnt holes into the armor, so I had to work around that. But now they're not smoking. Hopefully, I don't catch on fire.
Well, luckily here we are indoors at the Smite World Championship, so we should be okay. Fantastic. Lights have come on. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely fantastic. Wow. Absolutely well done. Round of applause again, obviously. Thank you so much. And we're just going to moving along. I can see now the next one, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see this coming. Oh, my goodness. You could say so many things here. I'm going to start with you, Amanda, because I'm a little bit speechless looking at this.
Yes, well, we have this amazing puppeteer. It is just, you know, you got the puppet, you have fur and this huge scale armor. It's incredible.
It is incredible. I've got to first off come and give you some props, sir. What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel, you look absolutely incredible.
Oye, pero ese weón es igual. La cara es idéntica, loco.
It took my wife 2 months.
Muy parecida a ti.
Can she make one for me?
Sure, she's right over there. You can ask her.
I will do that. I will be right on that in a second. I don't think I have your size, but this is amazing. Tell me a little bit about what made you want to dress up in this particular character, etc.
Well, I just do what my wife tells me to do. So she wanted to do it.
Debería llevarse todos los premios del universo.
Okay.
El Chintián.
When you hear that, you hear that this is basically just the creation of a wife. We said, you will wear this costume. You will look amazing because it is my will.
Actually, yeah, Seraph Cosplay is the one who makes this, and she is an absolute inspiration to what we do on the Cosplay Queue-Up. She's sent us tips and tricks that we can use on the show, and it's a lot of this, like the sword has a lot of different types of warbler, which is a thermoplastic that is commonly used in cosplay that I didn't even know existed before she posted them on Facebook. Like, Seraph is an absolute amazing cosplay constructor. Like, I mean, you can see it here, right? The craftsmanship is impeccable.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit taken aback by it. I'm almost speechless, which doesn't happen a lot. Amanda, like when you look at this, you know what goes into making a cosplay costume. You know that this man's lovely wife has put this together for him. What are you thinking?
I think the one thing that a lot of people forget is how difficult it is to piece together something of that scale. So she did an excellent job of making sure that all the pieces fit together and it's secure and it looks awesome. The scale is incredible.
Sir, we absolutely salute you. I mean, I'm completely blown away by it. And just very quickly, where can people watch on the cosplay that you're talking about? Sorry.
So we do the Cosplay Queue-Up show on YouTube. You can find Seraph Cosplay on Twitter and on Facebook. She's super friendly to talk to, is always available to answer questions, so definitely look her up.
A great resource and proof's in the pudding. That is absolutely fantastic. Sir, I salute you. Thank you so much. I almost want to help you walk because you have so much going on. It is fantastic. What an amazing, and the back, the detail is so intricate. Come on down, come on down. Wow, well done. You look fantastic. What's your name, my dear?
My name is Katie.
Hello, Katie. How are you doing today?
I am good.
How are you liking being at the Smite World Championship in your cosplay?
I love it. I've been cosplaying every day so far. That's how much I like it.
Super. And now, is this the first outfit for today, or has this been one that you've done previous days?
This is what I've been wearing all 4 days so far.
And what's the response been for from people that see you, the fans that come up, etc.?
They've loved it as far as I know. I mean, I love it, so.
That's the most important part. David, you're looking at this. What are you thinking?
I think it's a really up close. It's beautiful. All of this beading that she has on the collar, I'm sure that's hand done, is insane. Like, the amount of time that probably took is astronomical.
How much time have you put into this costume?
About 40 to 50 hours.
Wow. Amanda, 40 to 50 hours deep. How does that feel?
Oh, that's amazing. That's the true passion of cosplay. And then you've got this adorable little Sobek. This is, you got to have the accessories to go with the costume. Really nailed it.
Absolutely did nail it. Now, obviously, you're here today. You're taking part in the competition. Looking around at the other competitors, how are you feeling?
I'm nervous because all these costumes are really, really good, but I'm excited, so it's all good.
Well, we absolutely love what you've done. You look fantastic. Thank you so much. Once again, round of applause, round of applause, round of applause, round of applause, round of applause. Thank you so much. Come on, lots more costumes to go through. There's genuinely a line of people here that have made their efforts come down here. All right, guys, who are we looking at here?
We have Lunar Tango Changa, which is one of my favorite Changa skins. Very cool.
Hello, what's your name?
Shelby.
Shelby, thank you so much for coming here. Now tell us a little bit about your costume.
So it's a Lunar Tango Changa costume. I made it, basically, I was wearing these earrings and had my hair in a bun. My husband's like, you should make that costume. And I was like, okay. So I did.
There seems to be a bit of a theme here between marital spouses saying to one another, I think you should be wearing that, which I like. I'm a big fan of. How long did it take you to make this?
I'd say about a week.
And did you make it specifically for Smite World Championship?
I actually made it last year after the World Championship, and my husband and I dressed up. He did a Hoey mariachi costume, and we wore it to Phoenix Comic-Con.
Very, very, very cool. Well, enjoy the rest of the day. David, what's your thoughts?
I think the hardest part about cosplay is finding a fabric that really matches who you're going with, and this scarf is on point. Like, how she found something that matches so well and is so accurate is beyond me. So.
Well done, well done. Thank you so much for coming down here. I can see something coming there in the distance. This looks... Guys, talk me through what I'm looking at here.
Oh, this is Nerd Rage Cabrakan. It is an epic costume.
This is fantastic. All right, first off, sir, what's your name?
My name is Santans, Twitter at SantansTWD.
Sir, talk me through this. This looks like it was quite an undertaking to make. What made you decide to cosplay in this way?
Well, I look pretty close to Nerd Rage Cabrakan already, even without all this stuff on, so I figured, hey, why not just make the arms and go with it, you know?
Make the arms and go with it. On that front, the arms look incredibly intricate. Looks like it's really put some time in. How did you start this? How did this process begin?
Well, it started with taping grocery bags to my arms.
¿Quién gana?
And then
si ganará Cloud9 o
that's what happened.
¿Qué creen ustedes?
6.5 rolls of masking tape.
Aquí todos dicen que Cloud9. Ahí espero que nos cuenten en la transmisión a ver qué opinan ustedes. Mira, Saita, como el Contreras de Smite Chile, dice que para que ahí ustedes nos digan quién creen que va a ganar.
So good, man. I get to go and show off and take pictures of everybody, and it's a great time.
Now, here you are at the Smite World Championship. You're hanging out. There's cameras everywhere. You're about to take part in the cosplay contest. What's going through your mind?
I'm going to win.
I like that. David, as one of the people that is involved with the cosplay competition, give us your thoughts.
Confidence is definitely key, and I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? Like, look at these arms. They're fantastic.
Absolutely wonderful. Amanda, I'm going to come back to you and say, what are you thinking when you see this? I mean, this is some real commitment. I mean, the feet are just absolutely incredible.
Well, he actually sent in some pictures of his progress stuff for our Cosplay Q-Up show, and so seeing the whole process to now the final product, it looks awesome. I have to ask though, how are you very mobile? Can you sit and move?
I can sit down pretty well. And one thing I definitely like to say, I'm only 16, so no matter what your age is, just get out and do it, man. Just if you put the work in, doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter what you look like, you can look like anything you want to.
That is an absolutely cool one. 16 years old. Again, I salute you, sir. What a fantastic job you've done. I mean, utterly, I'm speechless. This is really, really cool stuff. And, oh, wait, do I go in this? There you go. The last thing I want to do is break anything. little fear in me right there. But last thing I'm going to ask you, and I promise I won't keep bothering you. When you're sitting, and I just imagine it looks fantastic now, but there must have been a point when you're sitting in your house, your room, your garage, whatever it is, and you've just got a mound of bits and pieces and things, and it doesn't look like anything yet. And of course, in your mind is there must be times when you think to yourself, did you ever have moments of doubt?
Oh yeah, sometimes you have to step away from it and think about it and be like, all right, I need to do this next and just keep moving forward.
And obviously you were sending in pictures, as you said, so how has that been for a resource for you? Because that must be something that helps you a little bit. If you're sending in pictures and somebody like Amanda or David is saying, hey, good job, and that looks cool, can't wait to see, does that egg you on a little bit?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's great to get feedback, and if anybody thinks something looks off, I can fix it right then and there,
Well, again, well done. David, thoughts?
I'm excited to see you compete.
Excited to see you compete, Amanda?
Oh, you look great.
Look great. Thank you so much. Oh, turn around. We've got a camera that wants a picture right there. But we will ask, yeah. Coming down. Oh, let's keep this rolling. All right, Amanda, talk me through this.
We have Misdiagnosis Neath, who is one of the earliest skins in the game. Very popular. She looks amazing.
Absolutely. Hello, my dear. What's your name?
My name is Ashley, or Mystera.
Hello, Ashley. Ashley, tell us a little about your costume. What made you decide to cosplay?
Well, Misdiagnosis is one of my favorite skins, and she's actually my only Diamond Hunter, so I like her a lot.
Diamond Hunter's a good reason. David?
Yeah, definitely a god that you spend a lot of time with will inspire you to make them. Naja was the first god I ever played, so that's where I took my inspiration.
And so when you're looking at the cosplay to actually do which outfit you're going to do of that character, what made you go with this one?
I'm not gonna lie, it was probably the easiest out of all the cosplays. So
that is absolutely no issue. Is there any spouse or any partner involved that made you decide to make this cosplay?
I actually have Torax. He's up there.
There you go. There's definitely a theme here. Thank you so much for coming down. Amanda, obviously all these people that are coming down with their costumes look fantastic. When you see them, and you see that the game has influenced these people to do that, does that give you kind of an exciting feeling?
Oh, it's awesome. Like I've been a cosplayer before I started working with Hi-Rez, and just seeing people have the same passion that I've gone through, it's so cool and refreshing, and just makes me want to do a million Smite cosplays myself.
Absolutely. David, I can see who we got coming down the line. Thank you so much, my dear.
But it definitely is cosplay is a labor of love. You got to have the support system. I know there's a lot of late nights, so most of these cosplayers work with their significant others, and it's a lot of work.
Come on, and who is this? Sorry.
This is Isis.
Isis. Hello, my dear. What's your name?
I'm Vanessa.
Hello, Vanessa. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm nervous.
Absolutely, don't be nervous. Just a couple of cameras, some dear friends, and the internet watching. They're all very happy to see you, I'm sure. Vanessa, tell us first off, what made you decide to come to Smite World Championship and cosplay in such a fantastic costume?
Oh, thank you. I used to play Smite a lot last year, and I wasn't very good, but I still really liked the character designs. My main is Raw, and I'm pretty good with him. I don't know, I just thought it would be a really good challenge to create this costume to life,
Awesome. I have to ask, this is all such intricacy, the feathers, the stuff, everything. What sort of timing are we looking? How long did it take you to create this? Everything on it is just fantastic. What have you put into this?
I didn't find out about this competition until November of last year, and I had a month. And I thought I had a lot of time, but most of it was done in a span of a week and a half.
Wow. Now, David, you know what it takes to make a cosplay costume, but a week and a half sounds absolutely crazy. I can't even pick out what I wore today in a week and a half.
It's definitely not cosplay if there's not a rush right before. Cosplay is fueled on late nights and stress, and it looks great. The feathers you said are beautiful. I don't think you can see that her ring lights up at home, but there's LEDs.
Yeah, it is really important to see right under here. There's always little LED. It's just fantastic. Vanessa, you've done such a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Oh, it looks great. It looks great. Yeah, like David said, cosplay. It's not true if you're not hot glued in the hotel room the night before.
All right, that's the one. Hot glue in a hotel room. I'm going to keep that one. I might use that again. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, my dear, for joining us. Thank you so much. All right, now this looks incredibly intricate. Yeah, not messing around. All right, let's kick this off, Amanda.
We have the Space Anher skin, which was one of our skins that came out over the summer. One of the most epic skins. Wow. This is Bradiator actually who's cosplaying this. He's done a lot of Smite cosplays. I'm not sure how well he can talk through that, but he was Loki last year at the SWC.
Well,
Great cosplayer.
I'm going to try to give it a whirl and see how far I can get without in any way damaging or affecting this cosplay. I'm coming in, sir. See if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Can you say anything, sir?
I can hear you.
Okay, magic. What's your name, mate?
Brad?
Hi, Brad. How are you doing?
Good.
You are good indeed, and your cosplay looks utterly incredible. I have to ask, how much time went into creating this?
About 3 months, a few hundred hours.
3 months and a few hundred hours later. Okay, but Brad, please for 1 second. David, I don't want to say that this guy is incredible, but that is utterly incredible.
Yeah, this is fantastic. And my favorite part about Bradiator's costumes are always the finite details that he gets in there. All of this has this nice carbon fiber patterning that really, really sells it, I think.
Now, I have to ask you, Brad, if you can hear me, how comfortable is it wearing this outfit?
Everything but the shoes is comfortable.
Everything but the shoes is comfortable, ladies and gentlemen. So basically, from here down, not so great. I feel like we can fix that. We can get him in some other shoes. From here up, everything's magic. Okay, so can I borrow it?
We'll have to discuss that later.
We'll have to discuss that later. All right, well, it was worth it. Look, it was worth a chance. I'm a fan too. If I don't throw it out, I thought the camera might help me. Let me sneak back in between you guys here. Amanda, that's crazy.
Oh, it's awesome. Again, I love like big scale costumes. Just even the hands alone of it are just so cool. It really captures the spirit of the character and the skin. He did a great job.
Absolutely. Now, you're looking at something like this and you're familiar with Brad, who's actually been doing the work. Did you know that this was coming? Did you think this is where it would go? I mean...
Yeah, I've seen a few progress pictures of his cosplays. He also does a cosplay stream on Twitch where he walks through a lot of his process, and he's just a great cosplayer in our community who's very vocal and active, so we love him.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, last thoughts here, David. I mean, something like this has got to be, just incredible to see come to life. I mean, what do you think when you see him standing there?
Right, like Amanda said, we've seen a lot of progress shots, but it's impossible to judge the scale based off that, right? Like, I am dwarfed standing next to him.
I'm dwarfed next to him.
It's insanity. So bravo, like, I'm utterly speechless.
And the last thing that I'm going to pin you guys on, it looks so intricate, like the detailing, like everything's been thought about, really interesting. How on point is this, you guys, as knowing this character, knowing this skin?
It is pretty close. I mean, Bradiator, as a cosplayer, I know really prides himself on accuracy, and I mean, I'm sure you could pull up the model of the character right now and you would find almost no differences.
Super. I'm going to ask Brad one more question, then we'll let him get away. Brad, is it hot in there?
Pretty hot, yeah.
It's getting hot in here. Sorry, I had to do it. I apologize. Don't hate me for it. I had to do it. Brad, you look fantastic. I'll let you go on. We're going to see lots more of you later, I'm absolutely sure. Take a bow. Everybody loves you here. You've already won this red carpet, I'm pretty sure. Wow. Speechless, ladies and gentlemen. Looking down the line. Let's talk about who's coming up next as Brad literally lumbers past us. I've got you there, Amanda, don't worry. Sir, Amanda. Sir, what's your name?
I go by Mac and Jeeves.
Mac and Jeeves. Very good name. Mac and Jeeves, who have you come as today?
I am Sugar and Spice Hell.
Sugar and Spice Hell. Very well done, sir. Wow, well played, sir. What made you decide to cosplay, come down to Smite World Championship today as in cosplay?
So this is my first time cosplaying ever, but Hell was my first diamond character, and I had this really cool idea about the color changing orb, and how to dynamically do that. So that basically built the whole costume off of this.
So basically, we can see that the trends are marital or spouse influence or diamond characters. Do you side with that, David?
Yeah, I mean, you spend countless hours playing a character. It's hard to not want to then...
I thought you were going to say countless hours married to somebody, and I was going to say, yeah, that's kind of part of the parcel, but no, playing the character better, that makes more sense. Well done.
And so you can't help but want to emulate that character in real life. And so, I mean, how did you do that orb? I'm so mesmerized by it.
So it's magnetic switches, reed switches. I have a magnet here and then a magnet switch here that powers the LEDs. So once I touch the magnet in the right place, it lights up the LEDs.
Magnets, LEDs, mind blown. Well played, sir. GG on that one. You've taken that to the next one. I'm down the line. Amanda, thoughts on magnets?
Oh, that was just mind blown. But it's so cool that you not only did a gender bent version of a character, which like you get to have a little creativity with that, but then you did both sides. Like that's just, it's awesome. You look great.
Really, really fantastic. Thank you so much for coming down, sir. I can see in the distance there a man who needs little introduction, but ladies and gentlemen, I will do it. It's the king himself. Yep. Whoa, and a very mobile king. Sir, what's your name?
Jeff Kelly.
Jeff Kelly, and you are?
I am the Bacchus Elvis Godeskin.
And you look absolutely fantastic, sir. Now, does anything to do with the fact that I believe it was Elvis's birthday yesterday?
Maybe. January 8th was Elvis's birthday. Last year, my picture showed up on one of the Smite pages, and somebody wrote underneath it, Bacchus. I had a big beard. My son said, let's do Bacchus. I said, let's do Bacchus Elvis skin.
Sir, we salute you. Oh, sorry.
If we're going to go, we're going to go big.
And you have done just that. You look absolutely fantastic. Amanda, talk us through this one.
Oh, it's great. You've even got the Bacchus jug there, a little nod to Elvis. It's great. All in the details.
The devil is in the details, and you look absolutely fantastic, sir. David, standing next to the Bacchus Elvis, what are you thinking?
I think it's great. I am trying to hold in the laughter because that skin makes me laugh in games, so seeing it in real life is just like, it's a good giggle. It's
absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. You've been wonderful. Oh, and a handshake. You have the mobility in the hands, always important. Somebody who's going to have less mobility is our next... Wow, start here. Tell me what's going on here, Amanda.
So we have Archon Thanatos, who is probably the coolest skin in the game. I'm just a little biased, but it looks incredible. It got the huge wings, and now this is an evolving skin, so what stage? You're at the second stage? Yeah, that looks great.
Sir, what is your name?
Zane.
Zane, where have you traveled from today?
I actually live here.
A local boy, we love it. Zane, I dare not ask, but I'm going to do it anyway. What kind of time have you put into creating what is just insanity in terms of what you've created here?
Thanks for the compliment. I actually spent all of my Christmas break, which was 2 weeks. I worked from like 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. most of the time, and then all this week, after work, I would get home, start from 7, and then go until 4 a.m. So it was a lot of work.
Wow. Now, I have to ask, it looks like you're a professional dab hand. Tell us a little bit about it.
Actually, this is the first time I've worked with Warbler and some of the foam that I had. I usually work with like EVA foam, but this is my third cosplay actually. So the wings probably were the funnest part. It's actual real feathers from turkey feathers. So
turkey feathers. Could that have anything to do with Thanksgiving?
A lot of turkeys died during that time, I guess.
David, you're standing next to it. I mean, this is truly, truly a work of art. I mean, the intricacy here is unbelievable. What are you thinking when you see this?
I mean, if this is your first time using Warbler, God bless. Like, it's hard to get Warbler super smooth like that, but you nailed it. It's amazing. Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Guys, look, we could sit here all day and chat and talk to these wonderful people. And I mean, David, first, thank you so much for joining me. Amanda, and so, again, I salute you. You're absolutely fantastic. We, of course, have to wrap things up here, which can mean only one thing, that the absolute show is about to kick off. Day 3 is here. We have the fantastic element of semifinals. So, let's get underway.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of the 2016 Smite World Championships presented by Xbox One. Only 4 teams remain in the competition. Give it up for Paradigm, final best of 3, but first we have 2 best of 5s, which is Enemy versus Paradigm. Give it up for them, guys. All right, let's go to the analysts.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, it has been a fun time here at the Smite World Championships 2016. I'm Golden Boy, joined by Adonis, Incon, and fresh out of his graduation at Hogwarts, the one and only Ataraxia. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good, but I am very curious as to what people think about this. You know, is this working for Golden Boy? Can he do better, guys? What do you think?
Listen here, I got booed yesterday, okay?
Yeah, I guess.
And I found the guy who booed me.
Oh.
Okay? It was a warm embrace, all right? And it got really awkward really fast because it was like really just uncomfortable for both of us. But with that being said, enough about your failed adventure into the land of mystery and magic. Let's actually go right into the bracket and talk about what we have in store for today. We have Paradigm. There's going to be one more, by the way. You just never know when it's going to come. We have Paradigm versus Enemy today to kick things off. And then, of course, the last match of the day, the one that people, I mean, I've asked so many people in this building. I was walking around yesterday and I said, who do you think is going to win the Cloud9 Epsilon matchup? Got a lot of Cloud9s, but they said they wouldn't be surprised if Epsilon won. So it's going to be tough, Adonis.
I mean, these games are so competitive. This is probably the most competitive Smite tournament we've ever seen. I mean, it's so hard to call both these matches, and a lot of it's going to come down to who shows up today, right?
Yeah.
You know, Epsilon and Cloud9 are the teams that I'd say are very consistent all the time. They're always playing at the highest levels. Paradigm and Enemy both have shown that they can play at those levels, although it's not always there. Are they both going to show up today, and who's going to come out on top in picks and bans?
That's right. And of course, folks, another thing to remember about will be the Xbox competition that will be taking place today. The boys in blue, Envy, are going to face off against Eager in what could surely be only called a slobber knocker of a matchup. That's going to be a good one. Incon, I know your boys are there, and I talked to Allied yesterday, my co-host from last year, and he's pretty excited, right?
The boys are feeling very confident. You know, they put in so much work to transfer from the PC to the Xbox. They had a very short amount of time to do so, and they have scrimmed Eager quite a bit prior to this tournament, and they are very ready and very sure that it's going to be a quick couple of games.
I mean, now they don't have Incon to, you know, hold them back anymore.
Ooh,
so
oh my
they're
God.
gonna win, of course.
Whoa. Okay, you need to relax.
Omega, you know, Omega instead of Incon.
It's too early, okay, and Incon is a treasure, okay? He may
a national treasure?
He may not a global icon national treasure like myself, but he's a treasure. He's a treasure. I mean, listen, he may wear the same shirt 5 days in a row, but don't judge him.
It's not the same shirt.
He actually switched this time. I made fun of how much he smelled yesterday. so they Envy overnighted him a new one. So
yeah.
You know,
Leave it to Hastro
it was
to
getting
take
real
care
bad.
of his boys.
A third day in a row would have been rough.
Oh, man. Okay, so, guys, we have a great matchup lined up for the first game. Enemy versus Paradigm. It has been a story for Enemy. You know, the question that was asked was how many teams do Enemy need to beat before people take them seriously, before people respect them? But standing in their way, Paradigm, and these guys look fantastic. But let's actually talk about Enemy first and foremost here. And you know what? Let's actually introduce you guys to Enemy in case you haven't seen them yet, or you're just joining us for the first time at the Smite World Championships. Here's Enemy.
Enemy. Assault machine. Adjust. Chaos. Pandaeon.
And there are the boys donning red, Enemy. And actually, it's Vedium's birthday today. Everyone in the building sang Vedium happy birthday, which is pretty cool. Ataraxia, that was nice.
Yeah, I heard Paradigm, you know, in, you know, very EU welcoming and warming. They got him a birthday gift, and I hear it's going to be 3rd and 4th place finish for the SWC.
Ooh. Yo, you have no chill. Like, like you just zero chill.
To be fair, you started off with Harry Potter once again.
I did. I very much did so. Well, so I asked Scott Gandhi yesterday if I could actually do like a Doctor Who reference, and he said that no, because Ataraxia doesn't deserve a Doctor Who reference.
Wow.
Ooh. That wasn't me, by the way. That was Gandhi.
Gandhi.
And we all know he's a horrible human being. So
I before I would have defended him, but now Gandhi. Horrible human.
Horrible man.
The
horrible
worst.
Man.
Just the worst.
See, I wanted to give you a Doctor Who reference. Okay, so let's talk about this squad. Obviously, super talented and comes with a great story for this event. Incon, we'll start over with you. You have a lot of familiarity competing against this team. This matchup's not going to be easy for them by any means.
No, this matchup's not going to be easy for either team. For Enemy, though, it's really going to come down to picks and bans. That's been their strongest point coming through, starting at Super Regionals all the way through Hero Worlds. Their picks and bans are incredibly strong, and they need to continue through with that. But it's going to be hard against Paradigm, who plays such strange characters like Warrior support.
Saita, la gente está preguntando por ti, por favor. It's how well they execute their compositions, because not only do they draft phenomenally, but they also play to the strengths. A lot of teams, they'll draft an early game composition and kind of just sit there and not really take advantage of it. Enemy, they know when they're running late game, and they'll just play super passively, allow other teams to make mistakes, and fight into them. And that's what we see from them typically is a lot of mid and late game designed compositions.
What I want to know is Enemy, they play these strong metacomps, and I think drafting is by far
Así es, así que tienen que venir para poder llevarse gemas. Acuérdense que vamos a estar regalando más de 1400 gemas.
It's going to be Paradigm.
Así que para que estén atentos.
Paradigm actually care about these meta drafts, and can Enemy, with the regular picks, can they actually deal with what Paradigm are going to throw at them?
I think those first couple of games will really be detrimental to seeing how this is going down. It's going to be, if Enemy's picks come on base and they're like, wow, we couldn't deal with their picking ban phase, then I think we might see more conventional picks coming out of Paradigm. But on the flip side, if Paradigm's crazy picks work, we might see a lot of target bans coming out of Enemy in order to deal with it.
And what I think is going to be most highlighted probably in the Soul Lane, Salt Machine versus Zayla. And so far, this tournament, we've seen a lot of Junto versus Bologna. That's the name of the game, but both of these teams have been very willing to ban away Junto, and I also think we could see some Bologna bans as well, and maybe some switch-ups. And we know Salt Machine is fantastic on those two gods. However, how deep can his god pool go? We've seen him play the Guan against the Hades matchup, but Zayla isn't someone who's going to lose these matchups that he shouldn't, and Zayla is the one willing to play the ice, the shock, something off-kilter. So I think maybe Paradigm making Salt Machine uncomfortable could be a pretty good look for them.
And this is Zayla's playstyle, he is the one who goes for the counter matchups. He will bring out the crazy stuff just to win lane, like Power Pot Isis and all this other janky stuff. Power Pot Shark was a pick he used to like to do against Bologna specifically. Whether he still does, I don't know. But if someone is going to come out of all the way to throw someone off the game, I absolutely think it's going to be Zayla.
Something to bring up here is that yesterday versus Pain, Enemy banned out Xingten both times, first ban, right? So that is going to come immediately. But in their matchup against Fnatic, as a matter of fact, they opted not to ban out Xingten. Instead, they picked them up, which is crazy because it was their third pick. I do not see Xingten making it that far into the draft. It's definitely either first ban or potentially even a first pick, the way we saw Bologna go pretty much every round yesterday.
Based on how successful he's been, especially in the later half when we've seen the more competitive matches, early in the tournament it seemed to be, ban away the Xingten, or even if they're both open, get the Bologna, because a lot of teams wanted to run those aggro-style compositions. But now heading into this tournament, into the more competitive matches where games are going later, and the Xingten is doing so much more work than the Bologna against the opponent's backlines, I think, Xingten, if he makes it past a first pick and he's open, I will be so surprised.
Yeah, honestly, for me, even more so than the particular picks for Solo Lane is what Salt Machine shows up today.
Yes.
Because we have seen the Salt Machine that doesn't rotate, and we've seen the one that does rotate. And that is the difference between winning and losing games for Enemy Esports right now, is he needs to get over into these fights. When he does, he makes a huge difference because he's so mechanically gifted as a player. But if he's not there, he can't hit his abilities.
Even against Pain, I took note of it, right? Stalker was actually out-rotating him and picking up some kills. And, obviously, Enemy was just better than Pain gaming overall, so they're able to overcompensate. But Stalker could have turned those fights. So, Salt Machine, who's showing up, and, both these teams have been inconsistent in the past. Enemy, though, at LAN has been phenomenal.
And Stalker was winning those lanes as well. No, sorry, Salt Machine was winning those lanes, and Stalker was still out-rotating him, which is, that shouldn't happen.
One thing I want to talk about is, kind of this villain role that Payne Deviani has been like owning as of late, kind of enjoying it. Do you think that, you guys are going to like this one, do you think that maybe he needs an attitude adjustment? Shout out to Sozo for that one.
Oh, look at him. He's loving it. I mean, honestly, like, you take a look and, he was kind of vilified by the community. Heading from the summer to the fall split, he kicked his entire team. Everyone was gone, and he brought on 4 players, 3 rookies, 1 person who had played a single split in the summer, and that was, one of the star players now in Vedium. But, he said, this is the roster that I think I have the best chance with, and he's proven it, right? So he got vilified, but, obviously he's made the right decision. He's at Worlds. He's at the semifinals against Paradigm right now.
Yeah, and on top of that, that fantastic matchup against Fnatic, which we saw in that best of one.
This play, too.
Yeah, Khepri actually was mentioned, as a matter of fact, that Khepri didn't have 100% participation in picks and bans yesterday, right? So, I'm interested to see how Khepri influences the battle as well.
And Payne Beyond, we've taken note that Khepri and Athena seem to be his primary 2 gods, probably his best 2. However, there was questions on how deep his god pool, though, although we had a pretty solid Bacchus the other day, too.
Yeah, I mean, he's played actually quite a few gods this tournament, so it'll be quite interesting to see what he pulls out this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see him go back to that Athena Khepri, at least at the start here of the tournament, for these first couple of games, those comfort picks that he really likes to be aggressive with, and then progressively get into more of the defensive gods like Geb.
All right, folks. So with that being said, we have, of course, to talk about the other team, the guys on the other side of the stage that are waiting to battle it out with Enemy, and it's none other than Europe's Paradigm. Hey, I got you on that one. Okay.
Paradigm. Lobster. Rex Tank. Funballer.
And there you have it. There you see the boys donning black and yellow, the one and only Paradigm, and this squad. Talked to Zimstar yesterday at the, juice gathering that DM Brandon put together, and he is feeling very confident in the team, as he should, because they are the #1 seeded team coming out of Europe, but also just because of their talent. Very, very talented team. And the first player I want to talk about, actually, is Trix Tank, because this guy, star player for this squad, great support player as well. What does he bring to the table that could give them the edge in this battle against Enemy?
It's his incredibly deep god pool and honestly willingness to break the meta. We saw at Super Regionals against Epsilon, he pulled out Hog, which was thought to be dead by every single player in the Smite scene. And then he, blinks over the wall, or blinks over the wall, steals a red buff, flies out, and, they're able to snowball off there and allow their hell to get to late game. And Trix Tank, that's his style, is be very aggressive and play these warriors that people aren't used to playing against.
For me, though, it can be his biggest strength. This is god pool and these warriors. It can also be his biggest weakness. When he does these crazy strategies like blinking over the wall and hugging, if that doesn't pan out at the start of the game, he could put himself and his team so far behind already. And so it really comes down to that perfect execution that he's been known for.
And what about for you, Atarax here? What do you think about Trix Tank's presence as support and the diversity that he brings to this team?
I've had the opportunity to play a lot against Trix Tank. Coming up to Super Regionals, we were scrim partners, so we got to see the blink hog over the wall. It honestly didn't actually work all that often, really. So I was, when he did it against Epsilon, I was like, oh, is he gonna, how is that gonna go? And he did it against QG, a different version. He went to the purple buff as Guan Yu and then dashed out. So for Enemy, when you look at Trix Tank, you can ban out gods and stuff, but can you ban out Hog? Because he is the only player right now who's actually running Hog, and you have to be, you have to respect that, because Hog is an active which can secure everything. Obviously, that's what it's for. But no one practices against him always. It's like the Mercury type ganks, where if you don't practice against it, you're going to fall for it. And it's the same thing with Hog. If he comes to invade and he's like, oh, we forgot he's got Hog. Obviously they won't, because Trix Tank has done it, so they're going to prepare for it. But it's all those like go for your contest and stuff. you always have to remember that he has Hog, and that is a difficult thing to do when no one runs it.
That's true. You have to be so ready for that Gold Fury. We saw a couple of times where we thought the enemy might get the Gold Fury, and Trixink actually got it with the Hog. I think that was particularly with an Ice Assault, where we were guaranteed, like, oh, the Ice is going to secure that Gold Fury, and then he didn't because he came in with the Hog. Stuff like that is incredibly hard to deal with when nobody gets Hog. Who gets Hog right now? It's not even good. But all of a sudden, Trixink's like, no, Hog is the best right now. And if you get the Gold Fury, it's worth.
Interesting stuff. Now, of course, we'll see how that pans out for Trixink, but then another player to talk about, and again, another star player for this team, another super talented, the ever so versatile Azalea. This guy is just so good, you know, can run a variety of gods in his lane. Adonis, we'll kick it off to you. What do you think about what Azalea brings to the table here?
I mean, Azalea just brings such a dominant lane presence and phenomenal team fighting ability, and I think this is, if there's going to be fireworks in a lane, it's going to be in the solo. Salt Machine versus Azalea. Both these players incredibly confident in themselves, borderline cocky, but, you know, they deserve it. They always win their lane almost every single time. They play matchups phenomenally. And, you know, this direct matchup, who gets Bologna, who gets Jing, or are they both going to be banned out? This could be a dynamic, you know, if one can get ahead of the other, could just be the important 5v4 team fight because the other solo laners are so far behind.
As I said before, Azalea is the guy who is, he's going to find a way to break meta picks, and Salt Machine, all we see is meta picks. So, you know, the Paradigm, I feel, have the advantage in this matchup in particular because they have so many ways they can play this. They can ban out the Xingqian and the Bologna and then see what Salt Machine has to run with, whatever he's left. You know, has he got some backup that he's going to be comfortable with outside of those two? And, you know, on the other hand, they can also just leave them open.
Muéstrate de nuevo, por favor, para tu
very well. So, how is Salt Machine nervous about this matchup? You know, is this something that you can deal with off-key picks?
Honestly, if I'm Salt Machine right now, I am looking at Azalea. I'm like,
llegar a casa Coca-Cola, un tutorial para ti. También en aguantando a Kirios todos los días y en viviendo sin manos con bastios. Acá un solo normal me movió la base y casi me caigo. Y casi me mato. ¿Cómo está haciendo
Well, it makes sense,
Muy bien,
but
muchas
I
gracias.
mean, let's be honest here, right? At this level of the competition, either both of them make it through or neither of them make it, right? It just depends. You could potentially see, like, as we saw throughout the day, Xingqian getting banned out, and then, you know, first pick goes Bologna, which has happened quite a bit, and you saw the impact that had in solo lane, right? Like, Bologna was just, it's so dominant there, and anyone who tried to get like a, I would say, unique god pick to try and like counter that, oftentimes has failed. So, you know, yeah, if Chalk does come up, I mean, I don't think that will win out against the Bologna. What do you think, Adonis?
In the direct matchup, probably not. I mean, Chalk is a safe laner, but Bologna just does so much more in team fights right now. Although you can, that's the thing too, right? If you take a look and think about Hog specifically, and if Paradigm are going to try and run, you know, a very objective style team composition, Chalk that massive silence on his ultimate, which, you know, people don't really factor in all the time, it's going to make it much harder to contest them. So I mean, that's a team composition, a strategy we haven't really seen any team run, but it's always been there, right? Use the Chalk, silence people out, allow Trixink to secure the objectives with Hog, and just get so far ahead and snowball off objectives. That could be something that enemy has to watch out for.
And then, of course, the last player that we're going to talk about here is Cuvo, the jungler for this squad. Very, again, you know, you keep saying the word talented because they're here. They're at the Smite World Championships in the top 4, and they certainly do deserve this. We'll go over to you, Atarax. Thoughts on Cuvo and what he's going to bring to this team, you know, and does he go for the Assassins?
I absolutely love Cuvo. He is an amazingly talented player, and on LAN, I cannot remember the last time I saw him have a bad game. I think that he is in the unfortunate position that he is overshadowed by adapting, because everyone loves to sing praises to adapting, and rightly so, he's very good. But I think as far as the rock on Paradigm goes, you know, the one he plays the consistent meta picks. He is the stable one on the team who always does well. And for me, at the SWC and Super Regionals, Cuvo has been on fire. And he is, in my opinion, he is the danger man for the set. If someone is going to get Paradigm ahead and steamroll these games, it will be Cuvo on his signature Thor.
I agree. Cuvo is one of the strongest players in the world. That's why he's here. And like you said, you know, he often gets overshadowed in Europe by adapting, but he's mechanically so great. He does not make mistakes. I can't recall the last time I saw him even miss a double tap on Thor. These kind of things coming out for him, just so incredibly gifted, and I'm really looking towards him to carry.
Do you think that they focus on Cuvo potentially ban out Thor? You know, there are other things to ban out, but like you said before, right? This guy never has a bad game, so maybe taking him off of his comfort pick and putting him onto something where he has to adapt could be the case. I don't know, Adonis, what do you think?
I think Cubo's God pool is pretty deep, and I'm assuming he's been practicing some other picks that, you know, we haven't really seen. You know, we've been talking about the Mercury here. We haven't seen it too much, but I think in these two best of fives today, we're going to be seeing a lot of Mercury, as well as, you know, maybe some even spicier picks. I heard some Ao Kuang in scrims. I mean, it might have just been experimentation, but hey, you never know.
In ranked, QVO has been known to play a couple of spicy picks. Mercury, Ao Kuang, he did love that for a time. Hopefully that's translated to scrims and it's done well, because I would love to see an Ao Kuang again. And then Bastet as well. QVO is one of the few people in EU, and he does incredibly well with Bastet. It's crazy.
That's something we completely forgot to talk about. Adjust and Cubo both love Bastet. That could be something we could see in this matchup as well.
Well, it's going to be exciting without a doubt, people. Are you all in the building ready for this match? Because it's going to be a good one. Enemy versus Paradigm. We'll be back here at the Alienware Analyst. That's for picks and bans. But for now, we toss it over to Sean at the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Smite World Championship Day 3. It's semifinals day. Are you guys ready? Two men who I know.
Bienvenidos chicos, por fin al día 3. Ya estamos con Paradigm y Enemy ahí a punto de comenzar la partida.
$50,000 minimum? Of course I'm hyped.
Trix, what do you have to say to that statement?
I mean, I'm excited to play them, and it's going to be some exciting matches. We've been scrimming a lot, so it's definitely going to be some good scrims. But as a wise man once said, let the best EU team win.
Now, Payne, you've been vocal, outspoken, and done an amazing job so far. What's been your secret?
I don't know. I guess when you don't have the Baba Yeti with you, you just win, right? So I mean, incoming next match, Trix.
Trix, it's only fair that I let you retort.
I mean, as Real said, let the game play, and do the talk after.
It's all about gameplay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while it is important that all of this is on the line, there is somebody who has a special day in your team today, Payne Dibiane. Who is that?
Oh, that's right. That's Sweaty.
Sweaty, do you think if we ask, Sweaty will come out? Sweaty, come on out. Come on, Sweaty. Come on, Sweaty. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't part of the regular programming. They're going to shout in my ear, but let's do it anyway. Sweaty, stand here and let these wonderful fans stand here and sing you a happy birthday. I will set the tone, and we'll all do it together. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Bueno, podremos ver que hoy será un buen cumpleaños para él o su peor pesadilla.
Guys, that's what it's all about. It's love, but now it's game time. Shake hands, boys. Let's get this underway. Hug it out. Guys, it is your first semi-final. Make some noise for, of course, Paradigm and Enemy. Let's go!
Back here at the Alienware Analyst, it is time for the picks and bans. Paradigm, Enemy, about to go down for the first semi-final matchup of the day. Here we go, folks. It's go time. This is a pressure situation here. Of course, it's all fun and games down at the stage there. But right now, it's business, and Athena is going to be the first one to go into ban.
Full on target. Take it away from Payne Deviant, his most comfortable god. Forces him into basically Khepri as a second option. An enemy, they already know. Jingten right now, can't let him through for first pick.
Look at that win rate in Xingqiang, 78%, and I believe these stats go back to Super Regional.
Hola chicos,
right? I mean,
ya entonces comienza la partida entre Paladin y Enemy. Vemos los primeros van, tenemos una Sol, una Athena por parte de Paladin, y el primer van de Enemy fue Xingqiang y ahora se le sumará Bellona. Bellona baneada por parte de Enemy. Al fin, Bellona se ha visto casi todas las partidas, si no me equivoco.
Solo lane bans there for Enemy, and the crowd goes wild.
This is interesting because we talked earlier about we thought Paradigm might ban out the Xingqiang Bellona to see how deep Salt Machine's Godful would go. But they're banning him out and saying, you know what, his Godful does go deep and he's going to pull it out right now.
Zeus going to be highlighted. We actually haven't seen too much play from Zeus this tournament. He's been available a lot, banned a couple times, but not a lot of teams have been picking him. I like this Zeus, especially taking away from Paradigm, because Lobster are very proficient on that guy.
Honestly, though, I'm not sure if I like them not giving Agni the Chaos. Agni's such a strong god for him. He plays it so well and he's so comfortable with it. And we're going to see it switched over here, looking like a Khepri, which of course is Payne Deviant's other major god with Athena.
Agni also very good against Zeus because he has the long range, so maybe they're looking to bait Paradigm into that.
I do not like the Osiris pick here. I have an opinion about Osiris. He is the novice solo laner god in that he doesn't move lanes, he just beats everybody. But when he transitions to the team fights, he has a very rough time. And that is when you will see the difference between a top tier solo laner and a beginner. You know, anyone can win lane with Osiris, but can you do well in the team fights? So hopefully, you know, Salt Machine shows what you got.
Cano por parte de Paladin.
And Giannis will be locked down as well. We saw effective.
Cano también ha tenido muy buenas jugadas en el.
Trixank looking for his signature Bacchus right here. That is super aggressive support. It's getting locked in. Also, Paradigm has a lot of global presence right now, so enemies gonna have to be careful this game. They always have the World Weaver plus the Janus ult to get the rest of the team there.
A lot of mobility and burst. There's a lot of pick potential on Paradigm right now, and that's what I think they're going to be looking for. Is like this pick style front. Jean Kui going to Chaos, and you know, Chaos has had a phenomenal game actually against Fnatic. The teleport in actually held that second active for so long. Very strong here.
Lo vi baneado, pero no lo había visto, no lo piqueado. Los chinos banearon a Son Kui, pero piquear a Son Kui, bueno, Baco y un baneado de Thor y de Humbax. Falta ver qué aseguran los chicos de Paradise y los chicos de Enemy para comenzar esta partida al mejor de 3 por las clasificatorias de la final. Y tener una Serket asegurada por los chicos de Enemy. El jungla está yendo bastante agresivo los chicos de Enemy. Con unos Siri, una Serket.
I agree. 3 frontliners and a Cabrakan locked in there. That is, without a doubt, Q-Gill is one of the few people who is stuck by the Cabrakan jungle.
Mira, los chicos de Paradise.
What if it's Bacchus solo Cabrakan support?
We have
Bacchus solo before, so this could very well be.
Entonces tenemos por Paradise Nid, Cano, Baco, Cabrakan y Thanatos.
They're not going to do anything. They won't.
Not against the Thanatos. Okay.
He's just having fun on his birthday.
Y los chicos de Khepri, o sea, los chicos de Enemy tienen un Khepri, unos Siris, un Sean Kui, una Serket y están en el último pick.
Actually a great pick right now. I do not hate that pick.
Do you think they could go?
Y tenemos el último pick.
There we go.
Tenemos la alineación
Iron, I believe, had a 100% win ratio yesterday.
All 5
games he won.
If it continues,
4 in ADC, 4 in or 1 in mid lane.
And he had a rough day 1, but 71% total. You know, that's a scary god.
All right, this is going to be a good one. Predictions when we go in. Adana, start with you.
I think Enemy won the draft here, and I think they're going to win the set 3-2.
Game 1 goes to Enemy.
EU boys, Paradigm all the way.
I think I'm going to have to go with Paradigm as well. All right, we're going to toss it over to our casters. F-Dot, Hinduman, and Aurora. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. We're here on the desk. Well, we're just standing here. But this is one of the more exciting matches. This is really, it's Friday, we're ready to go, it's Saturday. Either way, this is when there's not even a seat available. Nope, it's packed right now. Everyone seems quite excited, even though they're quite quiet. for the moment.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Now, the one thing is here is picks and bans. I think we might see some surprises where Paradigm put these gods.
I mean, surprise maybe. We've seen the Bacchus solo work in competition. We've seen it come out of Xayah before. It's interesting. The match that Bacchus solo we saw out of Xayah, they lost the game, but they did very well. They made some mistakes that I think here at the big stage, they're going to be able to fix.
Cabrakan versus Osiris in lane, if we're going to see that one, actually, we're going to go into game. Ignore that, let's go.
There we are.
Game one.
No more guesswork. We'll see exactly where these gods are going. And as we take a look at Bacchus, he will be played by Trixtank, so nothing too crazy. Kimo Fred in the jungle on that Thanatos, and Xayah will be playing a solo Cabrakan.
Look at that belly flop early from Trix. Quick invade from enemy. They were looking for an early game pick potential at the beginning of this one. Not going to find it though, but they do get some nice deep wards down on this right-hand side.
Enemy looking very aggressive, as you said. 5-man looking for the pick. They wanted to shut the Thanatos down. They watched some of the Chinese games. What happens if Thanatos doesn't get started? They were looking for that.
Yeah, they saw enemy doing this every single day, I think, so they expected this coming out of Paradigm, so that's why Trix was ready to flop away as soon as he saw any members from enemy.
Well, you see what Trixtank did as well. He's actually went right out, didn't buy any items, just wards, placed them down nice and quickly. Enemy coming into this side of the jungle also stops the chance for a potential invade from the Cabrakan and Thanatos combo early on. Obviously, Osiris Circuit not going to be so good in the 2v2 at the beginning of the game if there is any sort of invade.
Yeah, I feel like we're just going to see normal starts coming out from both teams. I don't know if we'll see the straight rush to mid like we did yesterday between the Epsilon Fnatic series, but I think we're just going to see standard coming out from both sides.
I like the fact that teams have really started to pick up these executes. It's something that people were talking about both at home, here on the stage, even in games. Yeah, Thanatos and Alquan, maybe the executes will come in mind against the Khepri. Well, it took us to come all the way to Worlds to actually see it, and the Thanatos is going to be played by Kimo Fred. I haven't really seen too much of him on this character. We'll see how it works out.
Another thing to think about, Thanatos is really strong against Zhong Kui. Executing his Zhong Kui is huge in late game. It's 40% threshold once you get to max rank when you're level 20. Being able to execute, we got to fight him duo lane already.
Only a bit of aggression between the two. The burp's going to come out level 2, so he's not going to do the stun on that with the minions coming in. Paradigm just going to back up. This is quite unexpected though. Is this lane, should this lane push to the side? I guess it should.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Chiron's very strong and Khepri is also very, very strong in the early game.
So in the middle lane, at the moment, you can just see they're putting the pressure on us. Back to the duo lane for a little bit of fun. But I want to talk about the solo lane a little bit here as well, Aurora. We're going to see the Cabrakan versus Osiris matchup. And in this matchup, Osiris doesn't have the best of times because it is a magical god.
Yeah, Osiris is really, really strong usually, so I think he'll do okay. His wave clear is insanely powerful. Death Toll gives him a lot of healing because his auto attacks cleave in front of him every 3 and 4 auto. So I feel like he'll do pretty well against Cabrakan. Cabrakan, once he starts getting his points in his 1 and 2, he'll start getting a little stronger, but I think it's going to go Osiris' way in the early game.
Well, so far so good for Paradigm and enemy. Paradigm going to swing into the jungle for the back harpies on the left-hand side for the time being. You can see it is Giannis and the Thanatos together, so their wave clearing mid a little bit safer, I want to say, than the side of the Zhong and Circuit.
Pretty rare to see this needs get pushed up on her tower, but something we talked about yesterday with Zapman is the impact of Khepri in a lane and how Khepri just almost automatically makes whatever side he's on the dominant side.
Very, very similar to what old Sylvanas used to be when he used to heal the minions, as we tune in with the solo lane trade now, as you'd expect between the two there. Xayah did just hit 5.
Yeah, did you see that? He canceled his tremors right before the stun went off to stun him, so he didn't get punished at all. That was perfect play coming out of Xayah.
So good work so far for the boys of Paradigm and enemy. I expect this game to be a real feel-out game, though, Aurora, as well, between these two teams. No one's going to overdo things too early on. They want to see how their opposition's playing, what they like in lane, and how their composition's going to work out as time goes on. It doesn't really, I mean, it matters if you win this game because it's a nice boon, but it's not over by any stretch.
Yeah, I feel like if enemy picks up this win, they're really a good team when they get momentum. So I think it matters more for enemy than it does for Paradigm, in my opinion. But yeah, like you said, they're just kind of feeling each other out. And they were also feeling each other out in pick and ban, because pick and ban is very important for both of these teams.
For sure. They're both very well known for that.
And don't forget, a lot of these teams have spent a lot of time scrimming each other. So a lot of it is, well, what do they show us? What do they keep in their pockets, etc.
Evo's about to show us something, I think. He's hovering at the fire giant. Circuit is on the way over at the same time.
No vision.
It looks like both teams seem to have an idea that was a potential play coming out from Cuvo then over the solo lane to try and get the gank onto Salt Machine. So already Paradigm showed a little bit that they want to try and put the pressure on Salt Machine. And here we go.
Right away.
Engage. He's on his own. Lord of the Afterlife away. Ult for ult.
That's one of the big things about this Osiris versus Cabrakan matchup is those tremors out of Cabrakan are so useful for keeping somebody stuck and making that exit hard to do. But if you're able to just jump away like that Lord of the Afterlife, Osiris will be able to eject almost all of the time.
And another thing that we forgot to notice was that Cabrakan actually started with a purple pod.
Oh, yeah.
That's what made the gank almost possible, but they were both level 5, so it was just an Osiris ult away, and they were able to pick it up.
Yeah, that's such a standard start for Zelia with that purple pod. I mean, we've seen him even go ISIS purple pod in that solo lane. He likes to start off with a little bit of extra damage just so he can maybe decide to make those ganks happen.
Left Harpies do go the way of enemy there. The right-hand Harpies have spawned, and Circuit's in position there. Adjust is going to swing around to a bit of an advantage and experience there, as we may actually see all three of them get that experience again. Enemy doing a good job of sharing these camps and actually controlling them for the most part.
Now, this pace of the game right now, this is all enemy. Enemy is very happy to keep this slow, steady, calculated pace. Kivo Fred on the Thanatos, he wants to get active very, very soon. The Circuit, on the other hand, let her get some items. So right now, enemy, it's all tied up, but enemy, they like the pace of this game.
I feel like Paradigm's are really, really strong at team fighting comp, and with Thanatos in the late game, his 40% damage or threshold execute is going to do wonders because they have 2 Guardians to get targets low between Cabrakan and Bacchus, and they also have the World Weaver and the Janus Unstable Vortex. So they have a lot of burst damage coming out, and Thanatos is going to be able to finish off these low targets.
And the big key here is that they got the Capri, and I think the practice against to deal with the Capri is picking up this Thanatos for the execute, so he's going to get through. The good thing we've seen out of enemy multiple times is this Zhong and Capri combo.
And also when Thanatos builds the full cooldown reduction, that ultimate is up so often, he'll be able to do pretty much whatever he wants. But we keep mentioning that Thanatos execute. That's really what he's here for. So if you take a look at the build, he's building tank boots. He doesn't really need any extra damage. He's going to be pretty much an ult bot plus a great silence character as the game gets into mid and
this
late.
This is perfect gank time for them because his purple bot just faded, but he sensed it out. The perfect senses by Zelia right there.
Because he didn't have the purple either, he also played that very far back. You can even see Tricks here and Kivo hovering in the wings. Zelia will be letting them know now that
he's baiting him.
I like really that play. Just is going in with the blink. The ult is coming out. The World Weaver's on his way. Zelia will go down for first blood, but can Paradigm turn this around?
Paradigm was looking for the turnaround. Saw Machine's going to take a fall as well. Enemy did a great job at getting that first blood. Being on the board immediately is a very big deal. But Paradigm able to answer.
That Janus ult was crazy. It came straight through, hitting Salt Machine. It just took him out.
Was the bait good enough though? Was it the right thing to do? Because you gave up first blood there. We see that it was Circuit that got the kill, and on top of that, it was Bacchus that got the return one.
I think he thought they were going to be more hesitant, but enemy did the right thing going right away. If they chose to be hesitant, he would have lived, and they would have picked 1 kill up still.
Exactly. That is exactly what happened. Enemy had, and that's really enemy's hallmark. They really just always go in. They are so snap ready to go and be aggressive that bait, it was the right call actually. Paradigm, they had people in the wings, but they took longer to get there than they thought that enemy would take to attack. So because of that slight lack of hesitation, like you said, Aurora, Paradigm are the second team on the board.
Early itemization choices here. You can see Bacchus going for the penetration boots here. How do you feel about this, Aurora?
Yeah, I like that. Pen boots on Bacchus makes it all super strong, and what they're trying to do is get people in the threshold for Thanatos to execute. So I like these pen boots coming out by Bacchus.
I expect to actually see Bacchus initiate when Cuvo's already in the air and then land the ult early just to get him in threshold range. But look at this, a double root from Pain. Good silence coming out though from Cuvo to deny it, but they're still going in.
That's the strength of that silence right there. The channeled abilities are just absolutely irrelevant when Thanatos is around. Adjust is still playing up because he knows his Salt Machine's going to make the rotation. Adjust is surrounded, gets stunned out, belly flopped, intoxicated. Here comes Zelia around the corner, but Lobster gets the kill. 2-on-1. Cuvo from the top, Cuvo from the bottom. Double kill, triple kill for the jungler. It's 5-2, and it's 7 minutes into the game.
You saw it right there. The execute came through, hitting two people. That's crazy.
He hit the double, and then afterwards just cleaned that up as well. We've been talking about Cuvo Fred. He's had a good tournament so far. Show me the replay. I need to see that again.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred playing out of his mind right away, looking at the Gold Fury, but this is how it got set up. Immediately shuts the Kepri down.
So what happens is Cuvo goes in the backside. He knows knows they're going to re-engage. When Sir Ket comes in here with the ultimate, you'll see it onto Giannis. And Cuvo backs all the way out because he knows they're going to initiate. They know they've got the rotation from the team with the World Weaver coming in. Watch where he goes. Round the corner like, all right, I'm not involved. Oh, look how tasty and nice and delightful they all look.
Here it is. The yummy. Execute. 2 for the price of 1, ladies and gentlemen.
And with Cabrakan there with the walls.
Throws down the damage for the triple kill. Cuvo Fred comes up on top. That's exactly how you want and should play the Thanatos. And the Gold Fury, we danced around it, but Paradigm was unable to fulfill their dream.
Yeah, that's right. We did see him try to pull it, but looks like Enemy got themselves in position for it. What a good time to be a Thanatos, though, Aurora.
Yeah, the Bacchus hit his ult on everybody as well. Trix with a phenomenal ult, just hitting everybody, making them all drunk. And I think they just forgot about Thanatos on Enemy's side. Khepri pulled in, and they all kind of clumped up, and that's why the double execute happened.
And that right there, that's the beauty of this Paradigm composition. What they do is they go ahead and they pick up the Thanatos that executes at 40%, as you said. Well, look at the rest of the team. Giannis, burst. Cabrakan, burst. Trix Tank's ultimate, burst. It's all these characters that are going to annihilate HP pools, but maybe not destroy the character. Well, that's when Thanatos can execute.
Completely agree. And on top of that, what it also does is the burst makes it very difficult for Pain on Khepri to find the right person to ult at the right time. So it puts extra pressure on Pain. Not just that, he also has to keep an eye for Cuvo in the air because there's no point ulting someone when you can get executed.
Yeah, Enemy really needs to be careful with their team's positioning. If they can position well as a team, they're going to do wonders in team fights. But look at the gold. It's pretty close right now. That's pretty surprising.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy's been farming extremely well.
Well, the first blood went down, but then with Paradigm going for the Gold Fury attempts and not finding it, they didn't get anything else off the back of that fight.
Here's what I'm thinking about. If you're an Enemy fan, what you have to be really hoping your team does is adjust to this situation. Paradigm, they just showed their whole card, right? They just showed the whole hand. This is our game plan. It's on the table. So what Enemy has to do, maybe spread out a little bit and be aware of this burst situation.
Root comes out, but there's no further aggression there. I see you pointing at the screen here, Aurora. You see the build from Thanatos.
Yeah, look at he's going straight into Breastplate of Valor. Shoutouts to the 2032 build, the Wolfie. He likes the tank Thanatos, so he's probably excited to see this right now.
I mean, this is something that I've been preaching since the character came out. He scales at 60% on most of his abilities, but it's irrelevant. The base damage is so high by itself, and as we keep saying, it's all about the execute, baby.
Cuvo managed to steal one of those away against 3 members with that nice little scythe there. You saw this soul's actually flowing to him, so you can actually tell that he got it, as you can see just there on your screen. But this composition from Paradigm, it looks like they've let Enemy think they win the draft, because they've had plans for it in every single lane here, Aurora. They look very comfortable, Paradigm, right now.
Yeah, I really like the strategy coming out of Paradigm. It's perfect. And I was surprised that they didn't ban Khepri, but now I see why they didn't, because this Thanatos combo is working out extremely well.
Patiently waited for it and got themselves in a pretty good position so far. As the game goes on, though, towards the later stages, which side has a better team fight here in the mid to late stage?
I think it comes back to positioning again on Enemy's side. If they group up and they get hit by multiple spells, they have a lot of bursts coming out of their team. They have Neath World Weaver, they have Neath Root, they have Bacchus Ult, Bacchus Flop, and then Janus Shotgun. So they have a lot of bursts, and also the Cabrakan. So if Enemy positions well, they have a very strong chance of winning the team fight, but if they don't, it's going to go Paradigm's way.
Exactly. Paradigm's composition is also more what I call interactive. Enemy's composition is all, these are just good characters that will fight well, etc. Paradigm have a very specific game plan, and if it all goes well, you see Thanatos double executes and finish off with a triple kill. If it doesn't, you see a lot of empty mana pools, things on cooldown, and dead yellow and black jerseys. So Paradigm have to execute very well to pull this off.
And we see again, there's a lot of dashes coming out of the side of Enemy. They don't have a lot of jumps. The only real jump they have is Sir Ket's, and you could also count Osiris Ult, but that's an ultimate, so it's up every so often. So it's going to be hard for them to get away from each other right away. They can get stunned out of their dashes. They can get silenced by Thanatos out of their dashes, like we saw earlier in the mid-camp fight. Yep. Khepri got silenced out of his pull, so they have to be careful with their positioning, with their abilities as well.
Trix Tank for me has got a big role to play in this game. We saw it in the early engagement there, the right on Harpies, and this is why Enemy's playing a little bit further back now. They realize they gave up a little bit too much, and they just need to hold off for now, let Vishian farm. But Trix Tank, he's got to engage, he's got to get big ultimates off, and then he's also going to be relied on for this shell that he's building into against Chaos's Zhonghui in the mid lane during these extended team fights.
One thing I want to bring up too is Vishian can cleanse CC with his I think it's his one, or is his one? Yeah, and it's his one, and he could cleanse the Bacchus drunk. So if he gets good cleanses off in these team fights, it could be really well. A lot of people forget about that when they're thinking about Chiron.
Is that wise to do that though? Because the damage on that is actually really strong. Does he really want to be using it on his team to cleanse them rather than deal damage?
Well, it depends. If they get stunned out by Bacchus's burp or root, I think it's very, very potent. And also, same with Zalia's stuns as well. Sometimes the drunk could be really, really annoying in fights. So I think the cleanse is worth it over the damage in this against this team specifically.
It makes some sense as well. I mean, also there is a cripple on that just for a second too, so it can stop Bacchus from escaping potentially, or even a Giannis getting through those poles.
Look how much weight is on the right-hand side. Kivo Fred shows his face, brings Salt Machine down to about 75% with just a single death sight.
Well, going back to what you were saying about the cripple, if you cleanse on top of Bacchus, because you want to cleanse either a Bacchus burp or Bacchus stun, you'll be able to cleanse the cripple, or you'll be able to cripple Bacchus as well. So you could get 2 for 1 right there.
See if he can actually pull that one off. This lane over in the solo lane is kind of going as expected. Salt Machine's keeping the pressure on, but Zalia, he's used to these negative matchups. He plays things like Nemesis in lane, where he just sits under the tower for the whole day. A little bit of an aspect of like the old Game Hunter style when he used to play like Kronos in the old days and just get beat down early, but then farm up and get to the team fights. But with his rotation so far to that one team fight we saw, it's really paid off for him.
15 minutes into this one, and it was a pretty exciting early game, which is what Paradigm wanted. We mentioned about 4 minutes in that it was a little slow. Thanatos hit about level 6 before getting involved, but then Kivo Fred made a huge play, but due to enemies' just efficiency across the map and the ability to protect the Gold Fury, everything is all tied up.
I wouldn't say it was just Kivo Fred. I feel like as a team, Paradigm made the play together. Kivo Fred just finished the kills, but that was perfectly executed.
He's under trouble, in trouble here. Has to try and take to this guy. He's going to go down onto Chaos, and they do pick him up. A good job from the team of enemy. Thanatos was too far forward. Yes, he's gone for a tanky build, but if you're going to be there alone, you will get bursted.
Yeah, they do have Circuit. They have the true damage coming out of Circuit, so he has to be extremely careful.
And there's a lot of dots as well. So Kivo Fred, even if he makes it into the air, all of these dots on the side of enemy can take him down while he's flying. He's not invincible.
Well, Kivo's ult is on cooldown while he's still dead. Just did use his there as well. But this attempt at the Gold Fury is going on still. And the boys of Paradigm know it. Trickstank doing what he can, but he's being focused at the moment through space and time. Forces a reset on the Gold Fury. And with Zalia over here with a good wall ult, they're in a bit of an awkward position. But it looks like Paradigm just retreating back. They're happy with his engagement so far.
It's a very interesting decision coming out from NAV. VCM had the Gold Fury down to 50%. Nobody from Paradigm was around. And Paradigm, instead of going for the objective, went for a fight on the backside.
Not going to find the stun, but he does onto Vishen. Vishen beads away and turns to return some damage onto Fumballer, who's very far forward. Backflips into the bottom shotgun. Osiris, he gets bursted. Insanely, he had no support. Meanwhile, the other side, Vishen, birthday boy, gets himself a kill onto Lobster.
Kivo Fred's coming from the back, wants to decides better. He's caught out by the enemy jungle.
Pulls back up.
Ooh, he's going to take to the sky. There's a lot of dots on this. Thanatos watches HP turn to 0. Pain to Beyond gets credit. Enemy takes 2 members out, make that 3 members out, and they're looking for the gold. It's already dead. Ladies and gentlemen, enemy have a 3,000 gold lead.
Paradigm there, they overextended in that fight. They did well to reset the Gold Fury. They felt like they could continue the aggression. Thanatos was coming back up too, so like, excellent, this is good times. But he just went wrong, Aurora.
I don't know. I think there must have been some miscommunication because Funball flipped into their 2 frontliners, the Jean-Qui and the Osiris, so he just got taken out right away.
I think the call was for Vishem there. They didn't find Vishem, so Funballer overextended, tries to get safe, didn't realize the back front line now is behind him. So they get Gold Fury and a tier 1 tower, and now they're looking to steal the Billu as well.
Yeah, enemy right now super objective-minded, just looking for everything that can take away from Paradigm, which is exactly what they need to be doing. Adjust now about half a level above his opposition in the jungle on Kivo Fred. It's exactly where Adjust on this Circuit wants to be. It's all about these items. The Jotuns is done, looking for the crit next. Those death pains are about to hurt.
And another thing we saw there, Kuvo died in the air. They have 3 dots coming out of the side of the enemy. They have Sir Kettle, they have Zhang's card, and they also have Kepri's Rising Sun. It's crazy.
And don't forget, Reels can tell you, the Vishem on that Chiron's going to be able to hit him in the sky as well.
Going to cause some issues for the boys of Paradigm. And right now, that was really well played by enemy. They went behind earlier, those right-hand harpies, Really good situation for Paradigm, but they played that so well. They've now taken the lead in this game, and they're in control. And Enemy, for the most part, they're a team that generally takes games later, Raw. I mean, most of their average games
Double
are
fight over the solo lane. Salt Machine loses half of his HP right quick thanks to control from Zelia, but no chase by the boys on Paradigm.
I think his build choice is quite wise here as well. He went for Stone of Gaia because he's going to deal with the Giannis burst and deal with Zelia on the Kabrakan.
It looks like they're setting up a dive here in left lane. Circuit's kind of roaming over there, but I think they just called it off. Bacchus sees him coming into mid, but it looks like it's just going to be a back off by Bacchus here.
They're trying to pick on someone.
Oh, maybe not.
Pressure onto him, but he's got support from Cubo and immediately adjust ambushes away just back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, look how much damage Trixang took from just that small interaction with the Circuit. Everybody's got to start to be careful about this Scorpion.
Justice got himself in a good position though right now. He got his crit worked on. He should be looking for that Deathbringer to run.
Right here, left-hand side. Enemy still pushing down these towers. Really haven't seen much of them do anything besides objectives. Cubo Fred caught in the clutches. Great belly flop. Paintavion forced to ult himself.
He's still dead when he
lands. There it is. Cubo Fred over the top looking for the execute.
But what can they get from this Paradigm? They have to continue a chase to find more. They do hit Chaos though, but Chaos turns around. They back out away from the car through space and time from Lobster. Here come reinforcements for Paradigm.
The whole team is here. Cubo gets one, but immediately gets taken out. Trixang answers, takes out Chaos.
The wall blocks off Visha from getting away from the Kabrakan, and the portal is good for Lobster. The follow-up damage is there. Salt Machine is in trouble. Those walls are lasting forever. Lord of the Afterlife away. Backflip from Footballer and the flop to chase from Trix. There could be a kill, but Salt's so tanky.
He's level 20. He's Osiris. He's full passive. It don't matter.
He's dead.
Deicide for Paradigm. This is what we expected in the semi-finals between EU and NA.
10 across the board. Paradigm do a great job in that exchange to take 2,000 gold off of the lead, and right now they are looking for the Fire Giant.
The Kepri is alive, but he doesn't have any steal potential, really.
Dots! Hey, he's got a dot, okay? He can live a dream.
I mean, we've seen Incon do it.
We got the root steal as
well. If you got something like this, Paradigm, this could be close. Paintavion is here. He's placing the ward as well. Gives some vision. Teleport is available for Osiris. Oh, the burst is good.
A lot of damage coming out onto the guys. Paradigm in some trouble. Trixang about half HP, but so is the Fire Giant. Paradigm wants to force this, but as soon as the Just show up, they smell
Enemy's keeping it. Enemy's keeping it. They can pick this up for themselves. This is a smart play by Pain, but Cubo notices it.
Oh gosh, this is a mistake, but Cubo is still here, still keeping the pressure on for his team, but he's alone. With a
Cubo's ult is already up. Here he is. He's in the sky. Everybody walks away from Fire Giant. I love the way Enemy reacts. Still up. Salt Machine playing forward. Cubo Fred being chased up. Fire Giant goes the way of Enemy. Beautiful execution. The red team is on top. Trixang is on the ground.
Now the mistake has been made by Paradigm. They won a team fight, but they didn't manage to get the fire. They're going to get punished heavily. Cubo is dotted up again by cards. He will fall to adjust. An Enemy can continue the push now with Fire Giant on all 5 members.
That was an absolute veteran play coming out from Enemy.
No, Pain just took the Fire Giant. That was all Pain right there. That was so smart. His shot calling just came through. Staying on that Fire Giant, he was like, oh, thank you for doing the Fire Giant for me. And he just took it, and they were just able to take it for free after that.
Thank you, come again. And Enemy takes that Fire Giant, looks at the right-hand side, takes out a tier 2. Remember that 2,000 gold that Paradigm took away? Well, it's right on back, plus more.
Cubo's still dead for 20 seconds, so they should be able to push this Phoenix down.
There's the Phoenix game pressured once again by Enemy. Now Chaos trying to zone away Zelia from coming around the backside. On the front, you can clearly see Salt Machine tethering people up and being that front line he needs to be, and done such a good job of it so far. He has. Phoenix has finally fallen the first one of the game. Enemy in a commanding position now.
26 minutes in, and the bases have already been started to be broken. One of the big things about that last fight, if you didn't notice, was how much damage Paradigm took from the Fire Giant. 5K actually is the number that the Fire Giant did to Paradigm. So because they didn't play, I'm sure Brandon somewhere is screaming, because they didn't play the Fire Giant correctly, that led themselves to being forced off the Fire Giant. And as Aurora mentioned, Pain just said thank you.
It was a risky play in the first place to go for it, just because of the respawn timers. We were saying, well, it's only Kepri, but they had to have more burst damage than they actually had available to them to really bring it down quick enough. They didn't tank it well either, and they got so low that they just couldn't even defend them.
You guys didn't hear? Fire Giant just got a new ability called Double Zeus Ult.
That's pretty much what it was. It felt that way. We just pulled the damage out. So 12-10 right now, enemy with the Fire Giant. They've taken down the Phoenix and right. Only a tier 2 tower in the left with about 1 HP remaining.
It's as good as dead.
It's on its last leg, so I don't think we'll see Paradigm look to defend that one. Middle lane has that tier 2 tower. Defense options, though. What is the call here for Paradigm? How easy is it to defend a Phoenix with the team comp they have?
They're definitely going to look to fight on Phoenixes. I think we're going to see enemy go for the towers first and try a Phoenix push before they go back to Gold Sphere, because gold doesn't really matter right now. They're not going to go back to base and use it. So we're just going to see them go for Phoenixes.
I actually really like Paradigm's composition for defending, right? Because for as much as I've been talking about how difficult it is to really execute their composition, the reason it's so difficult is because spreading out almost completely nullifies everything. Well, if you're fighting underneath a Phoenix, you have to be enclosed together. So Trix Tank can knock up 2 people. Cubo Fred can land on 2 people. Enemy made that mistake once early on, and we saw that fantastic play by Paradigm. The only way they can make that mistake is by fighting under a Phoenix, which they have to do.
Well, let's have a look at enemy here. The tier 2 towers have all down the second.
Look for
Phoenix
Trix.
This side. There's Trix. Instant beast from Vicium, though. On the backside, we see Zalia trying to stun him out. They don't have any follow-up for it now, and now Zalia gets pulled in by Pain. He's going to take a lot of poke and wall in. Pain to beyond. They're looking for the burst on him. The ult is used. Thanatos in the sky. Is he going to dodge it? Of course he is. Trix Tank doing what he can, but the damage on him is insane. He's been ulted, and he flopped into his team. Spreads the poison. Lobster is now isolated against the rest of enemy. He will fall too.
Absolutely. Oh, man, it started to be fantastic defense by Paradigm, but a slight mistake on the side of the blue squad spells disaster.
That was all Salt Machine. Did you see all the ghosts? And everybody hit a huge ult in that team fight, just hitting everybody, reducing all their healing and making it really hard for them to come back in this team fight.
Not a surprise they're going to back off. I expect them to go all the way in and look for the kill there, but the players said, nope. They reinitiate, and they were looking for the counter engage again onto Cubo. They're not going to find it. Oh, blinking again from Chaos there. Looking for the pick on football and not going to find it. Cubo tanking up the front. Good scythe.
A lot of damage.
Vicium. He may go for the execute on Vicium.
He's definitely going for it. He takes it away. Vicium will not live. And Paradigm now making defensive set. Unfortunately for them, under their Titan, a little damage has already been done, but it will largely be fine.
Fire Giant is due up soon. You can also see it's worn off on the side of enemy. With Vicium dead for a little bit of time, it does buy a moment or two for Paradigm here, Aurora.
Yeah, and the Ray Phoenix is also coming up at the same time around Fire Giant, so they have to push these waves out if they even want to try to contest Fire Giant. So that's probably what we're going to see coming out of Paradigm right now. And Bacchus is just trying to do his best, but he's a poor little support, but he has the pen boots, so it is helping him.
So we'll just see what they can do here. Paradigm is just going to try and defend what they can. Keep an eye on the Fire Giant, though, because there's a lot of burst abilities on the side of Paradigm to try and bring this down and counter it. So enemy, I expect baits out of them here.
They don't really have that many burst abilities. I feel like the biggest burst ability they have is Unstable Vortex and also Genesis Ult. You could also count Bacchus' ult. All the other, Intoxicate as well. All their other burst is coming out of Zalia and Cubo, and it's more like single target. It's going to be hard to hit the Fire Giant with those burst abilities.
Completely understand. Well, through space and time, we've seen it steal many Fire Giants before.
Yeah.
Can he do it again? That'll be the question. At the moment, Phoenix has respawned on the right-hand side. And you can
so is the Fire Giant.
I think the play for enemy here is to go and push that back down first.
They're going to just try to get a ward out, and I think they're going to try to let him steal with the Unstable or just with the shotgun right through the Fire Giant. But it's going to be really hard to do that because look at all the ward coverage coming out of enemy right now.
Yeah. There's so much vision on the right-hand side. Enemy looking for the Fire Giant. And they're going to start. Salt Machine by himself is going to stay in the lane. Try and
Can we hover over Janice? I want to see if he tries to steal with his ult.
Keep an eye on the Giannis because at the moment he's the only one close to it. He's across the other side.
No, but they're just giving it up, it looks like.
No desire to even touch that, says Paradigm. The Fire Giant going to go the way of enemy for free at the 31-minute mark. And now enemy have a fire belt around their waists. They're ready to go. After that Fire Giant, they're looking for the win, guys.
Quite clearly, they're going to push down the right-hand side. Weaken Phoenix here. Don't expect too much of a hard defense from Paradigm at the right-hand Phoenix. They will have to defend the Titan, though, if they try and push in. Root comes out, and Trix getting rooted there, and the dodge, but initiating, looking for the pressure on Vicium. That's the call target. He's half health, he's very low. Cubo's going up.
Sí, más adelante vamos a tirar y entrar a la tarde podemos regalar ahí unas quimitas para la gente del Steam, dependiendo de cuántas haya, porque
that's one of the big things about that Fire Giant buff, the HP 5. We saw Chiron underneath the kill threshold, underneath 40% HP, but as he waited, he ran away. His HP ticked up. Thanatos unable to find the execute. Left Phoenix being aggressed on right now by the guys on enemy. It's down, and now they have nothing. Well, it's almost down, and after this one, they'll have nothing stopping them besides the 5 members of Paradigm in the base.
What can they do to defend with 4 members, because Funballer is already dead? They're moving on for the Titan. It looks like North America is about to take first blood in the semi-finals.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Enemy, the team that many people did not expect to even make it to regionals, let alone finals, are making a position to find themselves in the finals of the finals.
Big talking point here, Aurora. What was the big game-changing factor?
Payne Deviande keeping the Fire Giant.
Yeah.
That was really, really smart by him to do that. Just pure bettermanship.
I mean, we had the Gold Fury. First of all, we saw the fight from Paradigm that they won on the right-hand side of the Harpies. Then the Gold Fury exchange, which ended up going enemy's way. And then from there, they kind of catapulted from that.
Exactly. We saw 7.5 minutes in the fantastic Thanatos situation on the guys of Paradigm, but that's pretty much it. Paradigm need to find a little bit more of that. Hey, analysts, why don't you break this one down for us? Thanks a lot. We'll talk to Golden Boy.
Thank you guys so much. Of course, back here, the Alienware Analyst. That's what a game one for this semifinal. I mean, damn, that was a good game. Like, and again, I actually tweeted this. I said, you know, hey, it's no surprise. I don't understand high-level Smite, but even I, as outside as it could possibly be, can appreciate what we just saw, because that was an expertly played game on both sides, and it really just went down to like those minute details, and then, you know, of course, that big swing that ended up happening in the favor of Enemy by getting that first Fire Giant.
Yeah, Enemy, you know, they started off strong, and it was clear
Saludos al Johnny, la gente está muy loca. Oye, avísenme cómo prefieren los códigos, si lo prefieren por foto o a través del chat, para estén atentos.
Yeah, they just try and get them there. We actually did see a return kill on Salt Machine, but this... the difference in the solo laners, I think, was the big thing in this matchup. You just saw Salt Machine so much more effective, especially jumping onto Funballer every single team fight. We saw him just completely destroy Neith. Osiris worked so well against her, and we saw that there.
Yeah, I mean, there is a meta for a reason. You know, that's the whole North American aspect, is we have our list of, this is the character that you pick if they're open, and then you pick this god, and then this god, and Osiris was the god to pick in the solo lane, and it definitely showed by how much better he did than Zelia.
I think a lot of it comes down to Cabrakan as well, you know. I talked to Ikon, you about this. I feel Cabrakan is a very good god if you can get him into team fights. It's just that he doesn't fit anywhere, you know. He doesn't have a great early jungle. He has a pretty bad matchup against most solo laners. He's horrible in the duo lane, but he is still a good god. And unfortunately, I think that for me, Saket was the big factor coming into this one, because she is one of 2 gods who can scare every type of solo laner, whether you're playing tanky or mobile, because she has the true damage. It's her and Ao Kwang, in my opinion. Both of those are very, very good at killing everyone. And I feel that if they're going to run these janky immobile solo laners like Bracken, then they need to get rid of Saket, because it just played out of his mind. Like, how many times did he explode onto the entire team?
That's what's crazy, is we were talking earlier about when we saw Saket play about the poison spreading. We're like, oh, it's just because, you know, it's this lower level play, right? No, this is the best teams in the world, and we're still seeing people like Trixink walked back into his Hunter, and he gave Funballer the bleed.
That was really bad. And, you know, Europe, they don't really play Saket, and these picks and bans going into game 2 are going to be phenomenal, because we always talk about the meta that develops in a best of 5, specifically when you start losing to these gods that you don't typically deal with. And, you know, we saw, you know, Naja in North America become that target ban against certain players in the middle of a set, and I think Saket could be that target ban against Just. You know, Europe, you know, NA bans it anyway, but Europe typically, they just don't even deal with it.
And in the middle of the season, you know, Saket was the big ban, but people have learned to deal with that. We saw earlier in the tournament, however, that Paradigm did actually ban it out against one of the Chinese teams. So, you know, clearly they are comfortable putting it into the ban stage. Maybe they just thought Adjust Saket wasn't that good, which surprises me, because Adjust Saket has been a cornerstone of Enemy's play throughout this tournament. So when he doesn't have it, if they ban it out next, which they absolutely should, then what does it just play?
Yeah, I agree. You know, that's his god he's been going to every game, and it's not like Cubo needs the Saket on the board for him to play, right? Cubo has all these gods that he can play very comfortable with. Thor, he had a great Thanatos game, actually. We saw him with the early triple kill. So there's no skin off of his back. So I say get rid of Adjust Saket and then see what he can play later in the game, because he hasn't really proven that he can play other gods.
Yeah, that Thanatos triple kill was so cool. That was it was incredibly well planned out, and I have to say, just very, and we're actually going to take a look at the clip here, because it was such a good play, and just seeing the way, you know, the timing of it, realizing that, hey, let me not use this right now, let me double back and just wait a little bit and then go for it, you know, like, it's just, have the wherewithal to do that is just fantastic. And this is not the triple kill, by the way, but, you know, people think I must be crazy.
This was actually
this
a
is the
turnaround
comeback, right?
by Paradigm, though. I think we see the Yana snipe come through and the Cabraka ball. This was actually Paradigm's big turning point. Enemy a little bit over anxious. We saw Khepri get picked off at the beginning there. We saw how useful that Thanatos execute could be against Khepri. And right here, too, right? So Pain de Viand actually doesn't use his ult to save adjust. Because he knows Thanatos is in the air, and then he dies to Yana snipe anyway, and then Thanatos still has his execute for those next two players.
So cool. Really, really well done there. And I guess, you know, we got to talk about the Fire Giant play as well, right? Because, you know, they managed to take him down, right? You know, Paradigm looks great. They had the first play they took out was Pain de Viand. Then they decide to chase a little bit to get that fourth kill. Then they rotate over to Fire Giant. But because of that timing, because every single detail counts in competitive Smite, Pain de Viand was able to show up and disrupt that and break that down for us.
Yeah, so we saw, you know, the first replay we saw there where Paradigm had the really nice cutoff play. They were able to get it a Dia side, but the kills were very spread out. Pain de Viand got picked very early in that fight at the tier 2 tower, and then Salt Machine got picked at enemy's tier 2 tower at the last. And basically, you know, the Dia side was there, but Pain de Viand was able to rotate back and just disrupt Paradigm because they didn't have the damage, or they were tanking it improperly and kept getting knocked up, kept getting poked out, and enemy just played it perfectly.
I feel like the Fire Giant attempt by Paradigm, it was a good call. It was a very knife-edge call, but when you're in that situation, when you are down, you need to go for
Va a dar
that
un
play.
minuto para que puedan, ¿no es cierto?, estar atentos
With enemy,
para poder soltar el código a través de la gente. Los chicos se cambiaron un poquito más cómodos al otro lado para poder hacer concurso, ya que vamos a regalar un Paco Brunil.
Tracking the Fire Giant as it goes on, onto Zelius as Zelius gets knocked up. But, you know, in equal parts as well, it was Paradigm's frankly horrible management of it. You know, they had Funballer start to tank it when he was low, so he tried to reset it. Lobs ended up getting hit by it, and then Zayli obviously rooted later on, so they just took way too much damage, and the DPS wasn't on it for the entire time. So, you know, shout outs to Pain, he played that perfectly. Also to Fire Giant for killing him. But,
y aprovechando mandar saludos a Jorgito 9100. Buena, Ryuk, ¿cómo estás, Ryuk? Saludos ahí a Ryuk. Oye, Huichilo dice que si puedes, tratas de venir. Bájalo un poquito el volumen de la tele. Bájalo un poquito. Ahí le bajé un poquito el volumen a la tele que estamos viendo acá. Claro. Se fueron a ganar un Paco Brunilda recién. Así que estén atentos. Vamos con el siguiente código que está con espacios. Atentos todos los que quieran ahí ganar. Se va enseguida.
You know, AoE centric, but it's very hard to miss their abilities, and they execute their team plan very well.
Honestly, I don't even think it was Cubo's fault. I think Cubo played brilliantly.
Sí, el código se entrega de forma normal y usted tiene que redimirlo en el juego. Sí, atentos. Recuerden que está con espacios, tienen que sacarle los espacios para poder redimir el código. Atentos.
And then, of course, came a lot down to Zelia, who couldn't quite get his presence known in the fight nearly as much as Salt Machine did.
All right, folks. Well,
Ahí se fue el código. Ahí está el código. Atentos. Recuerden mandar una foto, recuerden mandar una foto para los que están redimiendo el código.
All right, folks, here we go. Game 2 as we kick things off, and let's see how the first wave of bans go. I mean, you know, we did see Bologna and Xingten get taken out in that first matchup there, which resulted in a very interesting solo lane matchup. Sol is going to be the first one to go for enemy.
I dislike Paradigm lost the last game, so they have taken the second pick option, which I am not a big fan of because I really feel I need to get rid of Saket. But now, you know, if they get rid of Zakat, then either Well, Xing is just being banned, which means Bologna is going to get through. So now they have to deal with either Salt Machines Bologna or
Vamos a volver con la transmisión. El sorteo de las 800 gemas es al finalizar el streaming a eso de las 7 de la tarde, 6:30, hora chilena. Estén atentos porque tienen que compartir de manera pública, nosotros lo vamos a revisar. Y además, estamos con el tema de que tienen que compartir y etiquetar a la persona. Por favor, a Chechut, que mande la foto, por favor, a través del fanpage. Se agradece.
That's a great question. We know enemy's been leaning a lot towards that Kepri. You know, they've been loving to get these Guardians going up front. I wouldn't mind seeing some more heavily like Geb type flavor from Paradigm too. We saw the last game that they lost a lot because they didn't have any peel. Everybody in the team was trying to go in all at once, and we're going to see the Athena banned away from Pain because there's no reason to give them this most.
So here's my thing too, right? Zhang, Kepri, Bologna. These are enemies. There are three most coveted picks outside of. Sorry, Zhang, not Jing. Excuse me. So Bologna's going. Are Paradigm going to take away the Kepri here? I feel like they have to.
I would say Kepri's the cat would be the way to play it, but Kepri does do quite well against the cat, so maybe they can just let the cat go if they feel comfortable.
It's kind of strange though. We're talking about these picks for Paradigm. Kepri Serket doesn't feel very Paradigm, does it?
At all.
Something, yeah. They're hovering over a Sobek right now. That feels so much more Paradigm than Kepri Serket does. So you know, it seems like they want to keep playing their own style, and they're not going to transfer to enemy. And Sobek Guan Yu, that is the pinnacle of Paradigm.
That Guan Yu is going support. That's going to be Trix tank. I'll be really excited to see if we're going to see the Hog come out again. But Sobek is just. That's the matchup against Bologna.
Camilo, te recuerdo que solamente eso hay. Si usted puede venir, puede llevarse más de 1.400 gemas a repartir que estamos entregando acá. Además de unos hermosos skins de Bakurnilda, de Chintian, máquina de asedio y de Poseidón Barba Negra. Quiero dar las gracias al ganador de Beer que nos mandó las fotos. Muchas gracias a Sergio, que ahí se llevó un hermoso de convención. Estamos viendo, vamos a cortar un poquito el micrófono para que puedan disfrutar de la partida.
I like the Xiblanque for the map control. His ultimate is one of the most underrated ultimates in the game. Not being able to see as far as the presence for initiation goes is absolutely incredible. And we're going to see Paradigm ban out the Hun Bats here, so that means Serket is still on the board. Perhaps they're going to be leaning towards it to grab it here. They should have the next pick, but I mean, do you really want to even risk it?
Enemy are in a position where they can get the exact same draft as last time, but better. They get a Bologna instead of an Osiris. You know what, Paradigm clearly have something up their sleeves for this. They're doing this on purpose, but I'm scared for them.
If I was enemy right now, all I could
Casa
think
se
is,
encuentra en Dardignac 154, entonces en Santiago de Chile. Para poder llegar fácil tienen que llegar a Estación Baqueano, luego caminar por Pío Nono y encontrar la calle Dardignac, caminan hacia el lado derecho. Para los que quieran, así que estén atentos, recuerden que en la misma descripción aparece el evento que estamos acá realizando en Casa Coca, está yendo más gente, así que pueden venir tranquilamente. Los dejo entonces con la transmisión. Vamos a ver los fans que nos va a comentar
It's actually very good against Sobek too.
Similar style to the cat, you know,
Hola chicos, estamos de vuelta. Estamos viendo los picks de este segundo match para comenzar. Si es que Paradigm, o sea, si es que Enemy asegura la final, tenemos una Velona, un Kepri, un Shonkui, una Nit y una Serket por parte de Enemy contra Sobek, Wanju, Svalanque, Kronos y Nessa. Podrían asegurar Nessa los chicos. Y Nessa para Paradigm. Así que también tenemos los bans de ambos equipos: Sol, Freya, Thanatos, Humbats, Athena y Xiantian. Tenemos que ver cómo se desarrolla. ¿Podrá Paradigm responder a la ofensiva de esta primera partida?
All right, here we go, guys. Hope you all are hyped up in the house.
Igualar y después asegurar el paso a la final. Y también quién podrá ser el oponente del ganador de este match. ¿Será Cloud9? ¿Será Epsilon?
Yeah, I think so. I thought it was Donatello. But either way, right now, we're looking at these picks and bans. Everybody's talking about enemy. You got to think about the players specifically. I'm looking at this Paradigm lineup. I know exactly who's going to play what. I know how happy they are to play these characters, and I think that they feel comfortable enough to bring win in game number 2.
This is one of those things of EU versus
Así que lamentablemente tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
I'm pretty sure every one of the homies like enemy has a very good composition here.
Eso chicos, los vamos a dejar con el
what they
Max.
have too.
I like what Enemy's
Los vamos a
doing.
dejar
They're
ahora
just
con
doing
el
what
Max
works. And it looks
y
like we're getting the
esperemos
game here. Enemy versus Paradigm. Game 2.
There it is.
All right, Rock, calm down. You're still my job. You carrying like that.
Slot Machine going to go ahead and take Bologna into the solo lane, but yeah, right down the line. We've got Cubo Fred on the Snaja, Solo Beck for Zelia, Lobster on a Kronos, Trix Tank and Funball making up the long lane with this Guan Yu Shibalanki combo. I've seen every one of these players play these gods in dire, straight situations. Paradigm feels so comfortable.
They feel comfortable, but they've got the pressure on them early on in this game. The Sobek and Neja are going to have a little bit of a harder time clearing the jungle at the beginning of the game. I mean, it is a circuit, but still, there's a chance for invasions here, Aro.
Yeah, we'll see about invasions. I think they're just going to both start at standard again. They just did the same thing. They group up as 5 just to ward. I don't think they're really looking for a pick. If a team makes a mistake, they're going to be able to get a pick, but they're just looking to ward with the 5-man group up.
How do you feel about the Chaos going for the power pot at the start of this game there? He's gone purple pot, he's now out with it. Is this just going to help him in the lane? Speed things up just because, you know, they've got that jungler that's going to be a little bit slower in circuit clearing the wave.
Yeah, I think they want the purple pot on Chaos just for the clear and just so they could get to mid camps easier. He also did it last game, which helped him a lot in the early game. He's not laning against Janus this time, so we'll see what's going to happen.
One more time, we're taking a look at where Trix Tank's going, and again, it's the Hog. And I like how Incon put it before. It's not good, it's bad, but when it works, who's going to tell you it's bad?
Well, they've got to focus down Trix Tank in every engagement before they can do it. This is old school Smite with the Hog 3. You used to see this all the time. Where's the support? Kill the support. But on the right-hand side, early invade looking for the blue buff. Notice how enemy didn't do their speed buff there. They did their own blue, rotated straight up to have that fight at that blue buff and stopped Sobek, the one that really needs this blue, from getting it.
That's huge, yes. Sobek's mana is very, very minimal in the early game. It looks like Neja's rotating in.
Cubo Fred in some trouble, but a great stun stops enemy from really dealing damage. Sobek into Cubo. Salt Machine falls for the first blood, going the way of the Europeans.
I saw this play against China. China did the same thing and didn't think. Left-hand side aggression again. And look at that. Funballer going in, putting some extra damage on.
No fear.
Archers are doing good work though on Vishan, returning good poke. That was not a good decision from Funballer. It didn't pay off.
Yeah, that time it really didn't. The no fear is I like the no fear, but you got to remember how dangerous these minions can be.
Talk about danger though. That attempt for the blue buff really hurt the boys of enemy. I don't know why they did that. Chaos knew that he was going over there. Lobster, the call must have been there that Lobster was coming, and they still went in.
And Kronos has a purple pot as well, so the 3 came out and just destroyed them.
On top of that, Neja getting that early kill is going to help him. Look at this jungle. Now it's the return for Paradigm.
This is what I was talking about during the picks and bans. You just can tell how comfortable Paradigm are right now. They're not afraid of anything. They're in enemy's jungle more than their own, and we haven't even reached minute 2.
And look at Zelia. He's freezing the wave, making Salt Machine lose XP. They just did that so he could get the lane slower. It was a great play coming out by Zelia.
Pressure in the mid lane coming out from Paradigm. They're just pushing that one in. Meanwhile, back in the duo, relatively even backwards and forwards there. But over on that right-hand side as well, keep an eye on how this game's going to play out for Cubo Fred, because his ultimate is going to be very important. He can take Chaos out of the fight on Zhong Kui, which is one of the reasons you look to pick the Neja, take him out when he uses ultimate. On top of that, it's very difficult to use the ultimate of Capri at the landing time of a Neja. So you could potentially get him in a bit of a bad spot.
Also, not for nothing, flipping the tables around on that one, Hinduman. You could Naja ult the Kepri, and while Kepri's stuck in the air, burst somebody down, and Kepri can't ult while he's being hit in the face.
And that's the big key here with this composition. It's good sustained dot damage coming out from enemy. Meanwhile, across the way, a little bit more burst heavy with Lobster on that Kronos in the mid lane and the Sobek.
And I also like seeing Cubo playing this Naja. In Ranked, I've been playing, and he's been playing a lot of Naja in Ranked. This is a character he's been practicing a ton, and it's great to see him pulling it out in this world.
Well, we were waiting to get to the semi-finals to see what the extra picks would be that we've not seen too much of just lately. Naja had a little bit of fun in the SPL, but not towards the end now in this current meta. I expected more Mercury so far, but we've still not seen that.
Yeah, I did expect a little bit more Mercury, to be completely honest with you. Visham's going to go ahead and root Trix Tank, who heals himself up.
I have a feeling we're going to see some Mercury later between the Cloud9 and Epsilon boys.
Oh, yeah.
Adapting and Annister both love that guy, and they're both extremely good at it.
That, of course, is the semifinal match that's going to come up after this one, both of which are best of 5s. Right now, Paradigm trailing to enemy 1-0. We're in game number 2, and right now Paradigm, I mean, they have 1 kill already, but we saw the same thing happen in game 1. They were off to a quick start, but were unable to finish it.
They were in a better position last game too, but their composition's a little bit different. But look at this, Cubo coming over, putting the pressure on, didn't use his ultimate there, just sashed in and forced Salt Machine to back away.
Great play by Zaylia there. He was in trouble, but the pluck saved him. He plucked away, and he also threw a just back. And we got a fight in the duo lane over here.
Trickstank caught out, half HP, thanks to Pain Devion's grab. But now Funball playing aggressive. He's going to go chase out, and now everybody's separated. Support, and Hunter. Trickstank forced up on the horse. He's going to run away, but that is a win for enemy.
I think they were worried they didn't see Bologna on the map was the key thing there. She was back, and with Chaos rotating in, they didn't know if Bologna had gone back and got teleport or was just rotating all the way to that fight. Could have been an awkward moment. So using that ult there looked a bit ridiculous, but he had the idea behind it.
It's the lack of information, and, you know, better safe than sorry.
No, I think Trix had to alter. The World Weaver is getting charged. If he didn't ult, he would have fell for sure.
With the Jean Kui coming in as well, would have caused a big issue for him. So Purple Buff does finally go to enemy on their left-hand side there. No more contest from Paradigm.
Easy plays right now for now. Enemy right now, as we said, this is pretty much, again, a very similar composition to how they picked last game, and it's going to be the same sort of idea. This early game is... it's always important, right? But it's a little bit less important when you're really looking at these gods that want to perform it later on in the game with more and more items. So enemy's fine with this 1-0 5 minutes in.
Really good work from Zaylia there, cancelling out the bludgeon and continuing the pressure. Going to try and force the ultimate here, potentially from Salt Machine. Will he get it? Yes, he will.
Beautifully timed.
Well timed by Salt Machine, yes. Very, very right. Well, perfect.
Yeah, he knew he was going to cancel it a little bit early, so that's why he ulted a little bit early. Just perfect timing coming out of Salt Machine. Just great play to see out of both of these players.
Yeah, that really goes to show you where we're at. And solo lane, we were talking to Zapman before. He mentioned that Omega always mentions how mental that solo lane is and how you have to get into each other's heads. And that's exactly what was going on there. Both players are in each other's minds.
Especially with that first kill going the way of Paradigm as well onto Salt Machine. Salt Machine had a very good game last game. You can see that they tried to focus him over in that solo lane last game as well. And they find out, and here he is again. Cubo going to take him straight up, but he's got no ultimate to get away from this time around. But do they have the first damage?
That's the combination that you're looking for, and that's why Cubo forced out the ultimate before, so that they can get the kill right here.
Big heal.
Cubo Fred, number 2.
Oh, imagine if that was old Nijar. That was a dead Nijar, but the new heal coming through to save his life. But look at this. Justice here has a blink available, but not going to get in range with that ambush. Luckily, the back happened.
Again, calculation, that all of that in your head, ultimate v ultimate type situation. Paradigm wrote it down in their notebooks, came right away before it came up, and that's why Bologna took a spill.
We just got a Guan ult forced out by enemy. It was kind of a good trade. It's still a win for enemy. They got Guan Yu ult for nothing, pretty much. Payton was taking a lot of damage. It looked like they were going to fight, but then they saw Zhang come, so he just retreated with
How is the Guan versus Kepri matchup, support versus support? Because on paper, it seems that could go either way, just because Guan's so aggressive, can shred the protections, and also has the heal, so that dart that Kepri puts on will help him. But then Kepri, well, he's got the silence and the root.
I feel it really depends on the Hunter, because it depends where the minions are at in the lane. If they're in the middle, Kepri's going to win, and if you're pushing a Guan in, they're going to win. But if you have a Hunter that's stronger like Neith, with the Guan Yu, you'll be able to push him in, and Guan Yu is going to be able to do whatever he wants. It's going to be hard for Trix to do stuff this game because it's a Shablanca in his lane, and Shablanca doesn't really have that great of push.
And it's funny when we get to the team fights, we're going to see a different aspect to Paradigm. Last time they went for this big AoE composition of burst a single target with executes. Well, this time they're splitting the damage. We're going to see Trixtank go to the back line. Zaylia and Cubo can also split targets, and that leaves Lobster and Funball just to support.
We're going to see the Trix hit the frontliners, actually, because he's going to be shredding their protections, and that's what Guan Yu's best at,
So you'll be looking for the Neef to chase it down, because like Guan pretty good at chasing the Neef consistently.
Yeah, he's going to try to force people's movement abilities like backflips and stuff, but after his ult's down, he's going to go run straight to his back line and help hit the front line.
Especially with the heal as well coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Heal all the time.
Yep.
Well, we've been channeled. It looks like we may see to it all, but look at that Funballer with the ultimate at the right sort of time, I think, to help defend the potential of that one firing across one of the little intricacies that you don't always see.
Yeah, we're getting a little, it looks like both these teams, they want to fight, but they want to fight safely. They really don't want to be too risky in this situation.
We actually see across the back, you can see the ults were used by both Zaylia and Salt Machine over there, so clearly there was a little contest going on between those two once again, and both the Hunters wanted to get involved, and Funballer, well, he got involved at the right time, because I don't know how Zaylia would have fared.
Can we see Golden Hand? I want to see how close Zaylia is to his breastplate of Valor. He's probably extremely close. He's still pretty far away. He's about halfway there. Once he gets that online, it's going to to be very hard for Salt Machine to fight him. He's already down 0-2. Once Salt Machine finishes his Stone of Gaia, it's going to help him a lot, but Zaylia is going to have the upper hand in the power spike once he finishes his Breastplate of Valor.
What I want to see from Cuvo Fred this game, though, is he got off to a great start. Last game, he's off to a good start again at 2-0. This game on the Najjar, he needs to follow through with this game. He went for the tanky build on Thanatos, but they just couldn't make it work for them. With the Najjar, though, more of a hyper carry in the later stages, obviously, so let's just see if he can follow this through. But look at Adjust on the left here.
Oh, yeah, completely different characters, this Najjar versus Thanatos. I love to watch players switch back and forth between just polar opposites right there. Thanatos is just sort of a build him tanky, cooldown reduction, and go for it. Najjar, on the other hand, is all about building damage.
Yeah, Najjar just finished his pen, and Surcat doesn't have his pen yet, so if they fight here, Paradigm's stronger because they have 10 pen on their side, and they're definitely power spiking a little bit better than enemy right now.
A little bit caught out, but it is a Surcat, so he will quickly dance away from that one.
Look at that damage coming out of Kronos. It's really good poke.
Well, this was a good setup for the Golf Fury to start. Visham knows this is going on. You'll see the reinforcements of enemy coming around. Look at Chaos.
They have a hog, remember.
Winging around the side as well. Cuvo got a little bit of poke there, but he can heal that back up. Plus, he's got Guan and Lobster. Beads forced onto Lobster, so he's going to have to back away as well for now. Pain now zoning them away from it, and it looks like we'll see a reset again from enemy. Paradigm want to do this, though, because they've got this hog.
Yeah, Paradigm really wants to force this as well because they probably see what items they have. They have more powerful items. They have a stronger power spec right now. So if Paradigm forces a fight, they can win this. But they got to be careful how much damage they take from Gold. Guan's going in.
He's going to go in the cavalry charge onto Visham. Holds the backflip to the last second. Meanwhile, Chaos is now isolated. Taken to the sky from Najjar. As soon as he uses ultimate, they're going to burst in when he lands. Can they? No. The ultimate from Kepri's there.
Cuvo Fred very low, and it just jumps right on top, touches down, and then zigzags the support. That's a double kill for the jungler on the side of enemy. Visham barely gets out, and Funball makes sure that's not going to happen. 3-on-2 right here. Credit to enemy. And Salt Machine makes it a 3-on-1.
Salt Machine did good work there as well. Zaylia was chasing down Visham on low health, but Funballer found the kill, and it was a nice work for enemy once again. Check out those gold and experience. You can see it's starting to climb again.
Yeah, Just was crazy in that fight. He was just zigzagging all over the place, taking people out left and right, double kill for him. Really great plays coming out of Just right there.
Little bit of nervousness, though, coming out from Paradigm. I can see that in Trixtank. He's trying to push this too hard, I feel. Trixtank going in a little bit early before his team's in the right position. The call to switch to Chaos, though, who was coming on that Jean-Qui, was very, very good. Good armor from Cuvo to take it out, but they tried to continue bursting when he landed instead of just potentially resetting because Capri's ult was still available.
Yeah, I'm surprised Capri's still in the game. I can't believe he made it through pick and ban. That's just crazy to me. Pain de Viande has been putting on a phenomenal performance on Capri all tournament.
I think that's
and at Super Regionals, too.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. I mean, Xing Chen, I like that band and I agree with that band, but the Athena, I think in this situation, Pain is a good Athena and Kepri. Those are his two sort of go-tos. The Athena band right here from Paradigm, I think we should switch that around. I think we ban the Kepri.
I think Pain's a really good Athena, but as a team, Enemy just plays so well with Kepri, and Pain knows how to play it extremely well also.
The funny thing is that Paradigm come out with two different strategies to deal with the Kepri. They brought out Thanatos last time. This time they brought the Najjar to do the same sort of thing of split him away from being able to get these ultimates off or not make them effective.
I think they brought the Najjar more for taking the Jean-Qui out into the air while he's ulting. He did that last fight. That was really good, well by Cuvo Fred.
But I think everyone just hung in position there for the most part to just wait for him to land, try and burst him, and Kepri was sat there right and left-hand side once again. Trix versus Pain de Beyond. That's a battle backwards and forwards between these two all the time.
Yeah, these two supports are not quiet players, not quiet people, so they're definitely they're not going to shy away from the slap fight.
Played against each other before as well. I mean, over in Europe, Pain de Vion did do a transfer to Europe for a while and played some teams there.
Exposed secrets.
Exactly. So he's played for Zaylia as well. So
and
Funballer. So he's been around. He knows these boys. Does Pain de Vion, as does Trixtank. So those two know each other very well.
Pain de Vion is actually the only player that has ever really switched from region to region.
What about me? I did it for 2 months, but I guess I didn't play in the SPL or anything like that.
Are you at Worlds?
No.
Worth noting,
but he said only player, and hey.
You know what, worth noting?
I'm sorry.
QE3Q, the player that we have on our analyst desk here from Brazil, he actually was a fantastic ranked player before we opened up servers down there. So there have been players that have done that are notable, but as far as on the big stage, really, it's just Pain de Vion that has played for both NA and EU. So he's got a little bit of insight into both sides.
Pace slowed down a little bit here. Paradigm were the ones aggressing earlier on. They're looking for the Gold Fury, but the way Enemy defended that and then turned that fight around is made Paradigm take a back foot for a second or two. Still no Hog 3 finished 4 Tricks tank there. He's probably going to be working for this Breastplate of Valor that he really likes on the Guam.
Look at Cuvo Fred's farming. I was talking to Herwin the other day about this in Ranked. He was playing a lot with Cuvo Fred, and he just noticed how well he farmed Amnesia. Right now, he is top gold per minute. It's just, he's just doing a great job farming overall, and that's why Paradigm has the gold lead.
And that's above the solo laners as well. That's not an easy thing to accomplish, getting above solo laners who sit there all day and pretty much just farm religiously without any issues.
Najat is a lot of fun to farm with, to be honest with you, and it's pretty efficient because you throw the ring and the camp is basically cleared by itself. Yep. You hit a couple of basics and you've got a lot of movement speed. So Najat, with that movement speed built into his kit, allows him to rotate around the jungle a little bit faster, like a Suku, a Wheelish, or the adjust with the jumps on the Circuit.
Left harpies go the way of Enemy. Right one's due to spawn. They'll pick up the mid wave first of all, though, and it looks like we will see Paradigm in position for the right ones if they know they're available here. But it looks like we're going to see Lobster back, so I don't think we'll see a contest too much out of Paradigm here. If they do, could be a 3v2 and a bit of a risky business.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred just going for a ring toss there, not really wanting to full commit. Trickstank tosses him a heel, walks away.
That root is so scary when you don't have vision. Paradigm has no vision, so if Pain just roots him like that, their first instinct is retreat backwards. Yeah. So it just stones him out and gives Enemy a free mid camp.
Difference here on the builds as well. We can actually see Ninja Tabby be, hold that for Cubo's under pressure there, has to heal. And Adjust, though, just going to back away, not going to continue.
Smart.
Did they get the heal off him, though?
Yeah, that was very smart by Adjust. If he went any farther, he would have got punished. And we might have seen other players in other regions and other junglers do that. And that's just really great knowledge by Adjust to not dive in.
Just strong discipline to not go for it, but that's ultimately a win because don't forget that was a large heal. The way Najah's heal works, it's 20 basic attacks. That's not quick to build up. So by getting that heal off, that's a pretty win.
For me, I think he just wasn't sure where the rotations were coming from. Don't forget, Circuit's ult does reduce healing to zero.
No, yeah, for sure. I feel like though if he chased him, even if he ulted him, I think he still would have. He might have got the kill, but he would have also died for sure, in my opinion.
Put him in a rough spot. So 15 minutes in, and Chaos continuing to farm. I've got the spear online. Beads 1 as well for the time being. 0-0 and 3. Chaos having a very good tournament so far as well. He's been one of the standouts, and the fans have noticed that too at home. They've been, you can hear it in the crowd too when his name is said.
Another fight here in the solo lane. Salt Machine versus Dazelia. Bludgeon not going to be interrupted. I like that. Salt Machine's holding the bludgeon until after the tail. It's a game of chicken.
It's also lack of mana on Zayli to be able to do anything about it too here, so he's going to have to base.
He couldn't tail whip him.
Yeah, couldn't tail. Well, even if he could, he still had the charge.
Yeah, he had just tail whipped the lane, so.
And he just charged prayed him, so I guess he couldn't stop it. So yeah, good use by Salt Machine to
and the big talking point is both these players in lane have been very, very well known for dominating lane, being very strong in lane. But the weaknesses have come from both of these is rotating to the team fights and making an impact. Zalia struggled against the Cyclone spin from early in the year just because Cyclone was much more influential in the team fight stage. Salt Machine, though, he's started to correct his issues as well, and he's turned up this tournament and at the SPL Super Regionals. He did very well there with his rotations, and people are starting to take note.
Yeah, his team fights are just very, very strong. He plays characters like Bologna and Jing 10, and those are his most two well-known characters, and they're just great team fighters overall, and he plays them very, very well.
Junglers going to meet each other on the duo side, both looking for the same sort of idea of a gank. Funballer was pushed up there. Visham called over for Adjust to come and found Cuvo waiting in the jungle too, so back to farming we go.
So look at the gold. The Enemy kind of closed the gap. They've been farming extremely well.
Look how active everybody is here on the left-hand side. Paradigm wants to start looking for a Gold Fury. Again, they have this Hand of the Gods. They need to make it worthwhile.
It's only Hog 1, though, so it's not as much as you'd expect at this stage. I mean, you've got to be very careful with just the Hog 1. It's just decent damage, but it's
still a lot of damage. It does more than any other spell right now in the game on the other side of the team.
Look at that damage on the Pain from Kronos.
Salt Machine comes in with a bludgeon, though, doesn't get to use it as a tailwhip. Comes out Lobster rewinds very early into an awkward position there. Pain Divione zoning the way the rest of Paradigm uses the ultimate on himself. Meanwhile, the Chaos is here, and Salt Machine will bring down Tricks like Pain. Finally falls down. Funballer is in the fight on the backside with Cuvo. They're looking for Visham. Meanwhile, Zayli doing a good job of getting beat down by Salt Machine, keeping him pinned. Salt could be in trouble.
Yeah, here's the rest of Paradigm. Salt Machine forced to jump over the wall, and that's exactly what Paradigm wanted. They're free to look at the gold.
Really good patience coming out of Salt Machine. If he ulted straight, they would have been able to catch up to him. He waited till he got to the red buff wall so he could ult over and get out for sure. And we also saw Funballer pick a stack up. He has 5 power, and they also picked up the Gold Fury, so Shablanka is going to become very strong in these next upcoming team fights.
Really good fight from Paradigm, though, because what they did, they split the opposition up. Pain Divione was doing a good job of zoning, but instead of getting impatient Paradigm and forcing Funballer and Cuvo to come through, they waited and just beat him down. Then they turned up for the rest of the team.
And another thing to note is that Funballer's ult makes everybody blind. It's very hard for a Kepri player to get his ult off on the correct target, and he got low in that fight. He chose the right target on himself, but it made it very, very hard and awkward for Pain de Viande to play that fight perfectly.
And last thing to note about how well that fight went for Paradigm, because everything worked out for them there, was the positioning of Lobster. Kronos, yes, he has the ultimate, but he can get in some trouble. Lobster spent his entire time sort of looking at the fight from the left-hand side, understanding he'd be able to catch up the Salt Machine as he came down, met up with him. They didn't get the kill, but they got the objective, which is pretty much more important.
It's what they need right now. That first goal Fury, definitely a boon for the EU boys here after going down that first game to Enemy at the beginning of this one. And 19 minutes in, but we'll probably go back to farming a little bit more once again. I don't think anyone's going to try and run away with this just yet, Aurora.
Yeah, it looks extremely close still. Both teams are playing extremely well in the team fights, and it's going to come down to really the next Gold Fury, I think, where the team's going to break away, or Enemy might just come back with the next goal. It really depends on how much kills they get in the next team fight.
Last game was really close between the two as well. It was generally came down to that one deicide that Paradigm got, and then they stuck around at the Fire Giant too long. Pain de Viande did a good job of controlling that in the end and bringing it back for Enemy to win the game.
4-5 read the kills right now, and Paradigm, they're leading in that. They're also leading in the gold thanks to that last exchange, which resulted in the Gold Fury. 20 seconds shy of the 20-minute mark, and Paradigm are looking strong with this Kronos on their side, along with the Shibalanke. They are ready and waiting to go to the late game.
Look at Sobek's damage. He's been doing extremely well in these team fights. A lot of it's coming from the lane for poke damage, but in these team fights, he's been hitting really good ults, and he's also been hitting multiple people with his tail whip and his sickening strike, which is his 3. So
and it's not the easiest thing in the world to deal damage at the same time as make sure that's used for CC as well.
Yeah, you know what I really like, even more so than that amount of damage, Paradigm caught up a little bit in a pincer, but they're going to walk away and send Enemy packing. More interesting to me than the Sobek sitting up on top is how low a lot of the how similar everybody else's damage is. It's a interesting kill game in a situation where everybody's sort of doing equal amounts of work.
Look at this, both the Hunters have joined the middle lane here, looking to put pressure on a Paradigm. Visham turns up to defend, but not an opportunity for them. Paradigm take a tower in mid lane with a very nice, sweet rotation, and they're looking towards right here for that other tower.
Yeah, he poked him. They could pick him off here, but he senses it and he's out.
I actually think this is more for the tower. They're trying to abuse the fact that the Gold Fury is down so they don't lose anything left. Yeah, they may lose the tier 1 tower if Visham stayed, but Paradigm just gave themselves 1,000 gold across the map.
And this is also what Paradigm's composition does. So this is a situation where Paradigm picks a lot of gods that they like to play and everything, but a side note of what Paradigm's comp does is how well they kill towers. Funballs and Hunter, no big deal. Lobster on this Kronos, he double dips. He's going to be killing these towers very, very fast. And people always forget how powerful Flaming Spear, Naja's steroid, is. He tears through these towers.
And this is one of the best things Paradigm's good at doing. They like to group up as 5 as a team and start taking out the tier 1 towers and tier 2 towers. They do this extremely well. When we scrimmed them at Super Regionals, our team was very, very bad at doing that. We learned a lot from Paradigm and how to group up as a team and take towers out one by one by one. And for them doing this makes them like a death ball, and it's very, very hard to break their ball because they have a Sobek. If anybody jumps in, Sobek's going to tail whip him out, and they just have a lot of damage to follow up with him as well.
It is a death ball, but it's also very good in the 1v1 department over there as well. If you look at the matchups in 1v1s, you could really see that they could take each other on and do a good job. I mean, Zaylee could just zone out Zaylee on Sobek can just zone out Bellona all day long on Top Machine. Meanwhile, you can see a Just versus Cuvo can go either way, but when that crit starts coming out from Cuvo, it's going to cause some issues.
Take a look at the builds right here on the side of where Paradigm is leading. The Winged Blade came out first on Naja. That's going to give him a little bit of utility waiting out the crit item. It's likely to be the Deathbringer. That's pretty much how you go for Naja to supplement that ultimate. He'll be able to deal even more damage with that. Look at where Trickstank, though, built that Hand of the Gods.
I was going to say,
it's now a Fist of the Gods.
He spent a lot into actives here. Full shell to deal with the Jean Kui, but going for the Fist. Why is he going for the Fist of the Gods here?
I think he wants the Fist to stop Kepri pull, because that stops it.
Oh, of course.
We got a fight here.
Burst on Tricks. He's going to get wildly hurt. The dot damage is good enough to bring him down. Just falls, and Zalia uses his ult to try and zone. But Zalia's in a bit of an awkward spot here as well. Gets rooted on the backside. Salt Machine dealing with 3. He's alone, though. Does have his Eagles rally. He's going to go in on it.
I love the play of the Lobster to bait Salt Machine into this fight. But now that Salt Machine has brought his friend Adjust, things have changed. Zalia's being chased out on the left-hand side. Enemy does not want to full commit. Their solo laner is down to about half HP. They have stuff on cooldown.
We saw right there, Cubo tried to go for the ult on Adjust, but he just slid right out of the way with his zigzag and
Paradigm's nowhere near here. This is a free gold fury.
They lost one of their front liners. Zalia's also very weak in this fight as well. It's very well played by Enemy to take that second gold fury.
Yeah, again,
bringing it back towards even.
Strong discipline from Enemy. It would have been. We would have seen a lot of teams continue that fight and go for it, maybe lose a couple and be unable to take that Gold Fury. They lick their wounds, they take the Gold Fury, they look towards mid, but Paradigm.
They're going to try to start a fight here. Oh, great root!
Vicium's
big root there after the backflip to make sure they couldn't follow up. Sobek definitely would have looked for the pluck there. It looks like Paradigm still want to try and push down mid, though. They're going to have a wave coming with them to look for the tier 2. Enemy need to go back to base quickly, but they've got a little bit of defense here still because Chaos is good health, as is Vicium.
Yeah, that root was so important. If they weren't able to get that root off, there would have definitely been a team fight. I mean, look at this!
They're looking for the pick again on Cubo, who takes the sky. He is poisoned, though, so he needs to get the crit damage off quick before he falls. He does fall, but he's spread to the whole team! Trickstack's gonna run away bravely! Look at my horse! It's not amazing! Meanwhile, Lobster now has to run away too! 2 kills for the side of Enemy.
Paradigm have been doing fantastic in this match, but these last 2 exchanges have been Enemies, no doubt about it. They've shortened the lead to about 1,000, just above at 1,200. And because of that, Paradigm now have to start thinking with this tier 1 tower. I mean, this game is tied.
Yeah, and this is what Enemy wants. They're fine with this. They're going to go to the late game. They're so used to playing this comp. It's kind of like the TSM of old. They played their standard comp, Thor, Ra, and Geb, Apollo. They just played the same characters over and over again. This is kind of what we're seeing for an Enemy, and this is just working out for them extremely well.
Both of these teams, though, are ready and willing to go to the late game. I said it before. Shibalagi and Kronos, I mean, where are their later game gods?
Exactly. They're extremely strong, but I feel like just the CC and all the synergies that coming out inside of the Enemy, they have an extremely strong team comp.
These two need to be careful over here, though.
He stopped his
Paradigm is on the way. He ults the target, trying to get away. There's the Capriel, going to pull him back in, but it looks like Paradigm going to keep chasing. Salt Machine against 4, zoning them away best he can, keeping them busy. He's got the Eagles rally, will use it defensively through, but flip back into dangerous territory. Salt still holding that ultimate to the very last second, but Funballer continuing the chase too. Just take some free poke. Vicium and Chaos are here, trying to keep them at bay, but Chaos is getting low too, and the ult is up for Cubo. Cubo will secure 1 here, slowly but surely.
Vicium is nailing these roots. It's good enough to play defense for the players, but the tower's gonna fall. This is just all Paradigm's right-hand side lane. They've taken it.
The mistake here was sacrificial. That was the issue. They should have just sacrificed the kill. You know, Just should have just died, and they should have left it. Instead, the team tried to work as a unit, peel for each other, but that just forced them into a worse spot as time went on, because that ball of death from Paradigm just kept charging on.
Yeah, that all coming out of Cubo right after Zhang popped his all was just perfect timing again. Cubo's been playing a very, very good Neja game, and if he can keep this up, I feel like Paradigm could take this game for sure.
Big shoulders that Cubo needs here to carry this team at the moment. He is 3-2-3. He's had 2 very good games at the beginning, but right now, Paradigm, they still have the opportunity in this game. They now have a gold lead once again.
The gold lead is still on top now. It's 2,600. It's been back and forth for the past couple of minutes. Paradigm really controlled the early and mid game, but as we went on and on into the later game, it's getting closer.
It is getting closer between the two right now. 27 minutes into it at the moment. And now with Vicium level 18 at the moment, they're looking for a pick on Tricks, but that fist helps him. Just was looking at going in still there, but with Lobster showing his face in that mid lane, he chose the side of caution.
And look he didn't use his ult again. Adjust is just playing so disciplined, and it's just great play coming out of him. If he used his ult there, he knew he was going to get out for free, and Adjust is just playing extremely
It's
smart.
not just Adjust, it's Enemy just all across the board. A lot of teams get in trouble from itchy trigger fingers, but everybody's holding these ultimates till they absolutely need them.
Fire Giant is going to be the one to be started up soon by one of these two teams. Essentially, what's placed by enemy, they have control. And Paradigm want to keep an eye on that now. Let's have a listen to Paradigm, though, as they're looking to try and get control of this Fire Giant.
Fling these guys right now. They're probably done.
Yeah, chill. Build for some poke, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe? No, just chill. I don't know.
Just a vent left. Just a vent left.
How long for your 13. Just poke them with your abilities. They're gonna push us here. Okay, group.
Go left.
Go left. Can you hold anybody, Fred?
I pick Captain.
Just poke. Chill though.
That's damage.
Yeah, no. Tricks. Disengage. I'm good.
That's good. This is good.
Reset the fight. Reset the fight.
Yeah, reset.
That's a little blink. What did they waste?
Right?
Did
I don't know.
Stronghold, didn't he?
I don't know.
Tricks,
I really don't know. I know they used Chow that fight, but
I'm not sure Sakata. Who do you want to fight in something?
You get it.
Let's not push forwards in here, dude. Come on. Yeah, let's start grouping up and pushing there.
How many times have we said the word discipline?
It's discipline, but the big key for me here is Trix Tank is quiet.
Yep.
Trix is not having a good game. He's not happy with himself. He's 0-4-3 and he doesn't like that. Trix is a very emotional player. We say this a lot, but he likes to go in and be big. But look at this fight in mid lane. Chaos has to use the ultimate. Nishan not being able to take him away. You see how he used the beads defensively there early. Meanwhile, on the right hand side, look at the burst damage onto Cubo. He goes running from Salt hits too. Salt Machine trying to do weight. The fist of the gods is
surrounded.
And just does clean up Cubo. Meanwhile, Funballer gets out. So finally, the ult comes through from Kepri too.
Kepri puts the health onto the solo laner, but Zillion takes out Salt Machine, waits it out. No ult is good enough. Lobster's coming back on in.
He has to help.
Full HP, but now he's all alone. Serket's gonna catch up to him. No Cobra's Kiss. There's the Death Bane thanks to the beads.
3 seconds for the kiss. But there's Chaos with the Exorcism too. The card hit! It connects and Chaos gets another kill. Enemy 11-7, and the Fire Giant looks potential.
Yeah, the Fire Giant right now, the only one alive on the side of Paradigm is going to be Funball. Everybody else is sitting down for at least.
They did lose Salt Machine, so that's their main take for Fire Giant. They're looking for a pick here on Funballer, but it looks like he's going to back off.
Just trying to pick him on the corner if they can.
V-Shift is full health.
Well, I don't think Funballer can do much. He can try and poke them
600 crits
down.
coming out on this Fire Giant.
It is good damage from Funballer available. He's got some crit online here. Pendivion going to hit with the Will Weaver from V-Shift.
He might have stopped the dash.
Turn it on him and pick off Funballer in the corner.
I think the Will Weaver caught the dash. That was huge.
Just at the end, and now the Fire Giant falls to enemy. No one in range from Paradigm. NA are poised to take a second game here against Europe in the semis.
Paradigm looked on fire. Paradigm looked this was their game for 25 minutes.
Yeah. Paradigm was playing extremely well, but you go back to the Kepri Bologna combo.
Yeah.
Even though Bologna didn't get revived by Kepri ult, she just was able to stay alive forever, and she got to do whatever she wanted. We saw a double rally here on the back line, hit 2 of them, and she just stayed there, auto, and she couldn't get taken out because the Kepri ult was on her.
Again, 2 games in a row, 2 Athena bans, in my personal opinion, 2 incorrect bans. We need to take this. The Kepri is just too strong in the hands of Pendivion.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be like, they've been screaming each other, so maybe they know better, but who knows? I feel like this Kepri is just so strong.
Well, you got to think about what these characters bring to the table, right? And Athena sets up damage, and that's what enemy is very good at. They're very good at capitalizing off of opportunities presented to them. But what happens here is Paradigm is executing well, and Pendivion is able to make up 4 mistakes with the ultimate.
So I like the pen coming out of Serket. This is going to help the tower pushing as well, and it looks like we might get a fight here on Sobek. He's looking for something.
He's getting bursted down.
Blown up.
That was a tank. That was a tank.
Bye, Azalea. And bye, tower. Enemy's going to go ahead and push down the left-hand side as well. 1,500 gold. And ladies and gentlemen, the lead has been swapped. Enemy is now ahead by 3,000 gold.
They're looking for Red Phoenix, and Salt Machine quite happy to tank up the front side right now. And at the moment, still trying to do what you can to keep the pressure on.
Paradigm right now in some trouble. Enemy doing very, very well.
Oh, quick pause coming out here from the boys as well. See how long this one lasts. Let's have a little check of this as well. Oh, we're coming to us at the desk. This game has been a bit crazy between the 2.
Yep.
But at the moment, it looks like enemy got themselves in a very, very strong position in this game. Paradigm, they've been ahead and answered back from enemy. Paradigm again, answered back from enemy. Paradigm again, Then enemy take a huge lead, get the fire giant, take a phoenix, and it's Paradigm are in trouble.
I mean, it's just so interesting how well enemy has been able to keep their minds right, because that's really what I'm thinking about. When you're down the entire game, 25 minutes, you know how much of how steady of a mind you have to stay in it, stay within it, and then make these huge plays.
But that's been the season for enemy so far.
Yeah.
These kids have been behind a lot, and they're used to playing from behind. It's one of those weird things to say because Allied's very good at that too. However, but playing from behind is a very difficult task, but they've done it consistently through the league.
And this comp is their best comp from playing from behind. The Bologna Kepri and Jean Kui, all three of those paired together, they're just so good at playing from behind with that composition, and they just play extremely well. They're fine to bring it and draw it out as long as they want.
What they're doing right, which is the key thing here for them, is that they're waiting back if they're losing the engagement and starting to wait for the right opportunities to go in. Trying to force Paradigm, if they want to commit to something, to make it happen.
Well, this is something that we've seen, again, talking about how good they are at playing from behind. This is something that they're used to. It's funny, they are the underdog in the way people feel about them. They were the underdog throughout the entire season, and when they play, they have been behind and won so many times. And I was looking at their losses in the fall split as well, and even then, they trail by 10K, make it back, and even when they wound up losing, they wind up taking a chunk out of the opposition. They are very, very good at staying grounded and understanding that all is not lost thanks to a couple of leads on the enemy team.
This talk of enemy being a weak team and potentially just making a hit can now finally stop. They beat Fnatic earlier on. They're potentially going to go up 2-0 here against Paradigm if they can continue this game so far.
There's a lot of Smite to be played.
Team.
It's a 3,000 gold lead for enemy right now.
But it's a good situation for North America because most people came in thinking they had one team here at Worlds. Well, you've already knocked out one EU team. There's potentially another here.
I mean, enemy is just on a tear right now. This is the semifinals, of course. We are in a brief pause during game number 2 of what will be a best-of-5 series between enemy and Paradigm. Later on in the day, we're going to take a look at our next series, which is going to be Cloud9 versus Epsilon. So pretty much, we have some of the most exciting Smite for you here that could even be possibly asked for.
Now, during this game now, what I'm looking at from Paradigm to try and get back into it, like you said, it's still close.
Oh, yeah.
They still a lead, though, for enemy. I'm looking at Funball more than anybody. If you listen to the communications in the team during that game, Funballer there, he was the leader then. When Trixtank went quiet, somebody had to step up. Cuvo's not too much of a talker, neither's Lobster. And Zalia's too busy in the solo lane most of the time. So Funballer stepping up is very important for this team. We're finally back into game now, and it's time for the defense for Paradigm on this middle Phoenix. Tier 2 tower is about to fall down.
There it is, 1,500 gold going the way of enemies, so maybe this lead is larger than we might have thought. The Phoenix on the left-hand side has already fallen, so enemy now looking for their second Phoenix of the game.
So on the left-hand side, Salt Machine going in, but he's getting bursted down. The good fist of the gods. They did force the ultimate from Kepri, though. So that's cool. Cuvo on the right-hand side is isolated a member in the mid lane, though, at the same time as this is going on. With Trix going in there as well, looking for the pressure from Vicium.
Vicium in trouble.
Vicium playing it very well. Trix is in world of hurt, but the heal is good.
Big heal is going to force adjust out on the right-hand side, followed by a Hunter and Ace.
Oh! The World Weaver blocks the shot, so it just can juke out.
He's going to jump over the wall.
It's available.
He's out of there.
Survive.
Vicium. Ladies and gentlemen, Vicium has been the aggressor and getting kills. Vicium has been a savior and protecting his teammate. Vicium is doing everything possible for this enemy squad.
Earlier on, you saw the fire giant when they ran past the fire giant and they were trying to peel for each other. That's what enemy does. Paradigm played it very well that time. This time, though, the peeling worked. Vicium's ultimate, jeez.
Yeah, he has 2 crazy ultimates this game that didn't lead into kills. He had that one for peel and also the one that stopped Shablanke's dash around Fire Giant. Vicium's been showing a great display of ultimates for different usage, and he's just been using this Neath to the highest potential that you could possibly have.
That's what I'm saying here. Vicium is just showing up in all sorts of ways, and this should be no surprise if you follow this team for a while now. Vicium has been that one player that even when people weren't sold on this team, which at this point you better be, back when people were still asking questions, Vicium was the one that people were like, all right, maybe he's got some potential. Well, he's here at Worlds and he's doing everything possible to help his team out.
We'll give a shout to it just there because his jukes through the jungle were good. He hid behind minions to block shots as well. That was a key thing. Obviously, Vishu coming in with the stun was huge, but a just positioning is what's really helping
And we
out.
also saw him use his beads to get the cooldown reset. And we might see Paradigm coming in for a fight.
Yeah, this is a fight for sure. Trick staying up on the horse. The crit stuns, but he burns all the way down. Salt Machine jumps right on top, and Trick Tank is deleted.
Cubo Fred gonna take one up to the sky though with Zalia zoning duty once again. Dunked down his Chaos back into the fight. Turns his attention to Cubo. Heal is currently down. Chaos gets bursted by Capri. Capri and Zalia. Well, now he's gonna deal with more on the backside. Salt Machine solos down Fumballer.
Enemy on all cylinders right here. Just takes a big chunk. Here comes Lobster trying to do what he can. Capri not gonna hit. Lobster not able to find it. Vicium with the crit. Lobster, take a seat.
Sobek walking back to base to try and heal himself up. Phoenix in the middle lane will now be assaulted. No, they won't.
Phoenix.
There is
No Phoenix.
there.
No Phoenix, just Titan. Enemy want to go directly for it. With everybody on Paradigm, there are so many seconds that they have to sit down. The Titan has fallen. North America is up 2-0.
Two games. The underdogs, the last hope of North America that nobody expected to really perform, are showing they can take it to the #1 European team.
This has been an exciting, I mean, is there a better word for exciting? This has been an enthralling achievement for Enemy. As I said before during the game, people didn't expect this team to even make it to region.
This is Cinderella stories once again. For some reason, Worlds just has them. Titan last year, right? They turned up and like, oh, these are just a bunch of guys that came through the Challenger Cup. And these guys, they've just appeared too.
And remember, they were the 5th seed. They would have not made it to regionals if it didn't get converted into super regionals.
They had a negative record in the SPL. They went even at Super Regionals. They're not even right now.
I just one more time, I have to give so much credit to Payne. I love the way he's crafted this team. He found these players, as Kevin said, 3 rookies and basically a rookie. Somebody that's played a single split, a handful of games here in the SPL. Payne found these players, knew that they would be able to achieve this, and that's the thing. I talked to Payne throughout the SPL, I talked to Payne throughout the Super Regionals, and I talked to Payne here. He has never once for a moment doubted that this is where he would be right now in January.
Great position for these boys right now. 2 up against Paradigm. Paradigm, when you think about it, they've got an uphill battle. They're going to take every single game as best of ones now. Enemy can kind of sit back a little bit. I don't want them to rest in the laurels because you give that team any sort of momentum from Paradigm and they will find a way back in.
I mean, if there's one team you really don't have to worry about really relaxing too much, it's Enemy. These guys are excited. They are always ready. I talked to them before as well. Not quite cocky, but
esto es como el regalo perfecto para el jugador de Enemy que se encuentre
they want to
cumpleaños hoy
win,
día.
and that's what they're going to try and do. Golden Boy, break this one down.
Pucha, vamos a ver si es regalo
All right, thank
cumpleaños.
you so
Ver
much,
quién
Chef Dot,
será
and
que lo
wow,
enfrente en
what
la
a
final.
game we just witnessed. Enemy up 2-0 against Europe's finest in Paradigm. It has been quite the story for those young men, but let's go ahead and talk about first talk about the first minute into the game where we had the first blood on Salt Machine.
Yeah, we saw that early invade come out from Salt Machine and Adjust. They were just trying to, once again, Adjust putting a lot of pressure on the Salt Machine or
Cállate, mierda, estoy hablando.
we saw happen in Cloud9 versus OMG, where the mid laner rotated on the invade instead.
Veo a Enemy muy bien parado para la final. De hecho, es uno de mis candidatos favoritos. Saitan va por Enemy. Aquí tengo a Baste que me está mirando con cara de odio porque va por Cloud9. Y lo bueno, lo importante de esto es que vimos una partida. Si bien Enemy no fue de los mejores, demostró lo que tenía que hacer.
But they're not picking comps that work well together. They're picking individually good comps for what they're going against, but not as a team.
Vale, entonces chicos,
aquí
tenemos que esperar a que empiece. Se ve en el streaming a Ataraxia pero hablen en el chat, pues digan se esperaban esto, cuáles son sus impresiones.
Their comp just doesn't make sense, and they need to get a Just off that Sikat. It's getting out of hand now. He's been playing every game but one,
si alguien
the entire tournament.
cree que se esperaba otro resultado, esperaba que Paradigm jugara, no sé, mejor, hiciera más frente a los chicos de Enemy. Yo había apostado por Paradigm, tengo que admitirlo. Pero no, Enemy demostró tener un nivel superior, supieron no dejarse llevar por la primera etapa. Recordemos que Paradigm se llevó la primera sangre en las dos partidas, así que
Cloud9 was forced to start banning away Ymir and Ares. They couldn't deal with it, right? It's not something that they felt was top tier. It's just, it was so effective against them. Going back to the COG Invitational, the mid split in the fall there, Cloud9 starts losing to Eager. Dare to Care's Naja, phenomenal. No one's banning away, hasn't banned away Naja in over 2 years. Start banning away. This is what Paradigm needs to do. They need to get a Just off this circuit. They're focused.
Going in, that's the strength of that silence right there. The channeled abilities are just absolutely irrelevant when Thanatos is around. Adjust is still playing up because he knows the machine's going to make the rotation. Adjust is surrounded, gets stunned out, belly flopped, intoxicated.
Así es, chicos, así que vamos a dejarlos de nuevo un ratito y volvemos pronto. Recuerden seguir el team y están todos invitados a la Casa Coca-Cola hoy y mañana también. Y las personas que han asistido los 4 días están participando por las poleras del panteón japonés que tenemos. Y eso, chicos. Si alguien en el chat quiere mandar saludos, este es el momento.
And Juvo backs all the way out because he knows they're going to initiate. They know they've got the rotation from the team with the World Weaver coming in. Watch where he goes. Round the corner like, all right, I'm not involved. Oh, look how tasty and nice and delightful they all look.
Here it is. The yummy. Execute. 2 for the price of 1, ladies and gentlemen.
And with Cabrakan there with the walls.
Throws down the damage for the triple kill. Cubo Fred comes up on top. That's exactly how you want and should play the Thanatos. And the Gold Fury, we danced around it, but Paradigm was unable to fulfill their...
Yeah, that's right. We did see him try to pull it, but looks like Enemy got themselves in position for it. What a good time to be a Thanatos, though, Aurora.
Yeah, the Bacchus hit his ult at everybody as well. Trix with a phenomenal ult, just hitting everybody, making them all drunk. And I think they just forgot about Thanatos on Enemy side.
Un saludo para señor Weón, para Ulquiorra, para David Obito Ruiz Rafaile.
Un saludo a mi mamá.
Un saludo a mi mamá. Un saludo para la mamá de Saitam.
40%, as you said. Well, look at the rest of the team. Giannis, burst. Cabrakan, burst. Trix Tank's ultimate, burst. It's all these characters that are going to annihilate HP pools, but maybe not destroy the character. Well, that's when Thanatos can execute.
Completely agree. And on top of that, what it also does is the burst makes it very difficult for Pain on Capri to find the right person to ult at the right time. So it puts extra pressure on Pain. Not just that, he also has to keep an eye for Cubo in the air because there's no point ulting someone when you can get executed.
Yeah, Enemy really needs to be careful with their team's positioning. If they can position well as a team, they're going to do wonders in team fights. But look at the gold. It's pretty close right now. That's pretty surprising.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy's been farming extremely well.
Well, the first blood went down, but then with Paradigm going for the Gold Fury attempts and not finding it, they didn't get anything else off the back of that fight.
Here's what I'm thinking about. If you're an Enemy fan, what you have to be really hoping your team does is adjust to this situation. Paradigm, they just showed their whole card, right? They just showed the whole hand. This is our game plan. It's on the table. So what Enemy has to do, maybe spread out a little bit and be aware of this burst situation.
Root comes out, but there's no further aggression there. I see you pointing at the screen here, Aurora. You see the build from Thanatos.
Yeah, look, he's going straight into Breastplate of Valor. Shoutouts to the 2032 build, the Wolfie. He likes the tank Thanatos, so he's probably excited to see this right now.
I mean, this is something that I've been preaching since the character came out. He scales at 60% on most of his abilities, but it's irrelevant. The base damage is so high by itself, and as we keep saying, it's all about the execute, baby.
Cubo managed to steal one of those away against 3 members with that nice little scythe there. You saw the souls actually flowing to him, so you can actually tell that he got it, as you can see just there on your screen. But this composition from Paradigm, it looks like they've let Enemy think they win the draft, because they've had plans for it in every single lane here, Aurora. They look very comfortable, Paradigm, right now.
Yeah, I really like the strategy coming out of Paradigm. It's perfect. And I was surprised that they didn't ban Capri, but now I see why they didn't, because this Thanatos combo is working out extremely well.
Patiently waited for it and got themselves in a pretty good position so far. As the game goes on, though, towards the later stages, which side has a better team fight here in the mid to late stage?
I think it comes back to positioning it on Enemy's side. If they group up and they get hit by multiple spells, they have a lot of bursts coming out of their team. They have Neath World Weaver, they have Neath Root, they have Bacchus Ult, Bacchus Flop, and then Janus Shotgun. So they have a lot of bursts. Also the Cabrakan. So if enemy positions well, they have a very strong chance of winning the team fight, but if they don't, it's going to go Paradigm's way.
Exactly. Paradigm's composition is also more what I call interactive. Enemies composition is all, you know, these are just good characters that will fight well, etc. Paradigm have a very specific game plan, and if it all goes well, you see Thanatos double executes and finish off with a triple kill. If it doesn't, you see a lot of empty mana pools, things on cooldown, and dead yellow and black jerseys. So Paradigm have to execute very well to pull this off.
And we see again, there's a lot of dashes coming out of the side of enemy. They don't have a lot of jumps. The only real jump they have is Circuits, and you could also count Osiris Ult, but that's an ultimate, so it's up every so often. So it's going to be hard for them to get away from each other right away. They can get stunned out of their dashes. They can get silenced by Thanatos out of their dashes. Like we saw earlier in the mid-camp fight, Khepri got silenced out of his pull. So they have to be careful with their positioning, with their abilities as well.
TrixTank for me has got a big role to play in this game. We saw it in the early engagement there, the right-hand Harpies, and this is why enemies playing a little bit further back now. They realize they gave up a little bit too much, and they just need to hold off for now, let Vicium farm. But TrixTank, he's got to engage, he's got to get big ultimates off, and then he's also going to be relied on for this shell that he's building into against Chaos's Zhonghui in the mid lane during these extended team fights.
One thing I want to bring up too is Vicium can cleanse CC with his, I think it's his one, or is his one? Yeah, and it's his one, and he could cleanse the Bacchus drunk. So if he gets good cleanses off in these team fights, it could be really well. A lot of people forget about that when they're thinking about Chiron.
Is that wise to do that though? Because the damage on that is actually really strong. Does he really want to be using it on his team to cleanse them rather than deal damage?
Well, it depends. If they get stunned out by Bacchus's burp or root, I think it's very, very potent. And also, same with Zalia's stuns as well. Sometimes the drunk could be really, really annoying in fights. So I think the cleanse is worth it over the damage in this against this team specifically.
It makes some sense as well. I mean, also there is a cripple on that just for a second too, so it can stop Bacchus from escaping potentially, or even a Giannis getting through those holes.
Look how much weight is on the right-hand side. Kivo Fred shows his face, brings Salt Machine down to about 75% with just a single death sight.
Well, going back to what you were saying about the cripple, if you cleanse on top of Bacchus, because you want to cleanse either a Bacchus burp or Bacchus stun, you'll be able to cleanse the cripple, or you'll be able to cripple Bacchus as well. So you could get 2 for 1 right there.
See if you can actually pull that one off. This lane over in the solo lane is kind of going as expected. Salt Machine's keeping the pressure on, but Zayla, he's used to these negative matchups. He plays things like Nemesis in lane, where he just sits under the tower for the whole day. A little bit of an aspect of like the old Game Hunter style when he used to play like Kronos in the old days and just get beat down early, but then farm up and get to the team fights. But with his rotation so far to that one team fight we saw, it's really paid off for him.
15 minutes into this one, and it was a pretty exciting early game, which is what Paradigm wanted. We mentioned about 4 minutes in that it was a little slow. Thanatos hit about level 6 before getting involved, but then Kivo Fred made a huge play, but due to enemies' just efficiency across the map and the ability to protect the Gold Fury, everything is all tied up.
I wouldn't say it was just Kivo Fred. I feel like as a team, Paradigm made the play together. Kivo Fred just finished the kills, but that was perfectly executed.
He's under trouble, in trouble here. Has to try and take to this guy. He's going to go down onto Chaos, and they do pick him up. A good job from the team of enemy. Thanatos was too far forward. Yes, he's gone for a tanky build, but if you're going to be there alone, you will get bursted.
Yeah, they do have Circuit. They have the true damage coming out of Circuit, so he has to be extremely careful.
And there's a lot of dots as well. So Kivo Fred, even if he makes it into the air, all of these dots on the side of enemy can take him down while he's flying. He's not invincible.
Well, Kivo's ult is on cooldown while he's still dead. Just did use his there as well. But this attempt at the Gold Fury is going on still. And the boys of Paradigm know it. TrixTank doing what he can, but he's being focused at the moment through space and time. Forces a reset on the Gold Fury. And with Zalia over here with a good wall ult, they're in a bit of an awkward position. But it looks like Paradigm just retreating back. They're happy with his engagement so far.
It's a very interesting decision coming out from NAV. VCM had the Gold Fury down to 50%. Nobody from Paradigm was around. And Paradigm, instead of going for the objective, went for a fight on the backside.
Not going to find the stun, but he does onto Vision. Vision beads away and turns to return some damage onto Fumballer, who's very far forward. Backflips into the Madam Shog and Osiris. It gets bursted. Insanely, he had no support. Meanwhile, the other side, Vicium, birthday boy, gets himself a kill onto Lobster.
Kivo Fred's coming from the back, wants to decides better. He's caught out by the enemy jungle.
Holds back up.
Ooh, he's going to take to the sky. There's a lot of dots on this Thanatos. Watch his HP. Turn to 0. Pain to Beyond gets credit. Enemy takes 2 members out. Make that 3 members out. And they're looking for the gold. It's already dead. Ladies and gentlemen, enemy have a 3,000 gold lead.
Paradigm there, they overextended in that fight. They did well to reset the Gold Fury. They felt like they could continue the aggression. Thanatos was coming back up too, so they're like, excellent, this is good times. But he just went wrong, or?
I don't know. I think there must have been some miscommunication because Funball flipped into their two frontliners, the Jean-Qui and the Osiris, so he just got taken out right away.
I think the call was for Vicium there. They didn't find Vicium, so Funballer overextended, tries to get safe, didn't realize the back front line now is behind him. So they get Gold Fury and a tier 1 tower, and now they're looking to steal the Blue as well.
Yeah, enemy right now super objective-minded, just looking for everything that can take away from Paradigm, which is exactly what they need to be doing. Adjust now about half a level above his opposition in the jungle on Cuvo Fred. It's exactly where Adjust on this circuit wants to be. It's all about these items. The Jotuns is done, looking for the crit next. Those Deathbanes are about to hurt.
And another thing we saw there, Cuvo died in the air. They have 3 dots coming out of the side of the enemy. They have Sir Kettle, they have Zhang's card, and they also have Kepri's Rising Sun. It's crazy.
And don't forget, Reels can tell you, the Vicium on that Chiron's going to be able to hit him in the sky as well.
Going to cause some issues for the boys of Paradigm. And right now, that was really well played by enemy. They went behind earlier, those right-hand Harpies. Really good situation for Paradigm, but they played that so well, they've now taken the lead in this game and they're in control. And enemy, for the most part, they're a team that generally takes games later, Raw. I mean, most of their average games
double
are like
fight over the solo lane. Salt Machine loses half of his HP right quick thanks to control from Zelia, but no chase by the boys on Paradigm.
I think his build choice is quite wise here as well. He went for Stone of Gaia because he's going to deal with the Giannis burst and deal with Zelia on the Kabrakan.
It looks like they're setting up a dive here in left lane. Circuit's kind of roaming over there, but I think they just called it off. Bacchus sees him coming into mid, but it looks like it's just going to be a back off by Bacchus here.
They're trying to pick on someone.
Oh, maybe not.
Pressure onto him, but he's got support from Cuvo and immediately Adjust ambushes away just back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, look how much damage Trixang took from just that small interaction with the Circuit. Everybody's got to start to be careful about this.
Adjust has got himself in a good position, though, right now. He's got his crit worked on. He should be looking for that Deathbringer, and then soon the damage will go off even higher as well.
Yeah, another thing to look at, too, for Paradigm, they have a full shell finish for Jean-Qui, so that's very strong for them. Yeah. But these team fights haven't been going well for them. They have to get a burst combo off for them to win the next fight.
That's what I was talking about. It's so execution heavy. Enemy on everything has to go in its right spot. Zelia has to drop Tremors to control. Trix Tank jumps in, etc. Right here, enemy, they're just going to walk into a tower. Kivo Friend and Funball, not much they can do to defend this.
They've got support from Giannis coming in with that portal, though. Trick's going to rotate through with that, as well as Giannis. That was through space and time used there to get him over there. Zelia does have the teleport available. I'm not sure if he's up right now, but he's also being pressured in that lane.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get his tower taken right here. I don't think he's going to teleport back. He might, but I don't think he'll be back in time. Salt Machine looks like he's going to take the right tier 1 down.
Salt Machine's going to go ahead and push this right tier 1 down. His teleport's up in 15 seconds. So what we're going to see is Osiris takes his tower down, pushes the wave a little bit more, and then teleport over to the left-hand side if enemy want to push the objective.
Oh,
already taking tier 1, though.
Cubo's in trouble. He's going to get ulted on there by Chaos. They've got the card at him, too. The dot damage, he's going to continue as the Ghost chase down Pain. They're looking for Cubo. Will they find him? No! He doesn't get hit by the exit. The in-hand misses, too. Cubo survives, but still the pressure from enemy.
Pain went ahead and caught the escapee, but no follow-up, so the death didn't happen. But it was enough pressure. Enemy can now look towards the tier 2. It's only 20 minutes in, and enemy's playing like it's 28.
They're doing a good job, though, because they're grouping up and just forcing the pressure onto Paradigm here. Small goal lead, small experience lead for them in this game, but they're starting to just capitalize on the opportunities of grouping as a 5-man.
Salt Machine got caught. Tremors, bounce, looking for more burst, but on the left-hand side, Paradigm helping out. Chaos helps out their friend. Trix Tank takes a spill.
But they still try to fight this at Paradigm, and I don't think they should. Paradigm did get the ult off on Trix Tank. He didn't get the Intoxicate. So the burst isn't there, and now enemy can continue running them down. They get the root off. Cubo's in trouble. Giannis's pull is beautiful, though, from Lobster. Getting back to safety.
Lobster always available to help. That's one of my, I love watching Lobster play Giannis because he will go aggressive and deal that damage, but he's always saving these portals for to help out his team.
And right there, he just helped him again. Kepri could have pulled him there, and Cubo could have been gone. Great portal coming out of Lobster to save his Cubo's life.
Zelia did just use his teleport to get over here. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, enemy abusing the map once again, taking the blue buffer away from Zelia in that lane, continuing to apply pressure, get more experience and gold.
Just looking towards the back. Salt Machine gets hit a little bit by Lobster. Right now it's 5-7, and enemy they have the lead. I even say they have the momentum. Paradigm, though, they're definitely not down and out. But again, I'm going to stress on this. It's just so execution heavy. It's hard to put your cards in a row in every single team fight.
Well, I don't think it's too hard. They just have to hit a Bacchus flop and follow up. Like, they can definitely do it. They're Paradigm. They're #1 European team in the whole tournament. So I think
we've only seen it once.
We've only seen it once, but
we've seen 2 fights. Really?
We haven't seen much team fights.
Talk about team fight. Now there's a good stun coming out from Trix. Good damage from the unstable vortex, but just quick enough to get away. And Chaos did a good job of avoiding the damage.
If they're able to do that to Serket, she doesn't really have a way to sustain. So if they can keep doing that to Serket and poking her out before these team fights start, it's going to make it really hard for her to get into the backline and pick off these squishy targets.
Free tower going the way of Paradigm. Trix taking that tower like a boss, not needing any minions. Just go ahead and deal the damage straight. Enemy walked away from it. It's only 500 gold. So, I mean, Aurora, talk to me a little bit about that. How important is a tier 1 tower?
It's good for map vision. It makes it so you could rotate around the map easier for your team. Going through mid lane's a lot easier to gold and to fire giant. The gold's good. Gold's always good because it's gold, but it's not the biggest deal in the whole game right now.
Well, gold has been pulled again.
Yeah, enemy thinks gold is pretty good. They're pulling the gold fury, maybe just enough to bring Paradigm out of the shell. And Pain's going to force the issue. Trix tank associated by himself.
Oh, look at the afterlife from Salt Machine going in, catching the act through space and time. Comes through, doesn't do a lot of damage. The ghost from Chaos are wrecking havoc. Salt Machine picks up a double.
Paradigm pushed out completely. 2 members alive, but barely.
The one thing that we didn't see the poison spread, and we got
Lobster's being pressured up the tower here, being forced away by Salt Machine. Meanwhile, the rest of enemy still doing the Gold Fury. Lobster should be okay. He's going to pull.
Salt Machine's hitting everything today, and the rest of his friends are just hitting the Gold Fury. Already dead right about now. Enemy's going to put more gold on their side. Taking a look at the graphs. Very quickly, this game has gotten out of hand for Paradigm. 7,200 gold. They find themselves in the hole.
Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, you saw Just was pushing this lane up, ready for a siege on the tier 2 potentially as well. Enemy's still in a good position, health and mana-wise here, to continue putting the pressure on.
Right here, left-hand side, enemy still pushing down these towers. Really haven't seen much of them do anything besides objectives. Cubo Fred caught in the clutches. Great belly flop. Pain to Beyond forced to ult himself.
He's still dead when he lands.
There it is. Cubo Fred over the top, looking for the execute.
But what can they get from this Paradigm? They have to continue a chase to find more. They do hit Chaos though, but Chaos turns around. They back out away from the car through space and time from Lobster. Here come reinforcements for Paradigm.
The whole team is here. Cubo gets one, but immediately gets taken out. Trix tank answers, takes out Chaos.
The wall blocks off Visha from getting away from the Cabrakan, and the portal is good from Lobster. The follow-up damage is there. Salt Machine is in trouble. Those walls are lasting forever. Lord of the Afterlife away. Backflip from Footballer and the flop to Chase from Trix. There could be a kill, but Solly's so tanky.
He's level 20. He's Osiris. He's full passive. It don't matter.
He's dead.
Deicide for Paradigm. This is what we expected in the semi-finals between EU and NA.
10 across the board. Paradigm do a great job in that exchange to take 2,000 gold off of the lead, and right now they are looking for the Fire Giant.
The Kepri is alive, but he doesn't have any steal potential, really.
Dots! Hey, he's got a dot, okay? He can live a dream.
I mean, we've seen Incon do it.
We got the root steal as
if you're
well.
going to attack it like this, Paradigm, this could be close. Pain to Beyond is here. He's placing the ward as well. Gives some vision. Teleport is available for Osiris. Oh, the burst is good.
A lot of damage
Pain
coming out onto the guys.
Well.
Paradigm in some trouble. Trix taking about half HP, but so is the Fire Giant. Paradigm wants to force this, but as soon as the Just show up, they smell
Enemy's keeping it. Enemy's keeping it. They can pick this up for themselves. This is a smart play by Pain, but Cubo notices it.
Oh gosh, this is a mistake, but Cubo is still here, still keeping the pressure on for his team, but he's alone.
Cubo's ult is already up. Here he is. He's in the sky. Everybody walks away from Fire Giant. I love the way enemy reacts. Still up. Salt Machine playing forward. Cubo Fred being chased up. Fire Giant goes the way of enemy. Beautiful execution. The red team is on top. Trix tank is on the ground.
Now the mistake has been made by Paradigm. They won a team fight, but they didn't manage to get the fire. They're going to get punished heavily. Cubo is dotted up again by cards. He will fall to adjust. An enemy can continue the push now with Fire Giant on all 5 members.
That was an absolute veteran play coming out from enemy.
No, Pain just took the Fire Giant. That was all Pain right there. That was so smart. His shot calling just came through. Staying on that Fire Giant, he was like, oh, thank you for doing the Fire Giant for me. And he just took it, and they were just able to take it for free after that.
Thank you, come again. An enemy takes that Fire Giant, looks at the right-hand side, takes out a tier 2. Remember that 2,000 gold that Paradigm took away? Well, it's right on back, plus more.
Cubo's still dead for 20 seconds, so they should be able to push this Phoenix down.
There's the Phoenix getting pressured once again by enemy. Now Chaos trying to zone away Zalia from coming around the backside. On the front, you can clearly see Salt Machine tethering people up and being that front line he needs to be, and done such a good job of it so far. He has. Phoenix has finally fallen the first one of the game. Enemy in a commanding position now.
26 minutes in and the bases have already been started to be broken. One of the big things about that last fight, if you didn't notice, was how much damage Paradigm took from the Fire Giant. 5K actually is the number that the Fire Giant did to Paradigm. So because they didn't play, I'm sure Brandon somewhere is screaming, because they didn't play the Fire Giant correctly, that led themselves to being forced off the Fire Giant. And as Aurora mentioned, Payne just said thank you.
It was a risky play in the first place to go for it, just because of the respawn timers. We were saying, well, it's only Capri, but they had to have more burst damage than they actually had available to them to really bring it down quick enough. They didn't tank it well either, and they got so low that they just couldn't even defend them.
You guys didn't hear? Fire Giant just got a new ability called Double Zeus Salt.
That's pretty much what it was. It felt that way. We just pulled the damage out. So 12-10 right now, enemy with the Fire Giant. They've taken down the Phoenix and right. Only a tier 2 tower in the left with about 1 HP remaining.
It's as good as dead.
It's on its last leg, so I don't think we'll see Paradigm look to defend that one. Middle lane has that tier 2 tower. Defense options, though. What is the call here for Paradigm? How easy is it to defend a Phoenix with the team comp they have?
They're definitely going to look to fight on Phoenixes. I think we're going to see enemy go for the towers first and try a Phoenix push before they go back to Gold Fear, because gold doesn't really matter right now. They're not going to go back to base and use it. So we're just going to see them go for Phoenixes.
I actually really like Paradigm's composition for defending, right? Because for as much as I've been talking about how difficult it is to really execute their composition, the reason it's so difficult is because spreading out almost completely nullifies everything. Well, if you're fighting
in the early stages,
we got a double power pod coming off of Jean Kui and the Circuit. It looks like they're going to invade the back camps. They can do this because the enemy team has a Bastet.
Yeah, Lobster and Cuvo Fred, they know that the enemy is in their jungle, but there's nothing they can really do about it. So
Ahí sí, disculpen, que yo fui a almorzar y aquí son medio buencito,
Those right-hand harpies
Daddy.
go directly for the easy one.
Slower start from the mid lane of Paradigm as expected here. Keep an eye on Trickstank, though, does have the blink online as well. So you can see actually in the lane in the map, even if we're not looking, you can see that. But look at that, Zalia under pressure from Salt Machine. This is a reverse matchup of game one between these two. And at the moment, Zalia taking a lot of poke with the left-hand side.
Ooh.
The chains were applied, but Vicium gets out. But it cost him his beads that he started with.
Yeah, he has a sliver of HP left. Now, if Vicium was on any other hunter, he might have to back here. But if he plays safe and drops a couple of strong unravels, he should be able to be fine in this lane.
And look at enemy. They have double beads because they don't have any CC immunity ultimates. That's very, very smart by them. If Ares hits level 5, blinks just 2 free kills for Paradigm.
Just keep an eye on those beads for the consistency of the game. Cuvo coming around right again, looking at Salt Machine. Not going to actually find anything. Just going to pounce and clear the wave.
They don't really have any kill potential there.
Is
It's
that
a
just
Bastet
showing
at level 4. Yeah, it's just he's just trying to get XP. He's trying to ramp up because he's a Bastet. Once Bastet gets ramped up, she's going to be able to do so much damage, and her ganks are going to start coming online right around level 9, I would say.
A little bit of play out of Paradigm here that's very similar to what they did against China, zoning them off the experience as much as possible, trying to group up the extra minion wave here. Blink is available on the Trickstank too, so just keep an eye, because if they hit 5 soon, they could go in and look for the kill.
Look at Fedium's position. He's barely spacing himself out from the whoop. If he gets whooped, Trix is going to blink, and he's going to get chained. So this is very good positioning by Vedium. They didn't lose too much minions there. I think they lost 2 melee, but they're fine with that. They're just going to keep farming and farming.
Good little poke from Funballer there as he continues to pressure the minions under the tower as well.
Funball right now hit level 5. Trickstank is not going to be long before. There it is, level 5 as well. So
keep an eye on where Circuit is as well.
Pulse. Trickstank standing still deliberately.
If Vedium walks up to the tower line, Trix will blink and ult right away. He might walk into the purple buff, and we might see Funballer come back, but it looks like they're just going to roam into the jungle and see if anybody walks towards them.
Big key here is the mid laner and the jungle as well. They have to keep an eye on these rotations to support this dual lane as early as possible.
They're communicating it. They know that mid lane isn't there. They see him back now. If Neath walks up, Trix is going to get his ult off.
Here we go. Will he go for it? That's the question with the backflip.
Oh, here it is.
Is he going to go for the blink at all? Nope. Just going to push them again.
She's trying to bait the ult with her backflip. He didn't get it!
He got him with the backflip. There's a stun. Vicium's in some trouble. One missed basic could be it. But in the sky, first blood goes to Funball. Paradigm on the board.
So Vedium didn't respect Trix's blink there. He was going to try to backflip it and waste Ares' ult. I think he should have backed to base there. It was a smart idea trying to get the ult, but it was just really, really good play by Trix saying blinking in. It's very hard to react to that in time, and Trix was able to get the pull off and Ares Freya combo takes him out.
Really good work from Paradigm. This is what they wanted in this duo lane early on. Getting Trix Tank on the comms is going to be big too. Last game he was dead when we listened in. This time around, I guarantee they'll be talking.
Payne's in some trouble. He's crippled, so he can't jump right away. He's going to take half of his HP.
Just the time of Vicium turned up to the lane and at the same time stop them continuing the aggression there. Trix could have got the second chain off potentially, but he fired it quick, trying to back off and continue on. Really good work from Paradigm in the duo lane. What's going on the rest of the map at the moment though? Because the moment Paradigm are in a good position. And look at this, Salt Machine, a little bit of trouble there. Good stun.
Stunned out.
He's going to possibly die here. Will Weaver's going to try and help to save the day. But the kitty cat has arrived and makes him pay.
2-0 Paradigm one more time. The Europeans find themselves in the lead early on. Now, the real question here is, can Paradigm keep it going, or will Enemy be able to turn it around like they did in games number 1 and 2?
They've got to keep the pressure on is the big key here. They've got to take every single game as a best of one. Trixtank gets the chain off just after the flop.
That was a nice chain. He let him there.
No follow-up.
Oh, here comes Adjuster along the left-hand side. Trixtank is rooted, but Trixtank reads him. He's going to get stunned underneath.
Still dead. The card is hit, and there's the ult coming out from Circuitsu. He will fall down.
I love the read out of Trix, but at the end of the day, 4-on-1 is not a good situation.
Yeah, Circuit is good against Ares as well as Ares is good against Circuit. If both their ults pretty much counteract each other, and also Ares chain stops Circuit in her tracks. But if Ares gets caught out by Circuit, he's done if his team has follow-up. So Trix has to be really careful if his jungler isn't on the side of the map, and if they don't see anybody in the middle lane.
Keep an eye on Adjust then, because at the moment he's got himself off to a good start, answering back to that.
Si recuerden que mientras somos más, por ejemplo, si llegamos yo creo a unos 30, podría arreglar igual que ayer. Recuerdan que regalé 200 gemitas a través de la página de LevelUp. Podemos hacer algo por ahí, por mientras, después cuando termine este match, vamos a lanzar otro hermoso código de tip para quienes les falta. Pero si llegamos a los 30, yo me rajo ahí con 200 gemitas para todos.
Also the gold, it gets you to your aura items faster, that gives you more power. Yeah, power doesn't scale that well on Ares. It still helps a little bit, and with this movement speed, it makes it easier to hit chains, and it lets you catch up to people as well.
Actually going around the back here, gotta go in with the blink, doesn't find the chain there, but good damage on to Adjust, but the cats were dropped expecting the chain to connect.
Unfortunately for Paradigm, you know, the beauty of Smite is the fact that you have to hit your abilities. If that chain hits...
Oh, he's in trouble!
Oh, no, Lord of the Afterlife will save the day. Zalia played that inch perfect. There's no rotations coming.
Love that play by Zalia. He gets out of there, and you know what he does? He turns around and throws more damage. I'm just saying, you almost got me, but not quite.
I would have loved to see Zalia go up and come right back down and dodge it, but we might get a fight in mid here. It looks like Poke. Oh, we got a World Weaver going somewhere.
Yeah, going over to the right side, gonna pick up Zalia. Zalia!
Wow!
In the lane to farm that last wave of experience, and he paid the ultimate price.
You know, I said I like that play at Zalia. He turns around and throws the damage out, and should back right there, but Zalia pushes the envelope a little bit too far. With Neath, you always have to realize you never are truly at 100% HP. You always have this looming threat of getting hit by a World Weaver.
Harpy's on the left, going to be contested here, potentially by Pain. Will he go in for it? Going to look for the flop. Not going to find it, though. Gets the stun off and just backs away.
So Pain wasn't afraid to flop in there because Trix uses chain to get the Traveler's Gold, so he was safe flopping in there. So I kind of like the steal attempt by Pain. He really didn't put himself in danger.
I like how you mentioned that Trix used the chain for those Traveler's Gold. How much will these Traveler's Boots impact the playstyle? Because of course, just as a reminder, the way these work, the more you hit, the more players you hit, the more gold you get. So how does this impact you as you're trying to play the game?
Looks like we got a fight here possibly. He's carded, but he's fine. It looks like it's just going to be a back off by both teams.
Yeah, just a little bit of back and forth here.
The big pressure here as well is what Lobster's been doing. He's just continuing to farm. He's not made the rotations early on that we saw out of Enemy to the duo lane to support. Instead, he's sat in the mid lane and consistently farmed and farmed and farmed. He's looking to get his core online. His choice of core this game has been go for the penetration boots and straight into a Polynomicon here for the extra damage.
I really like the pen boots on Soul. It lets her start doing a ton of damage. Her Stellar Burst starts hitting very hard once the penetration boots come online, and she just is able to do a lot of damage in these team fights with a combination between her ult and her Stellar Burst.
Duo Fred looking towards the right side. He's just going to go ahead into his own jungle. Nothing too crazy going on, but mid lane, a lot of members on Enemy here. Looking directly at Lobster, and with this help from Vicium, it's going to not hit him. Beautiful timing coming out from the veteran mid laner for Paradigm, understanding just how Soul's ability works and gets the CC immunity right in time.
Was only a World Weaver for that, and because of that pressure, they were able to go and invade there. But look at this side, Slot Machine in a bit of trouble here.
No movement.
Pinned in. He's got no support from any of her teammates. They may get a red buff on the left-hand side, but Cubo Fred gets himself another kill.
Enemy tried to put pressure on the left side, as you said, Hindu Man, and what winds up happening is Paradigm pick up the kill, but Enemy not much. Like you said, they got a red buff. Don't think that's enough.
Look at that again. That's perfect timing.
Oh, no, but the float was better. The float was perfect. And Chaos and Adjust combined. And not a lot Cubo Fred can do here with Vicium's rotation to mid. But look at Tricks.
Now
that's
really
enough.
And here comes Tricks. Got the chain on
Beads
Chaos.
out.
That's going to force out the beads. But yeah, one more time. The red buff, maybe not enough to make up for the loss of life in the solo lane. Well, turn your eyes on Lobster. That's good.
Really good work from Enemy here. The right Harpy is due to spawn soon. Tricks trying to get themselves in a position to contest it, but he can't at the moment. He's on his own, and now they will fall to the side of Enemy. Let's look at the experience and gold graphs here and just see how exactly close these two teams are in this one.
137. What is that, a Sentry Wood? That's not enough. That's not a lot. This is a tie game for all intents and purposes. And Paradigm was off to a great start, but Enemy turning things around as we get towards the mid game.
That's been the story of Enemy so far. Like every time Paradigm take a lead, Enemy have answered back every single time.
I mean,
whatever the compositions.
The story's in the soil here for Enemy. This has been everything they've ever done here in Smite has been from behind. So
look at
they've
the
got
score.
no problem.
Again, 3-3. This is a repeat of the first game I remember seeing, and we might get a fight here, but it looks like they're just going to take the mid camps and back off.
Well,
we do have Tricks coming around, but nope.
Nope, they're changing the mind. Not going to go too aggressive. Tricks did not have his ultimate available there, so not going to find it. And the Harpies did go down, so pretty much washes there as we tune back in with the solo laners here. Been a lot of action over here, mainly though in Zalia's favor because of all the support Cubo's been giving him.
Right, Adjust has really yet to show his face over here in the solo lane.
And I really like this. This is the first time we see Zalia really taking this lane and winning it. Saul had the best of him in the first two games, and right now Zalia is showing how strong he is, and he's controlling this lane.
Estamos aprovechando de hacer trillas acá en Casa porque la gente está hallando gemitas, solo por las trillas están hallando 200 gemitas, así que los que estén ahí, que todavía no salgan de sus casas, aprovechen de venir para llevarse gemitas.
He went for the pick that Zalia went for in game one.
Mid lane matchup. It's going to be mid jungle versus mid support. But here with the Ares, I mean, it's always a little bit different than if you have a different character. I mean, he just deals so much damage if he's allowed to get up close.
Between the two supports as well, pretty even in terms of gold and experience right now. It's actually a 200 gold lead for the backers. That's because the watches give more than anything else here. As we're still with the solo laners going backwards.
Para Neo Killer, que es el que trae la gente, ¿no es cierto? Siempre. Y ayer se llevó un tiro. Ahora estamos regalando 200 gemitas más un Poseidón Barba Negra, eso me faltaba, para que estén atentos. Recuerden que si llega el streaming a 30 personas, yo me voy a rajar 200 gemas de mi bolsillo para todos ustedes. Así que si llegan a 30 tienen que avisar. Recuerden que siempre YouTube le da la estupidez y no actualiza.
Vamos a hacerlo más atractivo, mira, a las 30 se dan 200 y para que se motiven, a las 35.
Cubo Fred drops the dot, walks away, turn around.
Response so immediately from Enemy looking for the drop. Teleport coming in too. Is he going to get a big fall? Yes, he is. They did though. Tricks is alone here. He was expecting support. There was no support.
Here comes Cubo from the right.
Dead.
Lobster gets one. Adjust has a hair of HP. Lobster gets two. Paradigm still giving chase. Pushes two members of Enemy under their tier 2. They have to go back to base, but Enemy has already picked up the Gold Fury.
Lobster's ult was insane there. It hit everybody. Every shot on every single person on the Enemy. Two of them just barely got out. They were so low. If they had any other follow-up, they would have wiped all of the Enemy that was near Gold Fury.
They can pressure the mid tower now as well, and even in top of golden experience right now between the two of them. Absolutely crazy fight.
Yeah, there was so much damage coming out of Paradigm. Paradigm had 4,000 damage in the team fight, while Enemy had 1,100. So just that solo changed the entire fight, but still, Enemy was able to pick up the Gold Fury, so the game's tied.
I actually think if they didn't get rid of that teleport coming in from Zalia there, that fight would have been totally different and gone all Paradigm's way. But the Gold Fury going down and taking out that ward made it even for Enemy.
So important, and you know, those are the heads-up plays that are really changed the pace of the game. Take a look at the right-hand side in the solo lane. Here comes Adjust from the backside. He's going to look at Zalia for the first time. Zalia's in some trouble, jumps away. He's almost dead. Channeling the ultimate. Stun is going to miss. Wall is strong, so is the ultimate. Zelia takes a spill, adjusts, evens up the game. It's 6-6.
Knew he was dead even before that even happened, just because of Cuvo's positioning. There was no chance for a rotation for him. After the Lord of the Afterlife was used so early on, there was no further escape for the man.
And World Weaver just came through to help finish off the kill. And look at this, Vidim's working back to the lane. But Funballer doesn't have his 2 up to punish him.
Just went on cooldown after the banish as well, so no fight there.
And that's the difference between Freya.
Pero les vuelvo a decir, entonces como no escucharon, a las 30 yo voy a arreglar 200 gemas que van a ser a través de la página de LevelUp y Saita se va a rajar con otras 200 más a los 35. Así que atentos con eso. Recuerden que además estamos con el sorteo de 800 gemas para quienes compartan a través de nuestro fanpage. Se los voy a dejar enseguida. Y ahora estamos acá con los chicos haciendo trivias para llevarse 200 gemas y un Poseidón. Todos los que puedan venir, recuerden venir para llevarse gemitas.
TrickTank is leading Pain to Beyond in levels, and this is very important because you have 2 aggressive supports. These are almost warriors in Ares and Bach.
Talk to me about a Just Hero role. What is this build that he's got coming out?
I think he might be picking up a Runic Shield. I kind of like it a little bit. They have 3 powerful magical carries, and it reduces power. It also reduces attack speed. Yeah,
Freya
that's pretty
Soul?
big. Yeah.
Yes, Runic Shield is the anti-soul Freya item.
And I was talking to a fan yesterday. He actually brought up, why don't you think Runic Shield's built more? And he said, he brought up to the point, if they have Ratatouille, it reduces magical power by, I think, 78. I don't know if that's correct, but if it is, that's crazy as well.
How you doing, Aurora? You good?
Yeah.
Having a good day?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. He's working hard as a Raw today, as a Zap all weekend long. Give them the love they deserve. These guys have been awesome up here on stage. As we tune in once again with Paradigm, an enemy. Look at Paradigm looking for bait here.
Right here. Everybody's just waiting. TrickTank showed the cards, though. Unfortunately, enemy not going to walk into that one.
Still a good position, though, for Paradigm in the stage of the game that they're in. Overall, I like their late game potential as well. When it gets to the full 5-on-5s, it's pretty strong.
Look at these left-hand side here as well. You've got 2 people just looking towards the fun ball. And that's a dead. Fun ball's in some trouble. Ultimate's going to be strong. Beads do not prevent damage.
Dead again. This isn't a surprise for me because what enemy have looked at is exactly Paradigm's playstyle. TrickTank never really comes over to the duo lane. He looks to work as a 3-man unit in mid, leaving Funballer isolated, and they're abusing it.
Going back to the Surcat pick, the analyst test was talking a lot about it. It is super strong, and it's extremely strong against Freya. I remember talking to DJ Pernicus, that's one of my teammates, and he loves Surcat into Freya because you could alter before she goes up in the air, and if you do, she might die in the air from the poison. It looks like Saul has to retreat here.
They're going to go aggressive on him, and again, Cuvo gonna drop the cats and the bleed too. Those cats will continue to chase all the way under the tower, forcing him back. Clearing the minion wave here means that they should be able to look for the tier 1 tower on this right-hand side. Lobster, though, in mid lane, a little bit overextended, but luckily Visham is not swinging around. He's just picking up the Harpies.
Gold Fury is coming up soon. We might see a dance here for it soon. It looks like both Soul Laners have their teleports online right now.
Yeah, both of them are online and ready to go for the next Gold Fury attempt. Keep an eye on the wall coverage between these 2 teams now. It's very, very important for both of them. Surprising thing is, enemy have the gold lead still, even though that tier 1 tower on the right just fell for Paradigm.
So it looks like we got a sprint coming out of Cabrakan. That's to get away from the cats and the Osiris flows. Yeah. He gets pulled by Ares now, no matter what, because he has no CC immunity at all.
Is that the worst thing, though, if you get pulled and you're a Cabrakan?
Well, late game is Cabrakan. They have Lobster and they have Funballer on 2 of the highest damaging magical carries for auto attackers. So if he gets pulled into both of those guys and has Bastet dots sticking on him, he could die extremely fast no matter how many tank items he has.
Enemy right now, we've seen them, they're still in the lead. This is so interesting because of how well Paradigm has been playing. They've been taking objectives off of the board. They seem to have the momentum, but enemy is still sitting pretty.
There we
more
go.
Importantly, TrickTank on the left-hand side.
Perfect flop from Pain, dodging the Ares ult.
Yeah, and he just got good beads as well off from Visham. So Visham's beads on cooldown there. You can see that he's invested deeply into them though. Rank 3 beads early on. You don't see that out of Hunters unless they know they're going to be focused, and that's what Visham's has done to him.
Here's what I was about to say before TrickTank jumped in there. Look at the player cams though on enemy. All of the momentum seems to be on Paradigm. They're going across the board, picking and picking and picking and picking. Enemy knows they're heading gold. They know that they're sitting. They know that they're sitting pretty. Nobody seems worried in the slightest.
But some of the gold lead is just coming from the Watchers to the Vanguard combo again. So you have to substitute some of the gold into tankiness that Trix is getting off it. So it's about 400 gold that they're getting from that. So they're only down about 400 gold, I would say, right now.
Once again, over on the left-hand side, enemy 4-man group and looking for potential picks here. The left-hand tower has fallen here. So Funballer has a bit more breathing room in this lane now.
This is a force.
Overextend. It is a force because they know Trixtank has already used his ultimate.
And I love this decision from enemy. Exactly what you said. They know that the ultimate from Trixtank is off the table.
To see how long it's still. It's up. We got 28 seconds still.
So enemy needs to make this fight now. Chain is on adjust so he can't get too
he's
aggressive.
rooted out. He could be in trouble here, but it looks like he's just going to be able to walk away.
They were worried about Lobster rotating in from the mid lane there. They saw him turn up. The Golf Fury's there blinking though from adjust. That's on cooldown now as well. He dances away. Vishim's backflip down. Zalia around the back. Vishim's in trouble. No beads, and I just did choose his backflip too. But Zalia's getting zoned into an awkward spot.
Zalia was surrounded. Chaos picks up one, and right away we're going to see the trade back. Chaos machines down as well. Lobster picks up that one. Adjust is running away. He'll be fine. That's a Circuit, but Paradigm gonna turn directly around and look at goal.
Only Vishim in a position to do anything but keep an eye on those weaves on the ground. They will be detonated if there's an opportunity. Golf Fury is still being done. Zalia and Trix doing a very good job of keeping Vishim just at bay, and he will be out of the fight. Golf Fury to Paradigm. That whirling ball of death this game looks a little bit better.
Yeah, especially when you have Frey and Soul, two crazy magic damage carriers on your team.
And the good thing is, though, Adjust is investing into attack speed reduction, which will help out against this team. You're looking for things to try and deal with these auto-attack-based mages to stop them getting out as much burst as they want. I'm surprised. What else do you expect to see? Do we expect a Witchblade or Midgardian at all to try and deal with these guys, Aurora?
No,
I think weird one, but
I think the Runic Shield's good enough. I think they just have to kind of play around the positioning from the Soul and the Freya. And if Cirquette's able to get her ult off on Freya and kill her before she goes up into the air or while she's in the air, that's going to be the key to these team fights for enemy.
One of the big things that
llevan 20 personas. Sí, vamos a dar gemas a las 30 personas. Les vuelvo a decir, a las 30 personas. Y a las 35 van a haber 200 más. Así que para que estén atentos. Al finalizar el match, que vamos a ver, está bien peleado, pero Enemy se lo ha llevado todo. Cuando finalice el match, vamos a tirar otro hermoso team convención. Así que para que estén atentos.
He might get chained here.
Oh, he does. Chaos in some trouble. Cubo's right here, but here comes Adjust.
I'm back.
This is trouble. Shell's good.
Shell is good, but there's a flop, but good use of the flames there to stop knock up. Zalia now is up. The jump is down on pain, so they're looking for the pick. Here comes the ult, pulling him in. No beads is used. Cat still on pain beyond, but he's tanky enough to survive. Zalia being focused. Adjust got a minion. Adjust onto the minion. It did spread enough to deal damage and force them back, but Lobster on the front side forcing them out. Adjust gets out of danger with the barest amount of health.
The Bracken's running. Look at how much damage he's taking from Frey. He's already chunked down. Almost half health just from Frey and Soul. That's so much damage coming on him. He has no magic resist items at all.
The ethereal staff is giving him HP, and he's trying to rely on the HP to deal with the magic damage dealers, but it's just not enough.
Oh, Lobster, a little bit caught out of position there. Going to take a bit of poke, but has
his
that
friends are here
to escape if need be. The reason we saw Paradigm back off there, even though they were doing great damage, they had no frontline left. Zalia was already half HP. Everybody else had backed, so they had to just fall back and play it safe there. Paradigm would be happy with that, though. They need to play it right.
Very, very even game here. 22.5 on the clock, tied up at 8 across the board. 1,500 gold in the lead for Paradigm, but that's just the tier 2 tower. The way these games have been going, you know, normally we say 1,500 is the start of a lead, and you're looking at 400, 500 to call even. At this point, Hinduman, I think we can call 1,500 even.
Look at Soul's damage so much. We might get a sneak attack right here.
Oh, they're going to pick him. Oh, instant beats, instant back. Vishim's response time to that was amazing. He was barely in the air before he responded.
Oh, yeah.
Good corner camp from Paradigm, though.
But look at the player damage. Vishim's on top for Enemy, and then Soul's on top for Paradigm. That one fight at Gold Fury gave Soul so much damage. Lobster's just been playing this game so well.
He didn't rotate early on. He was just farming up. He's now level 19 in this game. His build is absolutely all about burst and getting down towers, too. Adjust gets hit by a chain, but backs away nicely in the backside.
A little scary for Paradigm. They split up right there. If Enemy went a little deep, they might have been able to capitalize, but forced to defend on their tier 2 as the pressure is being pushed in the mid lane.
Another thing. Oh, we've got an engagement here.
Here we go.
Gets 4 on the chain. How many will he pull? He gets 1. Salt Machine is obliterated.
Now who's
who's next to fall. Salt Machine actually, no, he's still standing for the time being here. Trickster goes down to adjust. Lobster trying to throw damage onto Vicium, who's actually focused onto Zalia there. The boys of Enemy are retreating backwards. It went 1-for-1 in that engagement. Support down. I thought Salt Machine fell. It was the backers.
Oh.
Still going in though, Zalia pushing them back. They've got the damage teleport coming through from Salt Machine one more time. Going to try and force them back, being slowed on his engagement push.
Look at how much damage he took.
So much. Don't stand in the fire trail.
Vicium's having such a good game. Look at him get the root off.
Caught out Azalea.
He's trying to fill the autos. Or Ravel comes out too. Salt Machine still chasing in, looking potentially for it, but he's got no backup. He needs to be careful.
They might try to pick him here.
They could, but low on mana is
no, they're just
fumble
gonna
there.
back off. He's fine.
Too low mana was fumble in the fray. He had to be careful. If you used anything, that would have been the last ability he could afford.
Very, very dire situation right there. I love how just when one kill goes, the other team immediately answers.
But you saw that Trix blinked in, Ares ulted, and Lobster had no hesitation at all to fire his ult off because he knew Kabrakan was at least coming in.
Yep.
And I think he ended up pulling 2 people, and the Soul Out just demolished them. Like you said,
that's what happened. There was a Kabrakan and a Bacchus right on top of each other, and then Soul said, "All right, I'll put stuff on top of that too."
Fire Giant being pulled with cats by Paradigm here. They're looking to burst this one down.
They don't notice yet.
Secret.
They have an idea.
No vision. No vision. No buff. Paradigm gets the secret fire.
Fire Giant to Paradigm, and with the crowd roaring as they walk around the corner. No, but they're going to try and fight this. Tricks being bursted down. Here's a big ult by Tricks. And now we're going to see potential of Chaos falling down first. 2 footballer. Paintivion flops away. Zalia with the backside, shoving Vicium out of this engagement.
Cubo coming from the right. Fun ball up in the sky. Pain and Salt forced out into the mid lane. Pain forced out into the fountain.
Footballing is a good move to Vicium. Vicium's going to fall down as well. Paradigm going to push down mid, looking for the Phoenix, and potentially take us to game 4.
This is that 1,500 we were talking about. They're going to look for the Phoenix. That'll be more gold. We were even before. We're anything but. Paradigm takes the lead by 5K and 3 kills.
Will they look for the end here, or do you go and take
the
towers?
They don't have the wave.
No,
they don't have the wave.
Ya, a ver, cuéntenme, porque yo estoy mirando 29, todavía no se me actualiza esta basura de YouTube. Así que atentos, muy bien, 33 personas. Así que atentos. Para MGG dicen por ahí, si estamos viendo parece que esto es una violación, ¿no es cierto? 35 me dicen por ahí. Así que para estén atentos. El sorteo va a ser el siguiente, yo voy a enviarle, ¿no es cierto? A través con el sorteo. Está complicado, ¿eh? Ayer, ¿cómo lo hicimos? Lo tiramos por chat. Las 200 gemas que tiré yo sí las tiré por chat. Ya, lo vamos a hacer entonces a través de el chat, ¿no es cierto? No, yo no sé relatar. Yo puedo decir, ahí va la gatita rica. No, a ver, vamos a hacer entonces el sorteo. Tenemos varias modalidades. Así que para estén atentos podemos hacerlo a través de Twitter. Podemos hacerlo por el chat. Podemos hacerlo a través de foto en la transmisión. O podemos hacerlo con la misma gente que ha estado participando y ha estado compartiendo el streaming, ¿ya? Y que haya comentado, ¿no es cierto? Y haya etiquetado. Por favor, cuéntenme ahí qué es lo que prefieren ustedes para que estén atentos para el sorteo.
Just coming around from the right side. Looking to set up a flank via the jungle, but Cubo Fred sniffs it out. Jungle gonna play goalie, not gonna happen. Tier 2 tower on the left gonna fall. Paradigm still pushing down the left-hand side.
Can we see actives really quick? All their beats are still up, so Ares Out will not pull anybody besides the Kabrakan, but they could blow him up still. He did finish his Pestilence, so he won't get blown up.
Mira, hay gente que quiere por el chat. Puta, Juan Randy sigue con ese vocabulario que tenés que banearlo nomás, para que no se lleve nada.
Split push here. She has her cats up and she could take the Phoenix by herself.
Cubo's been playing man-to-man the whole time, making sure it just
por el chat. Manda la página. Ah, ya, les mando la página para que estén atentos.
Here comes Aries.
Pulled back in his adjust beats was a little bit too late. Meanwhile, on the backside, Zalia went in deep looking for Vicium, didn't find the kill. Phoenix does fall down.
Chaos is slowed.
Chaos' body blocked to death here.
Chaos
in a
is
corner.
dead.
He falls down. Jump Queen's good, but he can't take on the Mountain of Paradise.
Paradigm right now. Salt Machine's dead for 35. Chaos is down for 50. All that's left is a Just, Pain, and Bestium. This is at the very least a right side
Blink,
Phoenix.
Chain, doesn't connect. Escape from a Just, but Pain Divion around the side is the focus.
Look at that damage coming out of Best Day.
Oh my gosh, Kiva will pick up. No, it just does get killed finally. As Pain Divion, that's a tag. Fat man down. Fat man down.
16-10 might just be the final score here, folks. Paradigm looking towards the Titan. It's at 50. It's at 40. It's at 10. It's down.
Si la idea es esperar a que termine, muy bien, perfecto, terminado.
Extend the series to a fourth. We're going to a fourth game here. We said after game 2, Paradigm needs to take each game one at a time.
Vamos a ver, mira, hay gente que quiere sorteo, hay gente que quiere a través de fotos, ¿no es cierto?, de chat. A mí me es más fácil hacerlo a través de chat con espacios y con el link que les di anteriormente para poder canjearlo, así que atentos.
That was definitely their best comp so far. You said you liked the picks last game. I wasn't so sure. They were all right, but this game.
Para reclamar en la página es muy sencillo. Esa es la página de LevelUp, en la cual ustedes tienen que loguearse y al lado derecho aparece redimir código y aparece pin, así que para que estén atentos. Chat, por favor digan chat, foto o sorteo Twitter, por favor. Necesito esos datos para poder mandar el código.
Yes, it was a whole team. Pain beat them 2 games in a row with help from Enemy. And then the decision to make the bans against Pain worked out well for them. Game number 4, I expect Paradigm to go the same sort of train of thought when it comes to the picks and bans.
Adjustments from both sides, because obviously as well we saw Enemy ban out solo laners, and that didn't help out Salt Machine either.
Not at all. Last thought before we go to Golden Boy.
Enemy needs to figure out something with their support here, or Paradigm might take the set.
No, come on, it's 2-1.
They got to figure out something, though. If they keep banning like this, I think
it's still an uphill battle, Tom.
We're not
for sure.
We're not going to finish this argument. Golden Boy, help us out.
All right, well, I got to say, man, what an incredible matchup we just saw between Paradigm and Enemy Esports. Swing a Red Bull for the working man, because Trix, Tank, and Lobster went to work.
Les voy a dar 3 minutos para que entren a la página de Juegos LevelUp. Se les voy a entregar de nuevo para que puedan entrar rápidamente. Entren con su, ¿no es cierto?, con su cuenta. Así que atentos, 3 minutitos.
That is it. It is done. And this whole plan, Paradigm will be pretty much just saying bye-bye to their opportunity of winning the Smite World Championships. Because of this, they are now forcing a Game 4 in Ataraxia, because you know, you have been in the Paradigm camp since the very beginning. I was a turncoat for a brief while. I want to ask you, what do you think about Paradigm's play in that game?
Well, just to touch back on as to why I am in Paradigm's camp, it's because Lobster, Trix, and QVO, you know, in that game, all these games, all tournament, those 3 are such a driving force of the team, and they are untouchable. They've been on a team for well over 2 years now. Their synergy is on point. And as we look through the highlights of this game, I am sure we're going to see so much synergy and play between them, and it's just absolutely beautiful to watch.
This is really what we wanted to see out of Paradigm. You know, everybody was really thinking that Paradigm has all these, you know, amazing players, and that they should really be taking it as long as they can get past that draft stage. And so they finally had a stage where we went, wow, those are good picks and bans. Those are great target bans. You know, they're not just banning out Shinten Bolognas. They're letting Enemy get rid of those so they can pick the gods that they really want to play, while simultaneously taking away the gods that Enemy wants to play.
Yeah, and that's another observation to make as well, right? Because they didn't leave a lot of support options for Enemy at all, which is pretty bad, right? And they focused on Pain quite a bit. Do you think they do that in Game 2? And also want to talk about Circuit as well, because there was a lot of frustration on your end about getting rid of Circuit, Ataraxia, Adonis, but we'll start with you about the support bans. What do you think about how they look to approach that, especially going into Game 4?
I was a little bit worried about leaving Circuit open, and you know, we even actually saw it in that game. Circuit started making plays. Like the positives for Enemy that game were put a lot of effort into shutting down Funballer's Freya very early, and you could even see that heading into the later portions of the game. Funballer was actually the bottom damage on his team almost the game. I think it was only above Pain's Bacchus maybe, and it was just
atentos que se viene el código para
couldn't get it rolling late enough. And then there was that
La página la voy a tirar por última vez. Los que vayan después ahí, no sé cómo se la arreglan, voy a tirarlo por última vez. Atentos.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect fire giant for Paradigm because none of them took any damage. So then when enemy tried to force that fight, and they are all there, I think F-Dot touched about the fact they had no vision.
Última vez que les dejo la página, chicos, para que estén atentos para el sorteo.
And then they just cleaned up. It was you know, it's a nice try from enemy. It's always a strong idea. Maybe they go different ways. We can get some picks and make fire giant mean less. But Paradigm were on the ball, they expected it, and they dealt with it perfectly.
It's huge that you mentioned, actually, that they tanked the Fire Giant very well and didn't take any damage from it because enemy didn't, you know, have the vision, so they went in thinking that perhaps Paradigm would be low, they could try to take advantage of them right after that Fire Giant, but they were all at full health with Fire Giant, which means they actually walked right into an absolutely terrible fight for themselves.
Yeah, that was a trap. You know, it's a trap. That's exactly what that was. Seriously, because as soon as that came out, you know, they were able to get that Fire Giant, and immediately you could tell that at that point, Paradigm, they were in the money. They were feeling great, and just nothing could stop them there, right? It was just, they steamrolled them at that moment. And again, I just want to get right back over to that. To that Ares talk because I enjoyed that so much.
Yes.
I thought that, you know, Trix tank, you know,
ahí tiramos con espacios, así que atentos. Recuerden a la gente que ganó las gemas, tiene que mandarnos a través de nuestro fanpage, que es Smite Chile Oficial. Así que ahí en Facebook, atentos. Ya lo redimieron muy bien. Esa persona que hable, ¿no es cierto? Por favor, para que nos mande una foto con sus 200 gemas.
Yeah, it was actually in game 3 of our set in the finals last year where, you know, we whipped out the Ares and then we took Cloud9 down and then we took the Cog Prime then, and game 4 as well, and then it was only game 5 where they actually ended up banning it. So will enemy, you know, this is very interesting position for both teams to be in. Our Paradigm thinking Ares is the key to success, let's keep picking it, or thinking maybe it's a niche, and then enemy on the same side, they're like, you know what, clearly we're not practiced against this, let's just get rid of it and not deal with it, or are they thinking, you know, maybe it was just a fluke, we played bad against it.
That is interesting. Adonis?
That's the thing, too, is losing the first 2 games is always so rough.
Puedes mandar la foto al Facebook Smite Chile Oficial. Sí, vamos a tirar otro enseguida. Denme unos minutos para confirmar el otro código.
You noticed is that Paradigm elected to take second pick there, and then in the third game they went back to first pick. Enemy here, they're going to take first pick, and they're basically going to say, are you going to ban the Jing Bologna, or are you going to ban the Khepri Athena? Now, Paradigm have to make a tough choice if enemy go first pick, which I can almost guarantee they will, because you don't
reason for them not to.
You don't want to give Jing up.
Yeah, no reason not to, right? No reason not to go for that first pick there. And we saw what a difference it made for you know, for Paradigm in game 3, correct?
It was just pick order is so important, and I think really it was a pretty big mistake there in game 2, giving it up.
I would still feel really uncomfortable if they let Saket through again, because even though enemy did lose, it just had a great game. I don't think he died until, if he did, it was at the very end after they'd taken Phoenixes, and he was making stuff happen, not just around the map at the start, but in team fights as well. Even though they've lost, if he can perform that well, I really feel like, you know, just get rid of it.
So you still think that you have to ban the Saket?
At least against the Just. He didn't have a bad game on it, so there's no reason to think that they can deal with it. It was the rest of the team that disappointed at Just, in my opinion, and I think that if his team pick up their game and get the picks that they want, then the Saket is going to be devastating once again.
All right, folks. Well, I know you guys are eagerly anticipating it, so without further ado, here we go. Game number 4 in our first semi-final matchup of the day. It's going to be Paradigm and Enemy. If you're just joining us here, Enemy is up 2-1 in this series, but Paradigm has all the tools necessary to potentially force a game number 5. Will it be the case? That's only one place to find out. It's right here. Picks and bans start now. Here we go, folks. Time for this one to kick off. And man, I'm actually giddy with excitement because of how good these games have been. Best series in this tournament by a country mile.
One of the best, series I think we've ever seen in Smite. And I predicted at the start of this that if Enemy won game 1, it was going to be a 3-1. And I think Enemy are going to outdraft here and win this. I think it's going to be a 3-1.
Okay, we get it. You really like Enemy. We get it. It's cute.
Hey, man, I said they were going to lose every game for like the past 3 months, and gotta.
So now you believe? Now you believe?
I believe.
Okay.
They made
you
me
didn't catch
believe.
that reference. It's okay.
I believe in the Barbarian too. The 3-2 comeback here. Absolutely.
Ban coming out there. Enemy banning Freya, saying they didn't want to deal with the Freya again, perhaps taking away from having to build that extra magical defense. Magical defense out of not the strongest in the game. You usually want to lean towards that physical defense.
Bologna.
And we have the double Guardian bans coming out from Paradigm, leaving Bologna as the obvious first choice here, and that's what we're looking for Enemy.
I feel like the Soul outperformed the Freya by a long shot in the last game, which is curious as to why they would ban the Freya over the Soul. But maybe late game the Freya just really came online and threw them some fights that they couldn't win.
Really nervous about Bologna there for Enemy as well. I mean, we've seen what Enemy could do with Bologna and how much of a impact she made in game 2. But Sobek is going to get locked in as well as Soul. So what do you guys think about these first 2 picks coming out of Paradigm?
I think, the Sobek is a very good counter matchup to the Bologna. Zolia did well in the lane last time, and the Soul is Lobster. Great showing, so excited to see this. I like Payne going for the Geb. They know exactly what's happening there. Target banning him. His Bacchus has not been strong in both games we've seen it. So I think going for the Geb here is a really good draft choice.
This is definitely the Enemy perfect lineup right now. They got the Bologna, they got their defensive support, and of course they got their Zonqui for the mid lane, which has been working very well for them. On the other side of Paradigm, we have the Sobek, which is, of course, for the counter pick to Bologna, tail whip him out of the hammer strikes. So that's great. And of course, Soul was amazing last game on Lobster. I'd be surprised if it didn't go right back to him.
These are the exact picks and bans that Enemy wanted. This is their dream once again. And the question is, how are Paradigm going to round out? I think this feels like we're going back to the same game they lost in game 2. This is the same composition.
I feel like there's more thought behind it, though. It's, they are specifically going for Payne, and the Soul, they picked that up, which is really
para
good.
el siguiente código tienen que ponerlo en el juego, para que no sean subnormales. Va a ir con espacio también para que les cueste. ¿Por qué les tiene que costar por último que les cueste? Así que va a ir ahora el siguiente con espacios, para que puedan abrir el juego. Les voy a dar 3 minutos nuevamente, así que atentos.
It'll be Hunbats, to be fair, though. It's the Hunbats is still
Well, they
scary.
could take that, they can take the Hunbats in the 4th pick position, and then where does it just go? Because we have not seen him play any other gods.
My big problem right now with the Paradigm lineup is, once again, it doesn't look like we're going to have any peel for our carries unless Zalia peels on the Sobek, which he can, being on Sobek, but he hasn't done that yet, so he has to change his playstyle.
And it's going to be rough. Zalia and Trix, they are both very aggressive frontliners, and you need to switch it up. And I like the Guan Yu ban by Enemy here. I think that's something that Paradigm was looking to run back.
How good would Ares be here, do you think? I mean, the immediate downside to me is that if they run it with the Xbalanque, it would be trouble. But then Xbalanque can only go duo, so it's, they'll lose a lot of pressure by doing that. But it does seem like it would fit well against the Jonquet, Gavin Bologna.
I would actually love to see Bacchus. There's no reason not to.
Well.
Combine the Xbalanque Bacchus ult. You can't stop the Drunk, which means you're going to get stunned from the Xbalanque ult. And there, we're leaning towards the Bacchus. Not only is this one of Trix Tank's best Guardians, it also is a fantastic combo for the Xbalanque, and it has peel potential if he wants to do it.
This, I feel like, if we're going to go with the meta that we've seen from Enemy, this is 100% going to be Hunbats Neath. Although I like Chiron over Neath, but they always just pick the Neath over Chiron.
I would love to see the Chiron here. Honestly, it worked so well for them. I don't know why they wouldn't just run back the Chiron, not to mention it's such a safe god.
Makes a lot of sense. We'll see what Enemy goes with here. And Neath, Ataraxia, you had a bit of a reaction to that.
I feel like Vedium is too stuck to this god. He had an amazing showing, to be fair to him, at Super Regionals. At Worlds, I do not think he's had the same presence. I really wish he would go back to Chiron. Chiron was really good for him.
I would have rather seen Rom.
Anyone that's not Neath, because they need a carry.
Rom.
They need a carry, and I don't feel... it's another team fight team, and I think that they need a stronger presence for the late game.
I agree.
All right, boys. Well, the God of Thunder has been locked in. Let's go ahead and make the lightning round predictions. Adonis, you.
Paradigm's draft looks much better than before, but Enemy takes this 3-1.
Enemy takes it.
Paradigm.
Let's go Paradigm. All right, folks, this is it. Do or die once again for Paradigm. Do they do it? Do they force a game number 5? Make some noise, and let's go ahead and toss it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. This is exactly where we wanted to be. I don't know about the individual teams that are on the stage. I'm sure they both have some situations that they'd rather be in, but this is all Paradigm. You mentioned it before, one game at a time.
One game at a time is the big key here. I'm surprised, though, because me and Aurora were discussing picks and bans, too.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them either take the Humbats or take the Circuit instead of the backers there and force it just onto something we've not seen him play too comfortably. Because you said yourself, his Thor, you're not so sure about.
I think his Thor's okay, but going to what I thought said, I think they want to be here for sure. They have a chance to make to the finals and the World Championships for Smite. That's crazy. I want to be up there, and I'm not.
It's just one of those situations where Paradigm would rather be up 2 games. You know what I'm saying? This is where we want to see these teams, and everybody's going to get ready into the game. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, your game 4 between Enemy and Paradigm semifinals here at the Smite World Championship.
So give it up if you want Enemy to win this game, North America.
That's a loud crowd out there, folks.
All right. And do you want to see Paradigm make it 2-2? That's kind of close.
That's
I think we got more Paradigm in here, I think.
That's cut right down the middle, if
That
you
was
ask
close,
me.
yeah.
Hard to tell either way. 30 seconds before everything gets underway. Enemy and Paradigm, no jokes. Before we saw grouping of 5. Now everybody's just standing. We don't want to mess around.
But I think Thor wasn't a good pick here for Paradigm because, I don't know, I don't like it too much into Zhang. We saw it in Super Regionals. Weekend played it into Zhang when Enemy was playing it, and he had a really bad ult into the back, and even though we're up 3 kills, it didn't really do anything.
I agree, but what I actually feel this game is we may see a difference out of Cuvo Fred this time round. He's been doing a lot of focus on the solo laner, on Salt Machine in these engagements early on. With this pick of Thor, Neef is a prime opportunity to go in and get aggressive there and shut Visham down instead.
Yeah, Zatman was saying that the other day. He says he really likes Thor into Neef. He thinks it's a really good, so I can see why they're doing it there. But with Geb and Zhang Kui, I don't know if I like this Thor as much as the Basta last game.
Exactly. When a Thor dunks down on a Zhang Kui, he's still able to do what Zhang Kui does. He hits the 4 as soon as Thor comes down, and he's still channeling while he's stunned. So.
And they also have the Geb shield, so whoever he lands on, Geb's shield will come right up and it'll stop the stun, and they'll be able to run away from the Thor.
Big talking point though, once again, is Cuvo Fred. He's had a great tournament so far. Honestly, his name has been rung through every single game, win, lose. He's still been involved in these matchups. It's a good shout out to him. Even though Thor may not be the best pick here, I'm sure he'll make it work again.
Cuvo Fred's done it before. We'll see how it works out here. This one, you know, it's do or die here. Enemy wins this one, they go on, and that's it for Paradigm. Paradigm still have not just this one, but they also have to win a game 5.
But going back to pick and ban again, I really think the Athena ban was all right. Payne's a phenomenal Athena player, but I really think as a team, Enemy plays so well with Geb and Kepri. Those should be the 2 support bans that they should be banning out. Yeah. And Payne got one of them this game, and he's on Geb. Kepri's a little bit better, but Geb could just almost do the same thing.
Well, hey, we'll look at that if we get to a game 5. But for now, we've got this game on. Everyone just continuing to farm up. There's no early signs of aggression from either side here. Sobek versus Bellona. Going as you'd expect it in the early stage with Bellona. Just pushing up nicely in that lane. And the duo side of things, Neith and Geb putting the pressure on the Jibbalonki backers early.
Yeah, and solo lane, we won't really see it till level like 7, 8, or 9. Sobek will start being able to clear the wave easily. It'll just be some farm lane unless there's a gank that comes out.
You know, I'm really interested to take a look at Adjust Bats. He's fantastic at this god. Good enough for Paradigm to know to ban it. Game number 1 and 2, the Party Monkey was not available. Now that Paradigm switched, their ban strategy and go towards the supports to take them off the board, that's open the Hun Bats. Circuit went a different way, and now we have a team fight jungler for Enemy. This could pose a problem.
Really big notice there of how the pings came out on the map, just to show that Paradigm were at the back harpies on the left, because the enemy duo lane had pushed up. They wanted to make sure they weren't going to get rotated on. That's why they backed up and relieved the pressure in that lane there, just because of the timings of that. At the same time, Cuvo is now in this area. He has the ultimate, and guess what? He's looking towards Visham as we expected.
He hammered in here. It just looks like he's going to get the wave.
just pick up the wave. Back to mid lane he goes as Pain Beyond will hit level 5 shortly with Visham in this lane in tough. I think it's like half a wave to go. No, been one more wave expect. It's close anyway between the two.
Very close to it. A lot of different. This is a much different story though than the last one, where we're sitting here counting the minions to level 5, waiting for Ares to go in. This lane is a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, it's just going to be a farm lane. Bacchus has some kill potential, but Xbalanque really doesn't. So they're just going to be looking to get as many minions as they can. I don't think a lot of players are going to lose a lot of gold. It looks like they're pushing in here, but Neith just backflips. No danger at all. She'll be able to pick up the rest of the minions with her 2 and autos, and it looks like Geb's rotating mid already, so they might be looking for something. Possibly a blue buff invade. Yeah. Thor is in the back of the jungle, and he could ult up at any moment.
Let's find out. Here's the blue buff is not flashing just yet, but under the tower, it looks like it just was looking for a potential pick onto Zalia here. Under the tower, looking to try and swing round and get a big Fear No Evil ultimate off. The teleport back in comes out from Zalia as the blue now spawns. The pressure in that lane. There it is. But look at this. Paradigm rotating into protect as well.
Yeah, they're coming in from 2 separate sides. Zalia from the right, already channeling in the ultimate. Just the threat of that is going to force enemy out of there. They know that everybody else is here. Lobster gets a slow on Chaos, but immediately turns around to the look at the solo lane. Salt Machine surrounded, but Paradigm not pushing it. They didn't want to come too far because of the threat.
It was some pressure there, but Blink Kid from Pain Beyond Cataclysm. Zalia does not have his ultimate available. First blood goes down, but Cubo is in the air.
Where's he landing? Where's he landing?
Come mid.
Safely.
Blue buff going to get invaded now by enemy there, so good opportunity for them to capitalize. Zalia uses ult early to try and get him off the blue buff, wait for reinforcements. Trixank not going to be able to defend that one, has to flop away. Pain Beyond on that Cataclysm Aurora, so good.
Yeah, really good Cataclysm coming out by Pain Beyond. He's been playing so well. Look at that knockup on Soul. She's going to get forced to use her immunity here, but she looks like she's not in any danger at all.
No, he's not panicking just yet as Lobster. He's just being very, very careful because he knows he's going to deal with Chaos in mid lane too.
It's just a Geb. It is a much different story than being caught out by an Ares in the jungle right there. So Geb really not posing much of a threat. Lobster intelligently holds his abilities and waits to meet up into the lane.
Early on though, enemy will be very happy with how this game's gone overall. They've not been pressured too much. Cubo's done 1 attempt when he's got into the air, and that was even after the fact that enemy found that first blood. Are they just going to be happy to just let this one keep wavering like this and just keep farming up and getting themselves to that mid game?
Yeah, especially more this game. Now they have the Geb, they have the Bologna as well. They also have the Neith, which Vedium's just been putting on a show with this. And then they have the signature Jean Kui that they've been playing all tournaments. So I think enemy's much happier this game with their composition. And I feel like they're fine just letting this one farm out. And right now they have the lead, so they just got to keep snowballing this.
We saw this at the beginning of the last game too, though, where enemy had a good opportunity at the start. Hang that fort, they're looking for Zalia again. Full rotation in.
Zalia not going to get stunned. Smart channeling of the ultimate, but it just goes ahead, takes the blink in. Salt Machine wants to be aggressive as well.
Fear No Evil
Both members are in trouble. There's the Fear No Evil overhead smash, but the tower chases off Adjust.
But Adjust needs to be careful now because rotations are coming in. His Cubo up in the sky. Is he going to dunk down? No, the blink curly, but he waited and held it. Thor is jumped down here into the jungle looking for a pick, not going to find it.
Rally here comes over the top.
He's been aggressed on instead, and now it's the boys of Paradigm going to run away. Trixank with a good belly flop, but he's now slowed down. He's got to escape. Trix intoxicates to relieve the pressure on himself. Paradigm survive, as does enemy.
Yeah, just a lot of damage for really nothing.
Crazy engagement over there for, like you said, nothing. Both teams going aggressive. I'm surprised though it just went back and he was feeling himself then.
Yeah, that was crazy. I thought he was going to ult a lot sooner there. He waited pretty long for it. I think he didn't know if he had enough damage or not, but he ended up having to ult or he would have died to the Sobek.
I honestly think Adjust was saving the ult. I think that he thought that 2-on-1 under the tower, the kill was possible without Fear No Evil. And unfortunately, for as much I gave enemy a lot of credit for not pulling the trigger on their ultimates, I think that was a misstep.
Honestly, what happened was he jumped to the monkey expecting Zalia to jump out of his ultimate.
Exactly.
Then drop the Fear No Evil, find the kill. When he used the Fear No Evil on the disengage there, he wasn't really looking for the kill. He was trying to stay alive because he was afraid of Sobek coming in with a charge prey and picking him. Wasn't available to him anyway. And instead he turned around, tried to change it 1-for-1. Great play by both teams, just the calculations between both of them.
Another interesting thing to note, it looks like Sobek's teleport's going to be coming up first, so he's going to be able to back with no problems at all and pick up some items. He's probably going to be able to pick up, can we see Golden Hand, please?
Have a look at that, 1100.
He's going to be able to pick up the first rank of breastplate. It'll help a little bit for this next blue buff fight, but we might see an invade coming up. But Paradigm spots it, and they're just going to help him take the blue buff.
Well, this is what Trixtank does, though. We mentioned it in early games where there was a lot of focus onto Funballer from enemy because they know Trixtank doesn't hang in that lane very often whatsoever. He likes to be in the mid and on the solo side, and they're actually ganking Salt Machine on the right, and he's all alone this time.
Yeah, there's 3 members, and that's
See ya!
Cuvo Fred gets credit for that off the assist of the solo and support.
Left-hand side, enemy trying to make something happen. You saw it just swing around, look for the red buff, just to answer back in some way to that gank attempt. But Paradigm, they're on point right now, and a good answer back evens things up.
Like we were talking about last game, we didn't really see Pain Diviande hit any intoxicates, and right there, right away, we saw Trixtank get a great intoxicate off to finish off the kill.
Really good work from the boys of Paradigm. They've got, like you said, one game at a time, every single one. And this thing for hold right hand side and invade this time from Paradigm.
Yeah, just wants to help out, but he just can't. There's 3 members one more time, and a good wall from Cuvo Fred. Going to make sure just in case. I just got a little excited about it.
Even the Hunters were like positioned over towards the Gold Fury area there for a second, looking at potential rotation if required. Obviously, World Weaver and the Jabalonke Helm and Darkest of Nights both make an impact in these team fights. Which one do you prefer more?
I really like the Darkest of Nights. It blinds everybody on the map no matter what. World Weaver can get blocked. It stuns one target. It's better than Darkest of Nights in some situations, but usually in the late game team fights, a blind and everybody that makes them stop moving and you can't see anything is usually better than one single target stun.
And as the analyst said, the combination with Bacchus' Intoxicate there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, that's one of those interactions that are just, it's a lot of fun to pull off. Sometimes it's not necessary, but when you do get that kill, it's almost inevitably a kill.
And one crazy thing, too, to keep in mind is you could actually not get stunned when you're intoxicated by the Jabalonke if you back or if you go the opposite direction that you're wobbling right as soon as the Jabalonke ends. It's very hard to do, but if you time it right, you don't get stunned. That's one just fun fact.
So if you press back, just as that happens?
Well, no, you have to go the other way that you're not walking, because you know how you stutter back and forth.
It's 2 left, 2 right.
Yeah.
2 left, 2 right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that goes on, but look at this. Just rotating around for Xaylia this time.
Nice ult.
Nice timing of Xaylia with the ultimate. World Weaver was coming in too there. Will connect. Not enough damage to kill Xaylia. But look at this now. Paradigm might be able to position for a Gold Fury off this.
Yeah, we'll take a look. As Lobster, he's going to protect the entrance at the very least. Paradigm starting the Gold Fury. Funball looking towards it. Not quite.
Cuvo's up.
Instead, Cuvo's going to go up in the sky, look directly towards the mid lane. Down on top of Chaos. Bees have been used. Monkey's going to jump into the main. He'll be fine. Chaos, on the other hand,
not going to find him. They don't have the enhance of it. Instead, Football is in trouble. Football is going to try and get away from this, but Lobster did manage to pick up the kill on Pain to Beyond there. I thought Footballer would fall on the stun from Lobster escaping. Salt Machine, a little bit too late in the rotation. He's still trying, though.
Got to keep chasing. Paradigm's low. Needs to catch any mistakes. That's what this rotation is about. They knew the Paradigm was safe if they played it right, but just in case, you go ahead.
They might be trying to do gold and maybe just mids. Yeah, they're calling it off now. Yeah.
Good attempt, though, from Nani to try and answer back there. Funballer, if you saw him, he went into tower range to hit the tower to get the bowlers to branch off and find that pick. But it set Visham up to burst him back. Very, very good play from both teams.
That was awesome.
Love those small interactions again. It's about really understanding your character. We also saw Funball use the ultimate and use that range. That's one of the least thought about things when it comes to Jabalonke. When you use that Jabalonke Darkest of Nights, the obvious that we talked about a lot, but it also increases his basic attack range by so much.
Look at how much they're favoring the blue buff over here. Cuvo Fred was there 5 seconds before the blue buff spawned. Sobex really love their blue buff.
I think it's all about Xaylia as well. Xaylia wants to feel confident in these games. When he's had a good game, when he's a good matchup, he's performed well. He's been in negative matchups and it's not shown very well for him. Salt Machine's had a better time of it. And honestly, Bologna has been a big impact for Salt Machine in these games.
A lot of grouping towards the mid lane now. We just passed the 10-minute mark. Teams starting to think about the Gold Fury. We've seen both of these teams really look at gold and then walk away. Look at gold and then walk away. What kind of opportunity needs to open itself up before we see a big objective?
We either can see a pick or they just need to bait them into Gold Fury. Right now, like I've been saying for this entire tournament, enemy is fine being in this spot. Paradigm needs to make a bigger separation than this. The games, even again, they're fine with going on later and later and later and just keep farming and farming and farming until they hit their full team fight potential.
Yeah, enemy, they don't really have this late game composition. They can't really play this slow game. They have a Neath and a Hunbat, and on the other side there's a Soul and a Jabalonke.
I think enemy's late game team fight's fine. The Neath and the
The Zhonghui?
The Hum bots are still really good. Hum bots has an AoE ult, and he also has crits, so that's good. And the way Vishim's been playing this Neith in the late game, awesome disengagements, really, really good ultimates, and he's still at 80 carry. He's still going to be putting out some damage.
This left-hand side, both the junglers over here. Good wall coming out from Cuvo to try and deny him.
Did he steal that?
Purple away. I'm not sure. I think
he
just
did.
get that buff. Yep. Picks it up and it's going to rotate back to his jungle again.
It's like, thank you very much.
And one thing we spoke about in Super Regionals was amount of front line of gods. It was 3 frontliners were the ones that won the game. As you see, a little bit of a trade-off between the two there, but 3 frontliners on each side this time, because Cuvo on that Thor will play as a frontliner for the most part, and you've also got Pain Divion, Chaos, Zhonghui as a frontliner, trust me, alongside Salt Machine.
Oh yeah, Zhonghui definitely counts as the frontliner.
And then they've still got a Just in the background that can just jump in and out with Pain Divion on the gap.
Salt Machine here will check in one more time. Half HP versus the very, very healthy Zelia on his Sobek. Knocking around Bologna one more time, but she'll be all right thanks to the Scourge.
Yeah, her teleport's coming up soon as well, so she can choose to base if she wants to here. You can see Zelia trying to deny the teleport back to base on that right-hand side. As Cuvo's hanging around the area here to see the speed, but mid lane Darkest of Nights has been used as we're looking for some aggression to Pain. They're just coming in, and it forces a teleport actually from Salt Machine there as well.
I think he's fine with that. Sobek's going to get some tower damage. He might actually be able to take it. Yeah,
that's why we should have teleport. But look at this Pain trying to make something happen. Blink Cataclysm on
he got the hammer, but the perfect beads
was perfectly timed to make sure he could jump to his hammer. And the World Weaver is down as well. Does the tower fall on the right side? It clearly does. Zelia making something happen.
Bacchus might be looking for something here.
Will he look for something in the mid lane now?
Yep, Trick Tank coming around the right-hand side. Looking to jump over the wall. Decides better, going for a more direct approach. Waiting here. He's backing, actually. Bacchus won't be here.
Pain Divion going in with the Blink Cataclysm. That just looked like they were trying to force something here, enemy, because they had the teleporting from Salt Machine. Salt Machine wasted teleport. They were going to lose a tower on the right-hand side anyway, but now it's allowed them to try and make something happen instead. But Paradigm are the one that come out on top.
Wards is what I'm looking at. Last game, we saw Paradigm really punish enemy for not putting down enough wards and take away this sort of free surprise fire giant. We'll take a look at the adjustment enemy has made. There's sentry wards, one just fell. There was 2 sentry wards on the left-hand side. You saw a little bit of vision on the right as well. So enemy right away making that adjustment and dropping a couple of more wards.
Both teams know that the only gap that's going to be created realistically is around this Gold Fury when it finally does fall. We're starting to get to the stage of the game where the Gold Fury will start being worth a little bit more gold as time goes on.
It's interesting. Look at the Hunter's builds. Neith is going into the Ichivo, which he's been doing all tournament. Vedium likes that build.
Yep.
And we see attack speed boots coming out of Shablanque.
He did the reason too.
Yeah, attack speed boots are good on Shablanque because he has 2 steroids. He has the power in his bolas, which is his one, and he also has his passive every time he gets a kill. It looks like a fight might start, but they're just going to both back off.
I think if the front would have landed there, they would have gone for the full burst combo onto him.
Yeah.
But poking it just down a little bit will hurt. Luckily, Bumba's Mask playing effect there with the red buff, just going to be able to heal himself up a little bit, but another wall and double tap. Cuvo's on fire today. He's doing good work.
Just always on point.
Just nice.
Fred playing. Yeah, exactly. Really is, I mean, just good stuff. Thor, Cuvo Fred, always a mechanical player. Going to show off just a little bit. And like you said, poking out. That's really what it is. Not looking for the full engage, just a little bit of poke.
Now, the big key is going to be when the solo lanes start to get involved around the Gold Fury. Now, the tower's over that right-hand side. Obviously, we know the tier 1's fallen, but now we can see Salt Machine starting to answer back in this lane once more. He should be able to put some tower pressure on as well. When the teleports come into play, that's when it'll happen.
Look at the gold. Salt Machine was able to build himself up a 400 gold lead just from the early game from Sobek getting pushed into the tower over and over again. That's pretty big, and that's what we're seeing why the gold is spread out a little bit. Paradigm still is in favor, but they should be ahead a little bit more. If Salt Machine didn't have that lead, I feel like it wouldn't be enemy wouldn't be as good as a spy as they are right now.
Yeah, it would have been a little less detrimental for them. Paradigm though 2-1 in this game so far. Balance most of the time on a knife edge. This one could still go either way.
Yeah, I love the way you said that. Balanced on a knife's edge, because just as well as it's balanced there, we've seen this game get sliced open very quickly in the past couple of matches.
Trickstone trying to zone them out from coming back to mid there, but with the support, is that Cuvo going to scan? No, it wasn't. It was Lobster doing that. I thought Cuvo was going up, but Zelia's made a rotation in here to support those Harpies on the right.
But did we see Zelia start with a starter item? He already sold it if he did, and he picked up a Void Stone. And the reason why is because Bacchus does so much damage with the Void Stone and also Soul. This item makes 3 people do a crazy amount of damage. And having this and selling your starter item to get it, I kind of like it. It's kind of interesting at the same time, but I like it. I think it's smart. If they get into a team fight, it's going to give them a lot of power.
But I absolutely love it too. Magic resistance as well, as we watch Pain Divion take
Look at that poke through a Geb shield too.
Yeah. Well, that's Soul, right?
Yeah.
That's just what Soul does, the poke from range and the slow applied as well.
And the Thor double tap.
Going back to the voice zone again though, it gives you magical protection as well as magical reduction on the enemy team. So it allows the extra mages to do more damage.
Yep.
This is really the fun part of watching these super high-end matches, is that all of these items that aren't really traditionally purchased, we see them at this end because all of the niche, really, the situations that they're useful really make them matter when you're playing against players of this caliber.
Void Stone's purchased a lot. I feel what the niche part about it is that he sold his starter item to pick it up so early. That's the interesting part about it.
I think it's because they know the Golf Fury is going to be such an important thing. Hold that fort, right-hand side, aggression coming out onto Salt Machine, but he doesn't back away for an inch.
Not at all.
Tries to time the Eagles right to avoid the burst, but
World
just
Weaver
coming in there. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but yeah, World Weaver was caught in mid because it was being channeled onto Zalia.
Yeah, I think it was one of these players that are finding themselves right here in the jungle, sort of by the fire giant.
By Trix's health there, looks like it just caught him on the rotation. And Funball is still in the duo lane though, continuing to farm up. Visham's made a rotation to mid lane now. Going to start heading back over towards this Gold Fury with his team.
Yeah, Funball is extremely happy with doing this. Shablanca does more damage than Neith in team fights, but I like how enemies' team comp synergizes with each other a little bit better than Paradigm's. I feel like Paradigm has more damage, and if they're able to burst down one of the backliners, I feel like they could take the game really easily, but enemies' comp is just more overall. They could kind of do whatever they want. They could have Salt Machine go in, they could have Pain go in, they could just wait for a counter initiate, they could initiate an objective. They have a lot of options. I feel like Paradigm's comp is they have a lot of damage to the frontliners or they have a lot of damage to the backliners. So I feel like it's kind of a weird mix.
Zalia right now being aggressed on by Salt Machine, but this is just more of the same. We're watching these solo laners go back and forth, really just, and what that is, it's interesting because that's just waiting for the opportunity. Eventually, a jungler is going to come, and if you keep fighting, then you don't show your cards. If you only fight when your jungler is there,
we go. We might
obvious.
get a Thor gank. Speaking about junglers,
he's hanging around the corner here looking for a bit of Visham. Funballer happy to trade, but I think Visham should smell something out. Gives it a good backflip.
We got him coming around the back.
But yeah, just with the blink in, Fina Weevil Cubo uses beats and ultimate to escape that engagement, and he will get out before Pain Divion can reach round from behind.
Yeah.
And if that was late game, if we see that again coming out of Cubo and he tries to ult up in front of him, there's a Humbots and a niche shooting. So if they get hit, they're dead.
Salt Machine finds himself in the mid lane. Making the rotation from the right side of the map. Zalia, on the other hand,
Gold Fury.
No, Gold Fury already down low. Here comes Trix. A little bit too late. Enemy get the Gold Fury. That's the first real objective of the map at 20 minutes.
Trying to answer back here immediately.
Pain
Divion. Get to the backside though from Chaos. They will fight Pain. Maybe no. Eagles really up alive for a second. Footballer gets a stack, but on the backside, they're Lobster.
They could wall Salt Machine. They did.
There it is. Salt Machine stuck in the middle, and he's in the middle of 3 Paradigm jerseys.
Just now jumps in, trying to support somersaults away. The flip comes off from Zalia, doesn't find it. Good backflip from Visham to disengage as well. Big talking point there is the Gold Fury goes to enemy, relatively uncontested.
Yeah, I think there was a good trade of Geb for a Gold Fury. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'd trade you for a Gold Fury, bro.
Hindu, how could you?
I'm sorry.
Mid lane tower goes down. Paradigm does what they can to stop the bleeding. 500 gold taken off, and that basically evens up the game one more time.
Hang on, he say evens up the game, but there is an experience difference here between these two teams, and it's in Paradigm's favor here.
Yep.
How is this?
He literally stopped his back. Sorry.
How is it? You're such a troll. You're like, oh. How did this experience league gather itself for Paradigm here, Raw? What is the difference? Where does it come from?
It's just how they're farming. I feel like Sobek made some weird rotations. That's how they got the experience lead on him.
Right.
I feel like Bologna did as well, but they were able to stay in the lanes longer and farm. And they've been waiting a long time at these buffs. Like again, right there, they waited 5 seconds for the blue buff to spawn.
But it's Cubo was one of the experience advantage there. As we look at mid lane now, being pressured down by 4 members. Not many people here to defend. Trix trying to body block a little bit of Visham's auto attacks. But round the back comes Salt Machine to zone out Fumble. Trixtag still here. Zalia already priming the ultimate to go in and look for the burst damage. And Chaos gets stomped on as well. Bursted as well. Fair no evil from Adjust. And a good shield from Pain Divion keeps Chaos healthy. Cubo's in trouble. Very low on mana. Ghost chasing him down. As is the monkey on his back. Now we're going to see
Lobster comes over the top and finishes off Chaos.
Two members of Paradigm very, very low in the mid lane. Zelia's going to join them. Salt Machine's going to stop Trickstank in his tracks. Just off of the assist. Picks up a kill.
That's the overhand smash of Visha with the end-hand finds it. Salt Machine looking for the bloodshed, doesn't find it. Fumballer, Lobster is here. He's not going to find the damage he wants, but they do defend the tier 2.
Beautiful defense coming out from Paradigm, but it's not without a price. 3 members take a spill. Lobster and Funball, the only ones that did not die. Enemy, they're going right for it. Salt Machine backs, Salt Machine teleports, Salt Machine tanks. This tier 2 tower is down.
And this is what we saw yesterday. Salt Machine runs into the tower, starts tanking up, and gives them a shield so they can just take the towers faster and faster. We saw that last year with TSM in Worlds, and now it's Enemy instead.
Enemy in a very good spot now. That 3,000 gold lead, they've evened up the experience difference too between the two sides, and they're looking over towards his right-hand side a little more now.
I like this. They're taking their time to get ward coverage as they walk back into their buffs. Right now, Paradigm has some pretty good wards up of their own,
yeah, I like those.
Enemy controls the Fire Giant wards right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggressive vision coming out from Paradigm, and they're just now going to go ahead and take out the objective vision as well. So Paradigm, they know where Enemy want to go, are, and will go.
And that's why they just walk straight out base, straight up to the Fire Giant, clear it up, because they know Enemy have to back. They can catch somebody here.
Beads a little bit too late.
He gets a good route off, though, which was important to stop the chase coming out from the rest of Paradigm there. But Beads being down for now means that they can try and look for something.
Look at how powerful Beads 3 were there. He mistimed the flop beads, and he beads while he was in the air. The Thor wall came out after. If he just waited a split second longer, that would have been a kill on Vedium.
Oh, yeah.
Funballer rotating to the right to help support here, because it looks like Enemy, they're looking for potentially the blue buff, which is due up soon here, or catch people on the rotation through the jungle to look to defend on this solo lane.
Right now, Enemy, they've got 3 players here in the right lane by themselves, 2 in the jungle waiting to go ahead and join. They're looking for something. Vision has been dropped. We'll make a decision. Enemy right now. Let's ride along with them and hear what they are thinking about making for their next move.
Again, don't fight. Wait for beats.
Yeah, wait for beats. Yeah,
we can fight if they force it to. For hammer?
Yeah. For hammer? I'm ready for beats.
Wins your beats.
They're
group mid.
Yeah, just back
up. Just back up. Wins your beats.
Time on beats.
Let's score it.
Wait, who are you talking about? We should
I'll push right.
Okay,
I can hold.
Pay the gold. Connor ward gold, pay the gold. I have a ward
I'm gonna do purple. Yeah, I'll help you.
We're aggressive. Connor warding.
I'm going purple.
Nice. Purple now. They're gonna come into us, take the fight. It's gonna be a good fight.
I have beads.
Marcus has no magic protection.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright, we look at gold then. Beads are up for everybody.
Push the
You have teleport, right, Salt?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. 3 in the right. Yo,
oh my god.
Go. Salt, get out.
Salt, just get out.
Go. Free go.
Don't go fire. If he doesn't get out. It's okay. Burn.
You guys
Solo's
can do it.
Solo's coming. All of them are coming.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Report to Salt. Oh, you're dead. Yeah. That's alright.
Get gold. You have to rotate the fire now.
It's fine.
Wait, stop.
Beautiful.
Soul fire.
Do not full commit.
All by design, 100% by design.
But look at this, it looks like they want to try and side Fire Giant did Paradigm there. They know the goal was down and they're actually looking for Vicium. They're not going to find him, they'll blick away. So back to the waist.
3-man stun.
3-man catches him into a roof from Vicium. But flip back in from Zalio onto Pain with football around the corner. The Geb is in trouble. But here comes Chaos to support. Pain Divion is still alive, only for a second. And Justo is chasing on the backside as a flop from Trickstap comes in.
Is Adjust chasing Lobster, or is Lobster chasing Adjust? It's Lobster. Adjust takes the spill.
Look at Vicium though, pushing back 3 alone there on that Neath. Really good play to keep themselves in that. The Fire Giant still stands, and it comes out on top for Enemy.
Enemy did get the Gold Fury, but Paradigm was able to pick up 3 kills. Yeah. It was, I don't know, it's hard to say who really came out on top there. I feel like kills are worth a lot right now. It looks like Enemy got the better of this because Paradigm wasn't really able to get much off of this. They might get ward coverage, and that might lead into a Fire Giant later in this game. So we'll see right now if Enemy or Paradigm could take advantage of this.
It's a good gold lead though for Enemy as well here. Just over 4,000 gold rather, with that going down. The experience is still even though the fight went well for Paradigm there afterwards. I still think the Gold Fury made a big impact of that. That second Gold Fury is generally the one that starts to break your team's back. But when you spread that gold out amongst the team, it's still less than 1,000 each. 26 minutes in and looking at the speed buff now. Our Paradigm looking to try and find something out here. What would you be looking for here, Aurora, if you are Paradigm? Are we looking for a potential pick here?
Yeah, pick or just, it's hard to say right now. I feel like they need to get a pick or they need to just hit the front line as hard as possible with the Xbalanque Soul combo. If they're able to do that and pick off one of their heavy tanks in either the Zhang, Bologna, or Geb, that'll be really good for them. Like they did in the right lane. They picked out Salt Machine and it led into a really, really good team fight for them.
Well, let's have a little listen to the Paradigm comms here. They're up against it. It's 2-1 in favor of enemy.
Yeah, we go good poke. I'm low 20.
Now look for it, look for it, look for it.
Group for pick. I can go back for heavily now.
Go for it.
Heavily.
Can I keep in?
I'm back. Yeah, I can.
Wait. We'll. No. Not yet.
Come.
Just look for it.
Yeah. Give us back. No, he's not.
I'm start. So hey.
Go on, Bologna. Bologna back. Retreat. Chill. Help him.
I have a
all fine. Holding. Go. Go mid. I'm ulting.
I'm on chaos.
Peace out. Careful, Freddy.
Chaos, strong.
I'm dead.
I got Nate open.
That's in you. Oh, get out. Did you follow him, Fred?
Yeah,
Freddy,
of course.
You shouldn't have.
The low.
Yeah. We're still in a good spot. It's fine.
Yeah, we can still fight them.
Just healing up a bit. I'm an ultimate 30.
Don't let him back though. Oh.
Let's wait for me, I think it's best to wait for me. Yeah.
You gotta
be with us. Give me the skills. Thought we could catch him. No. We saw you got the only one that can go through the set build.
Heavily up at 45. I used it a bit too early to be fair. I thought it was gonna get
full times.
They're all grouping again.
I'm ultimate 13.
Only one keyword. Just chill, go back. Fall back.
I'm ulting here. Ulting for peel.
Fuck, I got changed.
They're low.
I couldn't get out of that.
Get off more.
Get on Salt.
Probably dead.
I got completely changed.
Back in the fight as we watch Fumbola fall down here. Looks like we're going to see enemy push on, looking for the kill onto Lobster. It falls two.
There's 5 members of enemy. There's 1 member of Paradigm. And that is going to hurt a lot for the European squad.
Big thing to talk about as this Phoenix falls down was the comms of Paradigm. They sounded excited. Cuvo tried to make a big play on a Just, but a good turnaround from enemy really worked out well for them. And then the worst thing is that Lobster, one of the quietest men in the history of Europe, is the loudest person I could hear on the comms afterwards.
Yeah, Lobster right here. One of the things that Lobster has been so good for this Paradigm team as enemy starts out the Fire Giant is he is the rock. He is the one person that keeps this, that keeps everything going through thick or thin. Lobster's the guy that keeps the team grounded. So it's important to have him making those statements and calls. Right now, though, doesn't look good for Lobster and his squad. Enemy sitting pretty up, almost 10 grand. Fire Giant, tower falls. Enemy's gonna back and make a look for a final push.
At first, when they pushed down mid, it looked like enemy could almost finish the game, but then you look to the sides, both towers stand on both sides.
That's
4
true.
towers. The Titans going to be very strong with those towers up.
Very, very true. That's one of the reasons we didn't see the potential end there. Even though it's 30 minutes into the game and the respawns are getting there right now, but this experience in gold lead, that's not that bad right now in terms of experience because it relatively doesn't matter. But the gold is making more of an impact as time's gone on. These fights, I think Cuvo just overextended a little bit, and I think he went on a different target to everybody else in that engagement.
Yeah, that fight between Cuvo and Adjust just summed up the series. I feel like if enemy ends up winning that, that's probably one of the biggest fights in the series, because if Cuvo came out on top, Paradigm might have had a chance to do Fire Giant there.
And the funny thing is, I believe Vishem once again was involved in that because he got the World Weaver off to just help turn it around and help out his boy in the jungle. The sign of enemy and their strength as a whole team unit.
And another thing to look at too, Jean-Qui went into the center of 5 people and took out Xbalanque and then just walked out with his beads fine. So Chaos has been playing this Jean-Qui amazing. I feel like he's the top Jean-Qui in the world right now.
I feel like he's the only Jean-Qui. I have sat here all day yesterday. I don't like the Jean-Qui. We saw it in Super Regionals. You buy a shell, it's over, it's done with. Chaos has performed on it, it's worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the left-hand tower falls one more time.
And he's made multiple plays on it. He's made big team fight plays, the teleport play.
That's what I'm saying.
That was crazy.
That's what I'm saying. It's not just, hey, I'm Jean-Qui and I'm going to do it. He's making these plays that we don't see. We don't see these stuns happen. We don't see these heals interact the way Chaos is making it work.
Tier 2 on the right now falls down, and the boys of Enemy marching on with their fire giant. There's got a little bit of time remaining still. Good amount to start sieging this Phoenix on the right-hand side.
All 5 looking
Twitch
here.
misses that
Quick
flop.
Tank jumps in.
That's not
Belly
good.
flop off the mark. Intoxicate hits 4. Soars in the air. Looking for the counter engage. Lands on 2. Gets a stun. Adjusts. Turning it around with a big overhand smash.
Chaos, though, had the extra protections from his order. Adjusted a back shot to the monkey and finds the kill on Cubo. He's juking out Fumble. Flop comes in, but look at Salt Machine. He kills him.
It's on the back.
Still there. And Azalea falls too. North America. Enemy are going to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, your North American dark horse Enemy has fought through thick and thin. No one thought they would make it, and they are going to the finals.
3 U teams came, 2 have now fallen. An Enemy are the ones to stand supreme. They've defeated Fnatic, they've defeated Paradigm. Who will they face in the finals?
Oh my, there are 6 people that thought that this team could do it. They are on that stage, and wherever Clerky is, they knew that this team would be able to do it. And you know what? After watching these games here at Worlds, I can't believe anybody ever questioned them.
To be fair, we all questioned them from the start. This was a rookie team that was picked up. We said 7th, 8th from the Pro League. Good luck, have fun. Don't know what you were thinking, Pim Divion. That's what the community was saying as well. Everyone thought the same way. Listen to the crowd.
All of a sudden,
Enemy.
I hear an arena chanting for Enemy. This is an enchanting game. I want to hear everything. Kelly, let's talk to Enemy.
Thank you so much, After I'm joined here by Enemy, guys. So how do you guys feel about him? You know what? Since the Super Regionals, since the splits, people have been doubting you guys, but I don't think anyone here is doubting you anymore. How do you feel about your players, Payne?
I have no voice anymore. I should yell too much in the game, so I can't say. Good job, boys. You're the best. I love you all. You're carrying me to Worlds. Now you're giving me money for pressing 4 on Capri. I love it. Thank you. You're the best.
Now, I know some of you probably weren't here earlier, and some of you might not know, but it's actually Vicium's birthday. So, can we get a happy birthday on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. How are you feeling, man? I'm gonna move right over here.
I'm feeling great. This is the best 16th birthday present I could have ever gotten.
Wait, 16? Yeah. It's cool, a 16-year-old about to win a few $100,000. How does that feel?
Feels great. I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, congratulations, you guys, and good luck going up against the finals tomorrow. Guys, let's go back to the analysts.
Vamos nuevamente con el tema de las 200 gemas.
What a game we just witnessed there, folks. Enemy are going to the finals. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Test. Lots of stuff to break down here. You know, the streak is over. My streak of calling things right has come to an end. But you know what, though? I'm not yeah, I know, right? You're the 1 and 3 and 1. I think, you know, I would just say this. For Enemy, a lot of people sold them out. They, you know, sold them off. They were just like, hey, they're not going to do this. Paradigm, #1 team out of Europe, too good. And for a moment there, it looked like Paradigm were in full control. Actually, I want to go over to you because this one definitely stings the nostrils, I would say. What do you think about it?
Feels bad, man. That kind of sums it up, you know. But we still have Epsilon, right? Adapting and the rest of the boys. Easy. Cloud9's going down. EU to win Worlds. Still calling it.
Still gone.
No, but seriously, well played, though, too.
Talk about the wrap-up to that game, Adonis. Obviously, very intense moment there for Enemy as they were just looking to clear everyone out. What exactly happened in that situation?
I mean, it's just Enemy executing their comp perfectly, and once again,
Estás muy bajito, así que estoy. A ver, vamos a cambiarle un poquito la.
The combat's working so well for them. Just the assassins and junglers and frontliners are just able to dive their back line, and there's no protection for their carries. And
la transmisión.
Phenomenal performance on Soul. 2 games in a row. He carried last
Ya,
game and
creo que ahí se bajó. Sí, vamos a ver, les voy a mandar después de nuevo todo lo que es el link para que puedan llevarse a 200 gemas. Vamos a tirar de igual manera que el juego anterior vía chat. Acuérdense de entrar, tienen que entrar con su cuenta en juego LevelUp. Ahí les dejé la página con un acortador, así que estén atentos. Les voy a dar unos minutos para que puedan abrir la página, loguearse, ¿no es cierto? Les voy a dar 3 minutos para que estén atentos. Así que apuren. No se escucha nada, ¿estás seguro que no se escucha nada? ¿De verdad? Tendré que subirle, bueno, vamos a subirle entonces a... Enemy win today.
You know, you just have to give him props that he just played better than earlier today by a mile.
Okay, I want to ask you guys something real quick. Heading into the tournament, who would you say
Ahí sí se escucha, ¿no? Espero que ahora sí se escuche bien. Lo subí en 90, si lo subo a 100 va quizá a colapsarse. Ya chicos, acuérdense que les voy a dar un código de 200 gemas para LevelUp, así que tienen que poner la página de LevelUp. Yo se las voy a dar de nuevo. Ahí está la página de LevelUp para que puedan loguearse. Tienen que estar atentos porque les voy a dar el código directo para 200 gemas. Se los voy a mandar a través de con espacios, para que no se alarmen.
Come to land, they are just destroying everyone.
It's that the team fights and the comps, they are playing, you know, they're picking perfectly, and you say it over and over, they are, and because it's true, you know, they pick these comps and then they execute them perfectly every single time. It's like a, you know, they see an event and then they respond correctly, and then the team fight unfolds always in their favor.
Yeah, for the most part,
ya pasaron los 3 minutos, así que atentos. Voy a tirar el código con espacios entre medio. Tienen que ponerlo en la página de LevelUp, en donde dice redimir código.
Paradigm needs to go back to the drawing board for next season, make sure that they have those drafts figured out, because Enemy is the best drafter in the entire world right now.
Well, but even then, though, I think more so it's, yeah, I mean, yes, the drafts do make sense, and that is one portion of the game, but as I, you know, jokingly referenced to yesterday, I mean, it's still a video game after all. You still need to actually play the game, and the one thing that Paradigm does, you know, I would say not so well, is being able to work together and team fight their opponent, and that has happened. We saw that breakdown every time. And then speaking of breaking down, when you jumped into the comms for that listening,
oh, that was bad.
It sounded like someone killed their cat. And it's like, well, you know what, man, your cat's still alive. It's still in this, you know, like, believe. And it just, I don't know. I mean, like, that actually really did catch me off guard. I was expecting more hype out of a team that had their backs against the wall, knew that this was their last opportunity to make it to the finals, and yet it just sounded depressing.
It was so bad, especially, you know, even
Se viene el código, chicos, atentos por 200 gemas a través de Gemas LevelUp y gracias a nuestro hermoso bolsillo de Smite Chile. Atentos. Ahí les dejé el código, son 200 gemas. Recuerden enviar una foto a través de nuestro fanpage para esas 200 gemas que le acabamos de enviar con muchos espacios. Ahí Trauco hizo la maravilla de mandarles nuevamente la página para que estén atentos. Esos son de mi bolsillo para todos ustedes, para que estén felices. Vuelvo en unos minutos.
Wasn't there, and I think that's why we saw the bad team fights, because they weren't communicating effectively.
Yeah, and then that is unfortunate without a doubt. But for Enemy, it is good times through and through. As you can see right there, our first finalist here, Enemy moves forward past Paradigm in what was one of the craziest matches of this entire competition here. And coming up next, it is going to be the semifinal that everyone in here has been eagerly anticipating. Cloud9 versus Epsilon Esports will be your second semifinal match of the day. But before we actually
Chicos, si les aparece redimidos porque alguien fue más rápido que ustedes. Esa es toda la magia. La foto anterior ya la mandaron, después se las voy a mostrar para que la vean, ¿eh? Saludos, vuelvo en unos minutos.
Giving a lot, and I think this is going to be a good opportunity to take a look and recap some of those charity initiatives that HirezStudios did.
Hey everyone, I'm Garrett Mahelli from the HirezStudios PR department, and today we just want to talk to you a little bit about what an awesome year it has been for charity. So if you remember, earlier this year we had the Spring Fling charity event where we had some SBL teams from North America and Europe join us here in the Hirez office. There was some pie in the face, there was some cat food that got eaten, and Hitman barfed. It was wonderful. Thank you guys so much. But you were able to raise over $17,000 for the American Cancer Society. Later in the year, we also had the Nepal relief chest. You guys remember that? There was the earthquake that displaced people, and the chest went to help Red Cross in their efforts to help everyone in and around Nepal. You guys raised $200,000 for that across PC and Xbox, which is absolutely amazing. Later that year, we also had the second annual Esports Summerland, where you guys raised another $2,600 for Red Cross. Now, the 2015 holiday chess promotion going on in-game. We've worked with Child's Play charity a couple times in the past to raise money for children's hospitals across the world. And this time around, you guys have raised already $170,000 all before Christmas. So we just want to say thank you to everyone in the Smite community for helping us give to these awesome events throughout the year. We can't thank you guys enough, and it is an honor and a privilege to be part of a community that gives back so much. Thank you again, and we're looking forward to next year, 2016. Take care, guys.
Thank you guys so much. If you guys have seen HirezStudios' streams before, you guys are probably aware that we love to be a part of charities. And last year we became we partnered up with Child's Play during the Child's Play Chest. And it is my privilege to show you guys all that we have raised $244,000 to Child's Play. Child's Play is an organization with a network of over 100 hospitals that seeks to improve the lives of kids by bringing toys and video games to those who need it most. Kristen, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to thank the Smite community so much. This is absolutely incredible. This is a perfect example of how we can share our love of video games and have fun and also raise money for a fantastic cause. Child's Play, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Smite community and HirezStudios, for making this possible. This is absolutely incredible.
Stu, as the president of the company, I'm sure it's great to be able to bring a game to so many people, but also to be able to be a part of a charity. How does that feel? And you know what? Why don't you send us off as well?
Okay. First of all, this is all about you guys, Smite community. You guys did this, not us. So give yourselves a really big hand. Raise your dongers for that one. And, you know, every child deserves to play. This is deserves a chance to play. This is a charity we've worked with several times in the past. They're fantastic. You know, I encourage everyone to continue to support them in the various ways that you can. And thank you again, Smite fans, and we'll be right back after a break.
Favorite memory is Game 5 of Worlds against Titan when we got the Fire Giant self-dashed over the wall and he hit the 3-man route into the Silo and we just destroyed Titan.
我表现最好的一场比赛应该是在16进8，我们对战EC 男队的那一场，我的克罗诺斯抓住对面一波失误，然后最后翻盘。
One of my favorite memories as my pro player would be probably PAX Prime. That was my first LAN event. We got second place. It was with Denial Esports. I was playing with Mesa to Face, Jeff Inla, Pon, and I think Rush back at the time. And that team was like an amazing team. All the players were great, both players and as persons. So yeah, it was a blast. I loved it.
我个人觉得我表现的最好一场是和 QG 决赛的最后一场。
Oh, I definitely have a favorite memory. Back it was about 2 years ago, I think, the launch tournament. It was my birthday, and obviously we won the tournament, which was probably the biggest moment, and nothing will probably not top that.
Creo que había una competición que yo no estaba jugando muy bien, y si nosotros no ganásemos los partidos del torneo, yo no tenía más equipo porque ellos irían me sacar. Entonces, como para mí fue ganar o ganar, porque si yo había perdido, yo no estaría acá, yo no estaría cerca de viajar para un mundial, representando Brasil y también Latinoamérica.
Must have been when we won the kickoff LAN, like when the Pro League started in Germany, because we came in as last seed, and this first LAN I've ever been to. We didn't think that much of us back then, because then again we almost didn't make it there, and then we came there and we won the whole thing, so that was really good.
我觉得我这个赛季每一场表现都比较一般吧。如果要说的话，可能是之前对 OMG 那场败者组第一局吧，我的人头比较多，然后死的也比较少 ，KD 比较高。
Favorite memory? There was one time we were about to win the game, and I went to their fountain, and I bought a rod of Tahuti, and I heard Bart go on the thing. He goes, "Man, what a play!" You know, even though the game ended literally 2 seconds later.
我觉得我这个赛季表现最好的是4强里面的第一把吧。对面疯狂针对我，20分钟一个蓝 buff 都没拿到，还是顶住压力开瑞了吧。
My favorite memories as my pro player is really the first time I've been casted. It was in the Challenger Cup, like Amateur Cup. And so it's not really a big game, but I got casted by DM Brandon, and I was playing already solo at that time. I used to be a mid lane player, but I played draw and I hit a triple snipe. And DM Brandon was really hyping the play up, and it was just a good feeling seeing it on stream, seeing everything. It was amazing.
Probably like the last few days. Just, you know, when we were playing online, it was cool, like, I guess we're professional Smite players, but it's only like the last few days it sort of like hit me that, like, you know, this is a real thing, and it's been quite exciting.
All right, everyone, we're back here at the Alienware Analyst Desk, and we're getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Epsilon Esports. Should be one heck of a matchup. Of course, guys, I am Golden Boy, joined by, of course, my partner in crime. That is what your title is now. We're not partners in crime. We're together, so fist bump it, explode it, fizzle away. That's right, baby girl. All right, and of course, the one and only Adonis, and joining us as well, ever so handsome. I had jokes prepared, but I'm not going to say them, okay? Because everyone was saying it's Savage Saturday here, and we were being very mean. So I'm going to be nice, okay? He has nice hair, okay? And
which one, me?
One and only Anna. Let's calm down there, okay? It's not too nice. We have Anatoly, and of course, he is the soft-spoken, ever so lovable, and in fact, probably the most charismatic human being on the face of this earth. QE3Q. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see this game against Epsilon and C9. It'll be probably the best game of today.
That's right. I'm actually really excited for it as well. Anatoly, what about you?
I'm excited to see the solo lane matchup in this matchup. It's going to be very exciting. These guys share a lot of god pools, similar to the junglers, actually, between these two teams.
Yeah, you know, the Anister versus adapting debate has been going on forever. North America versus Europe. and it always boils down to those two players. Adapting has been the best player in Europe, in my opinion, in Season 2. And Anister, I think, since the beginning of competitive Smite, has been one of, if not the best junglers in North America. He's had his ups and downs, but he's come swinging, I think, at least at the end of Season 2. So I expect to see an explosive jungle matchup.
All right, then. Well, you know what, folks? Let's go ahead. Speaking of Anister, let's actually introduce you all, if you're just joining us, to Epsilon Esports.
Epsilon Esports. Baby. Adapting. Yeah, man. HirezStudios. Baby Lito.
All right, folks, my bad. I had a little bit of a brain fart there and said Anister. It happens. It happens when you get my age. You're just old. It's embarrassing. You just have gas. In any case, though, you just gotta call it like it is. All right, Adapting. Got to talk about this young man,
Yes.
very talented player.
Adapting right now, mechanics have been, probably some of the best in Smite, and most notable for his Thor play. But that hasn't even been anything he's been focusing on so far. This guy's God pool runs so deep, and just look at that KDA, 8.7 over all of Season 2, right? And this is spring and summer too, when Epsilon wasn't even this dominating force. This guy has been the primary carry on this team for a long time.
Yeah, he makes a lot of plays for his team, and his God pool, like you mentioned, is very versatile. He's only had one poor game from what I remember, which was the Thanatos game against Fnatic in the online SPL, and ever since then, he's actually turned it around, and he's just been dominating.
I mean, this team's been an unstoppable force, right? I mean, posting one of the best records in SPL. I mean, they're just such a talented squad. All right, what about for you, QE? What do you think about not only Adapting, but also Demi, too? Because if you talk about Epsilon, you got to talk about these young men. Again, so talented. And here is that Mercury play, as a matter of fact, which was pretty cool stuff, without a doubt.
And Mercury probably going to be a pretty contested pick between Anister and Adapting. We know both these players have had a history of playing it. But, a lot of what Epsilon's strength comes from is the soul lane. And look at that, 8.7 KDA for Adapting, phenomenal. And then Demi right here, 11.4. He's known as literally the Undying because he does not die. 28 games in the fall split, 15 deaths.
That's insane.
Nothing this tournament either. I don't think he's died yet.
Demi's so dominant. He plays any god at such a high level, and he has such a immense god pool. It's really hard to stop Demi doing what he does.
Yeah, it's like, I had talked about it yesterday, and I did want to shed some light on it. Like, do you feel that if they're able to, get a couple deaths onto Demi, that's going to probably shake things up a little bit?
Yes, but you don't want to focus Demi. That's the thing, right? If you're focusing the guy who doesn't die, that's a problem because more than likely he's going to get away with it, right?
Yeah.
And if you put all that effort into him trying to kill Demi and it doesn't work because, you don't expect it to work. He's so good at escaping ganks, so good at escaping, even 3v1s under his, on tower I've seen him get out of. If you put that much effort into it, it's a losing matchup for C9.
Yeah, Epsilon is going to definitely take advantage if you do focus Demi, specifically going to go focus on the dual lane or perhaps maybe steal early Gold Fury. Epsilon is a team that likes to do early objectives. They're not afraid to challenge the enemy team, so that's something that could be in their books.
Also, I want to talk about the support player for this team, too. Figure we might as well, right? You had mentioned before his deep god pool, iRaffer. What do you think about his potential here for Cloud9? Surely they're thinking about, this as well. Like, there's not much you could do, right, at that case. Am I correct? I mean, there's not much you could ban out for him because he's just going to find something else to use.
Yeah, iRaffer kind of fits the team composition that, whatever. Sometimes, players or teams will run, we're going to switch up our jungle, we're going to switch up our solo, we're going to switch up our mid, depending to fit the comp. And that's kind of iRaffer's job on Epsilon. It's whatever's going to help his team, help his carries get ahead. That's what he's going to do. And, just yesterday we saw a phenomenal Ymir play.
Yeah, Raffer is pretty aggressive, actually. He likes to set up things for Emilito, and especially for Adapting to support him and make him do the plays.
And not only the aggressiveness of Ymir, but he also likes to play passive gods like Sylvanas, and he'll play anything in between as well from that.
Yeah. Do you think that we are going to see Ymir again, potentially?
I think it's definitely a possibility. I mean, it worked so well yesterday, and I don't think, there's any reason to not pick it up if you're looking to specifically pick off the enemy support. That's typically what Ymir's best at, is picking off opponent supports, walling them off on the rotations. That's what we saw him focus on Badja yesterday on that Khepri.
Yeah, you can't obviously dash through the Ymir wall, so he's going to be picked off every single time. You just freeze and then focus him down.
All right, well, it's going to be tough without a doubt for Epsilon, because their opponents are not only the crowd favorites here, but they're also the 2015 Smite World Championships champions, here to defend their title, and it's none other than Cloud9.
Cloud9, G2A. Baskin. Gandimster. MLC Steel. Jeff Hindler. Barracuda.
And there you see them, Cloud9, as they get ready for their matchup here. One that everyone that I talked to yesterday as I was walking through this venue were eagerly anticipating. And I think they've identified that the camera's on them. So
Just look at, did you see Anister though? He is I think he's practicing like a 1v1 versus Robot right now, but he is so intense. That kid is ready to play right now. You can just see his hands.
Well, he knows the matchup that's in front of him, right? And Insur, right, to get it correct. And adapting. This is going to be a tough one for him, So I would imagine that there's a lot of pressure that's going to be put on him. I mean, one thing you had noted before was that he is the main shot caller for this team, right? So if anyone's going to be focused, it's this guy. He wants to make sure that everyone is playing at tip-top condition, because against a team like Epsilon, there's no other option. So, QE, we'll start with you. How do you feel about Cloud9 here? Again, just to reference the people I were talking to out there, they said, I think Cloud9's going to take it. I want Cloud9 to take it, but Epsilon is a scary team.
Hey, Epsilon is pretty scary, but I think Cloud9 is prepared for this matchup. I think they expected it to face Epsilon, and I think they're really prepared and really excited to play against them.
Do you think that they expected to play Epsilon? This
from
was
the start, yeah.
From the start, right? This was kind of the matchup that was built up, of course, when Fnatic went down to the bottom. That kind of threw ideas out there, but still Epsilon able to overcome. What do you think about Anister? We're going to talk to you, Adonis, about this, because I know that you're a fan of him. You had noted him in the first portion of the notes. Anister versus Adapting. This is the big deal here. He's one of the star players for this team. What do you think?
I think Anister is phenomenal, and he does such a good job of directing MLC Stealth and Jeff Hindler, the core. And that's what's very important about Smite. Although it's become less about that and more about the carries rotating, the core is still important. Your support, jungle, and mid laner. And Anister is phenomenal in these smaller 2v2 and 3v3 situations. He's been known to make sure to camp Stealth. That allows Stealth to get very aggressive. And I expect to see this matchup in the mid and jungle dynamic to be pretty intense. I do expect to see Anister looking for some early kills.
I think that's the strongest part of about C9. Their mid-game, early game, mid-camps fights with Anister, MLC, and Jeff. They're pretty strong together. They have a pretty good synergy.
Yeah, when you've been around as long as C9 has been, your 3v3 synergy between those three roles has to be very high and strong, and this is why they're so successful. They make these plays in the jungle, and they just snowball it with little gains, either taking the enemy's buff or looking to put pressure on a tower, or maybe stealing a gold tree.
It's going to be tough for Anister and the rest of the crew, as we've noted numerous times here, but another player that we have to talk about is Jeff, the sexual beast incarnate Hindler, the one and only. This guy, one of my favorite bits about Jeff Hindler is that, in the notes, I'll always reference this. You just literally put Jeff the Sex Hindler Canadian.
Yeah, he's from Canada.
That was the only feedback that I had. So I have no material here. I just have that he's Canadian. But that's all I need to know.
You know, he used to lane with Payne Deviant, you know, the support player for Enemy, and they were the Canadian duo. They're the two-man that were together for so long. And, you know, Jeff Hinla has been a support. Not many players start out as supports, because support, you know, let's be honest, sometimes it's not the most fun role. But Jeff Hinla, he loves protecting players. He
Rub the beard for good luck.
That's his favorite thing, right? Is to protect Barracuda there. The man to his right, left on your screen. He likes to play this defensive style of support and allow Annenster and Baskin to be the frontline initiators.
Man, fresh out of chopping trees in the forest right there. Look at that face. My goodness. He just...
Hey, you know what I did yesterday, too?
What'd you do?
I said, I'm going to rub your beard for good luck on my predictions. And I called Enemy.
Oh, okay. I'll have to, you know...
It's a magical beard.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll see. I think C9, you know, we'll save that for later. All right. Anatoly, what about for you?
I think that Jeff Hinla has a lot of synergy with Barracuda. They duo queue rank like every single day, off stream also, so they practice a lot. They don't give away many strategies in ranked as well. I've been talking to them about like what they like to do and what they like to hide, and you generally don't want to do those strategies in ranked because a lot of people will look at these replays and then they'll use it in their own gameplay against them.
Yeah, actually, another thing as well, Adonis, that you had mentioned, and when we had Incon up here along with Ataraxia, was the how they ban, how they play the picks and bans, right? Because it's like they think another step right ahead, and that's an advantage that Cloud9 has. But against a team like Epsilon with such a deep god pool and I mean just amazing skill, do you think that this advantage is going to work out for them?
I think we'll see some target bans eventually, but, you know, Cloud9, they're the most experienced team to have played best of fives. They're very often in these grand finals because they're so good. And, you know, we've seen it multiple times. Last year against Titan, we saw the Ares and Ymir bans. Gods, they typically never take away. And then once again, during the COG Invitational in their best of five, we started seeing bans against Naja, this kind of low-tier, mid-tier god. Cloud9, I think, second to Enemy, are one of the best drafters in the world, and I think Epsilon, honestly, are right there with them. So it's so hard to call.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to queue.
Yeah, one thing about C9 is that I think they never lost a best of five. It's because they're so good at adapting on the fly. They're really good at adapting.
Well, adapting.
I don't know. I think adapting might be better at adapting.
Hey, that's a good dad joke, buddy.
I've been learning from you. I had 3 days
man.
in.
Hey, you know, if you need some knowledge on terrible joke advice, I'm your man. But in any case, people, this is it. It is time for the match to begin. It is the Unstoppable Force versus the Immovable Object. Cloud9 versus Epsilon. But first, we go to the stage.
Thank you so much, Alex. Guys, we promised you a fantastic day of semi-finals here, and already we did not disappoint with an absolute classic. But our second one promises to be a real corker in itself. None other than Epsilon up against Cloud9. Hi, Rafa. Sir, we've spoken a couple of times already now. How is today treating you?
I feel good, feel confident. Should be good.
Now, Jeff, the Sex Hinla. First time we get to speak. How are you feeling, Jeff?
I'm really excited to play. I can't wait.
Guys, are you ready to see these two do battle? All right, Rafa, I'll put you on the spot. You know who's waiting in the finals, but you've got to pass these guys first. What's your final thought?
It shouldn't be a problem. You know, you have the official land insta, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Oh, I mean, and insta, sorry.
Well, guys, he has spoken. Jeff, any final thoughts?
Best of luck.
Best of luck. Gentlemen, shake hands. Such friendship. These are both absolute great teams. It promises to be fantastic. One more time, guys. Are you ready? Picks and bans then.
here we go. It is time for the second semifinal matchup of the day. Epsilon Esports, Cloud9. It's about to go down, and already the bans come down immediately. Just no delay.
I just want to see what solo matchup we're going to see here. We, probably see an Osiris here, something that Baskin has been notable for. That was kind of like all solo-liners. It used to be Osiris Bologna, and then when Jing came, Osiris just got replaced. So now that Jing's getting banned out, I expect to see a lot of Osiris in this tournament.
I'm not really surprised here that Bologna and Xingchen right off the bat are being banned here. I know Dimi really leans a lot towards Tier and the Sobek when these two are banned, so more than likely going to see that as the Capri and Soul do get banned.
This ban phase went by pretty quick, and now we're moving to the first pick. It's going to be Zeus for Epsilon.
And, Yaman had such a great tournament so far, especially on his Giannis. He's kind of like the unsung hero on Epsilon. We always talk about adapting. They're like, oh, Dimi doesn't get enough love, but Yaman doesn't get enough love either. He played so well yesterday, but it appears he's going to be put on Zeus, so a pretty high damage mage in the mid.
And what about for you, Curie? You pick up a Neef there. It's been officially locked in.
I like
Where do
the
you
Neef
expect to
pick.
see that go?
I like the Neef pick. It's probably going to go ADC. I've never seen Staff playing Neef, but I like Neef pick, especially against Zeus, because especially if Tor paired, because it makes possible to gank Zeus pretty well.
And I expect to see Anister put a lot of pressure on this Zeus.
Yeah, so we kind of figured that Thor would be very highly contested by both these teams. It's already picked off in the second round here. Off of that, Circuit is open for adapting if you wanted to go that way. Chiron being highlighted over. We know that Barracuda was playing a lot of Chiron yesterday, so that's just a good strategy by Epsilon.
I love when, 4 top-tier teams, and there's 2 sets where the meta on picks and bans is just so different. And there's Iraffer's Ymir.
All right, could we see this locked in? Yes, it will be.
So, off of this Ymir pick, Cloud9 has to adapt to it by going a support that's not going to be easily able to be picked off. Maybe a Bacchus to jump over
thinking of
those
Bacchus
walls,
as well.
something along those lines.
And
yeah.
Bacchus is very strong against Zeus as well, and that'd be pretty much a tri-core coming out from C9 with Neith, Thor, and Bacchus, literally to pick off Zeus very early.
What about for you, QE?
Yeah, the way you counter Zeus is killing him as fast as possible, because if you let him do the damage, you're going to die, like in 2 seconds.
Oh, and they're hovering over that Giannis, so this could be, yes it is. They lock in the Giannis. Now we go over to the next ban.
So right off the bat, we see here there's 3 global gods for Cloud9 with the Giannis ultimate through space and time. It's going to allow themselves to reposition away from the Ymir wall. If they ever get stuck in a bad situation, Giannis can bail them out. So that's a really solid pick against the Ymir.
I really like these multi-global strategies. We actually saw Epsilon run kind of the comp that C9's running now very early in the fall split, and then they adapted and started switching it up and trying different things. Hunbat's banned away from adapting, and then Athena banned away from Jeff Inla.
So yeah, with Hunbat's being banned here, Circuit is still open. Maybe the best stat, as the Bacchus does get highlighted over for Cloud9, like we mentioned, they needed to go with support that wouldn't get picked off by the Ymir in the jungle corridors.
One thing here is that there's so much dive potential on Zeus. I think this is going to be a game based around kind of these mid-game team fights, and I expect Cloud9 to be the aggressors.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier on, Demi definitely likes tier when Xingchen and Bologna is banned.
Curie, what about you? What do you see right now? Last pick coming in for Epsilon. What could it be?
I guess it's a Mercury then.
They decided for you potentially?
But Adapting is pretty good as Mercury. He's probably one of the best Mercuries of the world. Maybe it's between Adapting and Anister.
Yeah.
Do we see it, the AMC,
nah,
at this point?
No, we don't see a Moose and Cobb. There's no way they would go a Moose and Cobb without any escape.
Especially not with Mercury and tier.
Yeah. So
it's so risky.
We mentioned actually in the beginning of the tournament when it started that Mercury would probably be like a highly contested pick. So we might see Mercury more throughout this set.
This could be the pick that gets banned out, right?
Okay.
Just how Circuit should have been banned out by Paradigm much earlier. You know, Mercury could be that pick that we see banned out in games 2, 3, and 4.
All right, let's go. Predictions. Start with you, Kiwi.
Cloud9.
Based off of this draft, I'm leaning a little bit towards Cloud9.
Cloud9.
I'm C9 all day. Doesn't even need to be a question from me. All right, people, here we go. Time for this game to begin. Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. It's about to go down. Let's kick it over to the casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 9 of set number 2 today. It's a best of 5 between Cloud9 and Epsilon. Let's hear you make some noise.
Well, guys, been waiting for this one for a long time.
Long time. This, to me, is the main event, right? We've been waiting for this game for months upon months. A nigh on undefeated Epsilon finds themselves against Cloud9 just in semis. Winner goes on to fight enemy for the 500,000.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the matchups that both these teams have, they have Barracuda versus Emilito, Anister versus Adapting, which is the big one.
That's
Baskin. Let's see if he can pressure out Dimmy.
Well, we'll answer a lot of questions here today. A lot of people have been wondering how strong is this European Epsilon squad going into the defending World Championships. We are about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway.
I mean, I don't think I would want to change anything. The way that Adapting played Mercury yesterday, it has to be him. And, of course, it's Andon's Thor, it's Raffer's Ymir. This is perfect.
Yeah, the one surprising pick here for me is the Ymir. What can iRaffer do on this Ymir?
Well, we saw him basically max his wall yesterday and have a tremendous amount of impact, but against a team that was significantly less mobile than this Cloud9 one. But with that, guys, let's go ahead and introduce your squads. They are the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. They are nearly undefeated in regular season play and have ran through the SWC. It is Epsilon Esports. Dimmy is going to be your solo lane tier, Adapting in the jungle as Mercury, Yemen in the mid lane as Zeus, iRaffer supporting as Amir, and joining him in the duo lane, it's Emily2 as Chiron. Their opponents are wearing the red trunks out of the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. It's Baskin in the solo lane as Osiris, and Stir in the jungle as Thor, MLC Stealth in the mid lane as Giannis, Jeff Inla as your support Bacchus, and Barracuda as the carry Neath.
There are a few questions remaining in competitive Smite. Can enemy go all the way? And who is the best player in the world?
Yeah,
One of those answers we might get right now because Andy and Adapting have been fighting for that spot for quite some time. It's been back and forth for now years. Adapting finally making his play into true competitive Smite, finding himself in the Pro League and putting himself right at the top.
And it's so incredible how both these players have the same exact playstyle. Not only do they play the same gods, but they have the same aggressive, I'm going to lead my team into the fights.
So we got an invade coming out. Looks like Baskin's going to be able to steal away that blue buff. Top side, it looks like this. Do we have one from Dimmy? No, it was just a pure steal. You'll see the speed buff is still available on the top side.
You'll also notice that Mercury basically went straight to the mid lane and assisted the Zeus as opposed to trying to fight into the Osiris and Thor. Red Pot Thor just too strong in the early game.
MLC Stealth seems to be willing to give up the right camps. He goes for the back camps, and I think we might see Thor make an invade here. Is he going to try to do the counter? I mean, Adapting seems like he has this. I think they're going to give it up.
Yeah, they'll give away this orange buff. It does appear on the side of Cloud9, which certainly couldn't make you pleased if you're Andonster.
Yeah, Andonster knew he had...
Oh, Barracuda.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Andonster knew he had the stronger invade with Baskin as Osiris. Osiris is probably the best level 1 character in the game. So what Epsilon did was smart. They went to their strengths. Their 2v2 with the Zeus and Mercury is much stronger than Giannis and Thor. That's why you saw C9 not contest their own speed buff.
So we got oh, I'm sorry. I was going to talk about the trans rush, but Baskin getting rotated on already. Adapting, making himself known this early in the game.
But yeah, you were just about to mention Transcendence being rushed out by Chiron and Neath. Both of our hunters going to be going into that basically physical damage caster style build.
Yeah, again, Chiron and Neath are pretty much the same kind of gods. They have 3 damaging abilities both in their kit. So what they want to do is they want to rush the mana, rush the physical power, look to make plays early.
Coming down, Barracuda already sitting down a few pots. You'll notice he does not have any health pots remaining, so he's just kind of relying on the work of Bacchus for peels.
Also, Barracuda's level 2, Emilito level 4 through the first 2 minutes.
Sent him back pretty hard. Barra finally hits level 3, but yeah, it seems like Emil has a pretty good lead. Look at the gold.
You know, and also it might be Cloud9's inexperience against Ymir. Ymir is almost never played. I think it was never played in North America. No, not at all.
Certainly not by a top 16.
Yeah, and this is when iRaffer is more comfortable picks, and he's really showing the strength of Ymir.
We got a wall here. Forced the backflip. He's staying safe, taking a lot of damage for it. Why isn't he backflipping? He does it a little bit too late. Emilito should have first blood. Needs one more. Body block from Jeff Himla. Looking for first blood. Not going to find him for now. Barracuda will stay safe.
Well played there by the Bacchus. Jeff Himla putting that big body where it needs to go. Up will go Thor. Adapting, priming up his ultimate as well. Down will come Thor. Emilito in some trouble now as he's blocked him with a 3-man freeze and a 2-man glacial strike from iRaffer. There will come Adapting. This could be your first blood, but the knockup is there. Adapting solo in the backside is Yaman. The dead finds 2. It's a double kill to start off the game. Triple kill. Call it a triple, ladies and gentlemen. It's a quad.
Oh no, Emilito gonna find it, but a 4 for 0, and they're going right to the Gold Fury.
Well, you could see there that the Giannis and Thor had their, the globals to rotate faster than Mercury and Zeus could, but they couldn't find any kills. And by the time they did that, they used all their cooldowns. Zeus and Mercury were able to clean up that fight.
Look at this chart already, 3.5 minutes in. Let's just run that back real quick. Yaman, we got to know what happened.
It's this backside rotation from Yaman. Yaman has been by far the most important player on the side of Epsilon this entire tournament. Talking to the players, they're crediting a lot of their victories to Jeff Hinla. Chiron does get credited for that ultimate, but that is effectively a quadra to open the game on your mid lane Zeus.
I mean, like, he walks into the lane and he sees a Neath with no backflip at like 10% health, and he's just like, oh, I'll see you guys later.
And right there, you can see the strength of the Chiron pick. He doesn't necessarily have that late game hypercarry potential, but he is almost impossible to kill.
They need something here. Dimmy already ulted out, trying for Baskin's going to find a return, but 4-1, still a lot of room to make up.
I think that's an important kill because the Osiris is going to be one of, if not the most effective counters as Mercury later on in the game, but he's going to be falling here for sure. The Neath ultimate coming through as well. It's going to stun out Adapting, but it's going to be picked up by Yaman, who once again comes through with a big rotation. Adapting barely going to make it out of this one. He's going to prime his ultimate, not going to get far enough, as Jeff Hinla is credited for the kill. He's forced to ult to walk out, but it's 7-2 through 4.5 minutes.
Well, if you guys were waiting for a game to be a little bit more fast-paced, I think you have been finally rewarded. 7-2 at, 5 minutes into the game and a Gold Fury?
It is incredible how fast Yaman is rotating on the Zeus. He was there about 5 seconds before Giannis was on it. It's incredible.
This is unprecedented, I think, for this tournament. I mean, we saw 7, 8, 12 minutes go by without first blood, and we have 9 kills inside 5. A lot of that, of course, having to do with Yaman.
Yeah, I mean, Yaman, again, you can't say enough about this player. A reserved kind of guy. You don't really see him as the face of this team. He's not really, necessarily the most popular player here with the likes of Raffer and Adapting. And even Emilito and Dimmy. I mean, these guys really get a lot more screen time than Yaman. But like I said earlier, you talk to the team, it is very much the case that they know that this tournament is on the back of their mid lane superstar.
Yeah, Yaman here is making so many plays. Even I saw him one game with Nuwa rotating like crazy, making so many plays happen for his team.
Still 7-2. I think taking a softer route here will be Cloud9. They fell down pretty hard in the beginning, almost 3K in a deficit in under 6 minutes. This is going to shake them up, and with Adapting having a decent amount of gold going in 500 over Andy, we know that Andy tends to, I think, dial it back a little bit when he falls behind in the beginning.
Oh, two-man freeze just outside of the mid lane tower here. The ultimate's going to be placed by both Amir and Zeus, and down will fall Andy. There doesn't seem to be a good answer for Adapting here. He's got the ultimate primed as well, looking towards the left side lane. If you can find this Neath as well, we'll take a look and ride along with the Epsilon jungler as he looks for more.
Look at this, just fearlessly walking into the jungle. The red buff will be taken here. Should MLC Stealth make an opportunity to try to go for this, it's possible he's going to lose his life. Stolen away from Blue it is.
Yeah, that was picked up by Epsilon there.
Jeff, bold. Anister teleporting very early. Going to go over towards the left side.
Yeah, it's important to know what kind of impact this Ymir is having on this game. Ymir has landed at least 2 or 3 three-man freezes in these team fights, followed up by Zeus ultimates.
Is Ymir the problem here? I mean, Brandon was saying earlier on in the draft, right? Mercury could very well be the kind of, or I'm sorry, this was the analyst saying, Mercury could very well be that pick that, is going to get banned out for sure in game 2 because of the effectiveness.
That was a great dodge, by the way. Anister recognizing the spacing from Ymir, takes 1 step back out of the freeze while continuing the damage on into Emilito, but you'll notice wasn't that much from the level 8 Thor.
This was good game planning by Epsilon. They know that Cloud9 likes to have the dominant dual lane, so what they did is they picked the very strong hunter in Chiron, plus one of the most dominant laners in the game in the support role as Ymir.
I mean, this comp is just incredibly damaging. Like, who do you go for? You have 2 major hyper carries plus a supporty kind of Chiron. Raffer likely to fall here. Spirit gun to the back.
MLC Stealth. Right on the money there with that ultimate.
Needs one more. Does he have
shot by Emilito? No, he missed Jeff Hinla with the 3rd shot there, and Bacchus will walk out. A return kill by Cloud9, starting to make back some of that 3,000 gold deficit, but still an uphill battle for the boys in blue.
I mean, taking down the Ymir, who was 0-0-8 at that point, probably isn't the most dwindling to the mentality of Epsilon. Cloud9 still in a weak position.
Yeah, and this shows just one of the weaknesses of why Ymir isn't really a popular pick. He has no escape ability, so a lot of teams say, why not pick Athena? She has a cone CC like Ymir and is a lot safer with her dash and global ultimate.
The global ultimate, I think, is key, right? Getting around the map very quickly, being able to gank the solo lane and get back for Gold Fury is such an important feature for the character, and I think it's one of the reasons we didn't get to see Pain play it in the last set.
Right, and the trade-off with Ymir is Ymir has a lot more guaranteed damage than the Athena, so it depends what you want to prioritize in your team comp.
I mean, when I have a jungler who lands literally
everything, I think Athena's just fine, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, indeed, guys. Well, through the first 8 minutes here, it does look like Epsilon is going to be very much the better of the two squads in the first 10 minutes. They're way out ahead. They have their mid laner sitting at 4-0-4, and they also have 8 assists. I mean, you mentioned earlier at 0-8, but still, that's 8 assists on the side of the Amir.
Check out this grouping on the right side. So many people going deep as Yaman into the jungle, chasing out Baskin.
Yeah, everyone's deep in the Fire Giant there.
Adapting, getting a kill as well onto Andy.
Ultimate's going to come through from the Giannis, but it's just not going to be enough. Andy's getting...
Wow, Baskin in a lot of trouble here.
Boom, not enough. Barely there on the detonate. L for love there as the slow motion comes through as well.
Yeah, so what you saw here is Barracuda doing the smart thing. He's behind Emilito. Can't really lane against the Chiron, so what he does is hold the wave. So what Emilito does to counter that is he groups up with his team, and they look to force a fight away from the Neath.
And it worked out. I mean, getting another kill onto Andy, this is the person I would probably be looking to take down as much as possible. We've known from many years of experience that Andy wears his heart on his sleeve. Camping him might break his mentality a bit.
Well, you heard Raffer just in that pregame interview invoking the Lannister, and well, through the opening of this game, it seems that it has been successful in his summoning ritual.
0-4.
Yeah, 0-4 versus the 4-1 Mercury and the 4-0 Zeus.
And you gotta hate to see that if you're going up against Adapting, seeing him 4-1 at less than 10 minutes with a Gold Fury, and then the Gold Fury is now active. That's just danger.
He's got a Golden Bow and a Sprint too as well. Ton of damage will be coming out from this next set of major looks.
He just backed and got that Golden Bow, 10% crit, decent AoE damage as well. He's going to have to get to the back line. Stealth has proven that he can move around very quickly, but I want to see Stealth take less of a damage route and more of a route to try to help out his team in terms of movement. It seems like they're getting caught out of position a little bit, namely Barra and Andy. If he can use those portals as more of a defensive measure, it'll probably be better.
Well, he has gone for that max CDR build, so it's standard reason that it will be that kind of utility Giannis.
Yeah, right now you see Mercury trying to push his advantage on the Thor, going for the speed buff invade here.
Little early. Don't think he got it.
Did not get it. It will go to the way of Ananster, but Adapting being the fly in the ointment.
Yeah, it was still a good play by Adapting because there was nothing on his side of the jungle to take, so why not try to go for that steal on Ananster's speed?
And look at that. Immediately gets back to the mid lane right as the creeps meet up. He misses nothing. That was a beautiful invade. Yaman coming over towards the left side. Gold Fury still available. Andy, ooh, I don't know about that one.
I think they're, Epsilon's trying to force this fight here at the Gold Fury. They've got their damage carries there. They're going to start it up as well, pulling the Gold Fury back towards their side of the map. Just under 11 minutes here. Andy's farming up red buff with MLC Stealth. They're going to concede this one on the side of Cloud9.
I mean, how would you possibly steal this away from Zeus?
Wow, no, just the threat of Jeff Hinla has pulled Epsilon away. They're going to find the Fearless Chain. They're going to stack up the dots of Jeff Hinla, and immediately down he will go. Dimmy on the rotation does find that kill. MLC Stealth going to put the portals down, but I don't think Cloud9 can continue to aggress into this Gold Fury.
Andy still has ultimate. I haven't seen him take to this guy yet. He's still moving around the map. In fact, they will concede completely. He goes into the jungle on the right side to farm.
Yeah, and this is what separates a good team from a great team. C9 knew they had to give up the Gold Fury, so what did they do? They got farm where they could. They looked to split push. You see Thor went to the right lane, to the soul lane to get as much farm as he can and try to cut their losses.
But poor Baskin was actually waiting for that to spawn, but by the time the Gold Fury went down, Adapting was able to rotate over and pick it up, forcing him away.
And that shows how much control Epsilon has in the jungle. C9 has no idea what the timers are on the mid-Harpies.
Overall, I mean, Epsilon's just in control. Let's go to the graphs. We'll show you. We're only 12 minutes in, and it's about, what, almost 5K?
Yeah, it's getting pretty up there in terms of the lead. And I mean, overall, right, I mean, look at the ward coverage coming out from Cloud9. It is extremely deficient. Epsilon all over the map with their wards. Better ward coverage there does get Cloud9, some interesting insight into, like, the orange buff and the red buff were up when Thor basically went and farmed out the right side lane. Could have taken something away from Adapting.
Now, Baskin is level 13. He's keeping pace with everyone right now on Epsilon. Maybe not in the gold department, is slightly behind his enemy solo laner, and is fairly behind, almost 1,000 behind the jungler. But at the same time, it's Osiris. He's very tanky inherently. He has, anti-damage to ensure that he can go toe-to-toe with the Mercury, who shows up out of nowhere. Barracuda getting out of there just barely.
It has to be the Osiris that's the way back into this game for Cloud9. Baskin's rotations are going to be the difference.
Oh my God, Raffer, you are my favorite person. That wall is just like, no problem.
And that could be one of the reasons why they picked Amir. They know MLC Stealth loves the Giannis pick, and the wall actually stops you from going through the portal.
That is not something that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that Raffer is really shaping up to be something special.
And they're in a good position here, looks like. Cloud9 wants to make a play on the mid lane here. Raffer's going to be in position as well to dissuade them, but still 4 members grouping up right around this mid lane, looking to make their way in.
You got to love the item build choice from Yaman. Even though he got the lead, he didn't go for more damage. What he went for was more survivability because he knows that C9's comp is built to dive him in the back line.
I think that's even better, too, considering like using that gold so early to get the Warlock stash stacked. I mean, you usually look at 14 to 16-minute timing for Warlocks. I mean, he's already got 10 stacks at 13. That's great.
Yeah, it'll be around 25 or 30 stacks, in fact, by the time the normal timing for this item does come out. It's going to be very, very effective. Adapting. He's going to take a bunch of burst damage here, but I'm not sure they have enough to close him. Of course they do, as Anderson comes in, but Raffer's going to freeze Andy in place, and Yaman's ultimate wrapping up. And there it is. Raffer will secure that kill with the wall. His ultimate channel as well. Yaman getting credit.
Jungle for jungle is definitely in favor of Cloud9 right now. A shorter respawn timer, and then, of course, no killing spree as well, shutting it down. MLC Stealth not in a great position. Very smart of him to get out of there. And
barely, too.
Look at that wall. And that was a cripple right after, too. Wow. All right, M. Jeez.
Yeah, he wants to stop that there. In fact, they put out enough pressure to pull Barracuda away from the left side lane where he was going to consider split pushing. Instead, he's forced to defend the mid lane as the rest of his team falls back to the base, and Epsilon gets free reign of the Cloud9 jungle.
This is the Epsilon I think everyone expected to show up at Super Regionals, the one that we've been missing. For them to go this far ahead of Cloud9 this early into the game is, by all means, unprecedented.
I love the way that Epsilon here is pushing their advantage by grouping up. They don't want to extend the laning phase and let C9 just farm it out and try to get to late game. What they're doing is they're trying to group up, get the towers, snowball their lead.
Right, fair enough. I mean, that's basically, it seems to be that game plan, right? And this is a fairly early game-based composition. In the last game, we saw Epsilon run effectively this Mercury in a mirror. They found an early kill yet again. I mean, this time they found 4, but which also led to another Gold Fury and then this Deathball style of play. And we even saw a little bit in the last set. We heard the commentators kind of highlighting that as well. But Epsilon playing the safe game and playing the war of attrition as they continue to take down Tier 1 towers, only 1 remaining.
So, boys, check out the Stone of Gaia getting started out by Baskin. That does not affect Dimmy. That does not affect Adapting. He is going for anti-Yaman damage at this point.
Yeah, it's the burst out of the Amir and the Zeus that he has to contend with because Osiris needs to stay alive to try to reduce the damage on this Mercury later on in the game.
The problem is, can he get to that backline safely against Adapting? I mean, yes, he does have that Runeforge hammer, but I was expecting maybe a Spirit Robe or something that was going to give him more of a hybrid role. Witchblade would be very nice as well.
Witchblade, you need a Runic Shield, something like that to get some anti-attack speed out on the board.
I would say
wouldn't
Runic.
hurt versus Zeus, wouldn't hurt versus Mercury.
Yeah, the Runic Shield's a very underrated item, almost a hidden item for most players, but it reduces attack speed and reduces magical power, which is actually extremely strong against Zeus and Mercury.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Mid-Guardian males, you'll see Witchblades or Runic Shields almost guaranteed in the 4th and 5th item slots here on the side of Cloud9.
I mean, when we saw the last set, Kabrakan can't build Runic Shield. Salt Machine picks Kabrakan into Soul and Freya, and it winds up being a Just who picks the item up on Circuit. Normally wouldn't be found, but it's that important in certain comps. I definitely think that's the way to go, but with the Stone of Gaia, he's looking for a generation. He's thinking that these fights are going to be lasting 40, 50 seconds.
Exactly, and you don't see too much action on the map right now. Right now, all the buffs are down. Both teams are just trying to get as much farm as possible because the Gold Fury is spawning any second now.
Still 11-4. Gold Fury, like you said, is coming down. I assume this will be our next fight, but Yaman taking it back. 5,000 gold separate the two teams, as well as 5,000 experience.
Yeah, what's impressive about Epsilon here is that they weren't just kind of like happy with that 3,000 gold lead. They've extended it now another couple thousand as the next Gold Fury is coming up. And while Epsilon has the luxury of basically forcing the fight here, Cloud9 does not really want to fight into him. They'd be much happier dodging this team and continue to farm around the map. Cloud9's looking to extend the laning phase, where on the other side, Epsilon's looking to find these kills. MLC Stealth will find himself in a bit of trouble, and in fact will use his portal to deal damage to Raffer.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Raffer didn't go back in and then start laying waste. Over in the left side, they got to rush onto Emilito. He's going to be forced to beat. Spirit Gun just barely dodged.
But look how Cloud9's playing scared there. I mean, they did not really commit to that kill at all.
Yeah, the problem here, though,
Andy.
for C9 is he's used.
Oh, no, he's going to be forced. Can he get away? Can he get away? Does he have the detonate?
He does not. I believe he detonated as the Thor went up. Thor will land now.
Raffer just barely missed his 2 there, would have guaranteed the kill. But what was important to see there is that C9 committed so much on the Chiron and didn't get the kill. This allowed Epsilon to come in and bully them.
And
Pold missed it.
Speaking of bullying, Demi going to keep basking out over on the right side. MLC Stealth trying to make his way in, as is Anitzer. Gold Fury sitting at about 50% HP, just over 5,000 HP now as it does reset. There comes the Fearless and Cleave combination into the freeze by iRaffer. iRaffer finds himself in a good bit of trouble. Psycho Crusher over the top from Osiris is going to be enough to find a kill. In return, however, one has fallen. Jeff Hinla is down as well. Barracuda finds a kill onto Yama, but in will come Adapting, and Adapting will erase one as Anitzer goes down, but Demi finds a return kill yet again onto Baskin. The ultimate coming through Matt. Oh, wow! Adapting with the sidestep.
He's got to have eyes behind his head. Oh my! I don't know how he juked that.
He's a Tribes player.
Barracuda and Stealth still alive. They're aiming towards the Gold Fury, but they're going to be forced to escape. Dimmy looking fresh here as he teleports back in.
And why that fight was somewhat even is because Epsilon pressured out the Thor, but he managed to get full HP, come back in. As if you saw Ymir, he had very low HP, and they still took that fight. Actually, Epsilon was pretty lucky there.
I mean, a lot of gold actually invested a tier 2 teleport right now for Thor. He's kind of far behind, and you'll notice he's not going into that normal full CDR build that we see from a lot of assassins. He's going back what looks like into another heavy mace. This could be Titans, it could be Brawlers, it could be Crusher, but it is certainly not Spirit Robe or Mail of Renewal.
Yeah, Andy right now in his head thinks he cannot go defense. The only way he's going to have an impact in this game is if he can help kill Yaman or adapting. And the only way he could do that is by rotations with the teleport or with damage through pen.
The problem here, though, is not... Cloud9 just doesn't have the opportunity even to dive the back line. Epsilon's been doing such a great job of poking them out. I mean, you look at the build-up from adapting here. He's gone Golden Blow into Rage Blade into even more crit, which means he's long-range mage looks. When combined with Chiron getting that free damage and Zeus poking with Chain Lightning, you're seeing Cloud9 entering fights at 60%. I mean, you saw Jeff Hindla get exploded at the Gold Fury, basically caught out of position just barely by a wall.
Well, Jeff, right now, level 11, 3 levels behind Ymir, who is one of the best scaling gods in terms of level. I mean, he gains, what, 104 health per level?
That's right, yeah, and it's one of the absolute worst possible situations you can be in a game of Smite when the enemy support, especially one like Ymir, is that, yeah, this is completely contested, is at the same level. Yeah, look, it's going to be a trade on the right side for Cloud9. They're just going to take a tier 1 and be happy with it and try to defend their tier 2s. But when your Ymir is the same level as the enemy jungler, it's impossible to kill him. Like, you cannot kill him. Anisur is doing essentially nothing to Ymir.
Yeah, this is very smart by C9 here. They know they got lucky last team fight. They know they can't fight up a straight 5v5 when both teams have all cooldowns. So what they do here is they split up Epsilon. They look for as much global gold as they can with their split push on the right side.
Trying to hold off 3 on the right side while Epsilon is going to be trading a tier 1 for a tier 2 here. Cloud9 comes up with the big play. In will come adapting. In will see Stealth.
And he's out.
Ultimate, and away he will go. The rest of the team out as well. No, it's bait. It's bait. Adapting gets some trouble here. They're going to use the Neath Ultimate as well. Thor is up. He's on the mark. Adapting is going to hit by Neath Ultimate now. Beads are down, and that's a kill. Onto the enemy carry. Cloud9 finds a tier 1, a tier 2, and a kill onto the Mercury, but in return, Epsilon gets themselves a couple towers.
It's going to be a tier 1 and a tier 2 for a tier 1 and a tier 2. They're going for the Phoenix. They're trying for it. Emilito going back very, very quickly. I don't know if he has enough time. They're trying for it. They have no minions, and they know it. They are out of here.
That's the only way that they can force Epsilon back there, though, is to try to aggress into the base and force them.
I mean, not a bad call though. Really risky stuff. But great call.
We're shaping up for a base race here. I think if Epsilon tries to break the base, Cloud9's just going to dodge.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, through space and time versus maximum velocity.
You can't kill the Titan fast enough with 4 towers up. Even if you take this Phoenix on the right side, he's going to have a tremendous amount of HP in comparison to just your 2 tier 2s. So it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but I don't think that Cloud9 is looking to fight. They're looking to dodge and base race.
No, they cannot fight Epsilon in a straight 5v5. Like I said, the way they can come back into this game is by getting that global gold on their team, try to reach that late game where Giannis can do a ton of damage very quickly.
Yeah, and look, you're going to see that. I mean, look at the teleport pickup here onto the Thor as well. I mean, it would be a little bit, kind of out of sorts, but I wouldn't even be surprised to see maybe even the Neath or another core pick up a teleport as well, just to simply rat this game out, continually be on the other side of the map, porting into the fights late, and that does look like what's going to be the case for both Thor and Osiris.
Rotating over towards the right side, warding up, 22 minutes in. It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
Is this still game 1? This game has been so crazy. I mean, it was such an amazing and explosive start from Epsilon. They seem to be completely uncontested at all objectives here, and now Cloud9 is forced to make a stand as the Fire Giant is started up.
Are they adapting, going to get blocked off? Yeah, didn't get to the back line. Thor taken to the sky. Himla's going down early.
Let's take a listen in with the Epsilon comms. This fight continues on. Yaman has fallen.
I'm ulting the Thor. I'm dead, I think. Osiris. I'm dead. Make it split pushing. I got it. Alright. I'm backing. I stay back for Neath. Kill the Giannis. Can you kill the Giannis? Right. No, I can't. Get out. I really need help, guys. Yeah. Get out, okay? Can you do from left? Should just stay with me, man. Yeah. I was in the fire pit. Next to
They were behind by a lot early on, but the world champion Cloud9 continues to fight back. Barracuda finds a tier 1 as well as a 4v5 engagement won by the world champions.
I mean, this is what makes a world-class team. They say in traditional sports, right, defense wins championships, blah, 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 right? In MOBAs, playing from behind is that same kind of idea. If you have a team that can play from behind, you can be the ones that find the victories. Dimmy is going to get exploded on the left side of the map, and Cloud9's right back into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, raise your Hinlas, where Cloud9 will take a Tier 1 and Tier 2 on the left side.
Yeah, this has been incredible play by C9. Epsilon all early game have been outplaying C9, but C9 has been out mind gaming Epsilon. What they're doing is they're splitting up their forces. Yaman felt like he was safe in the middle of the Fire Giant pit. They all collapsed on him, killed their priority target, won the fight 4v5.
That was incredible. All the way through. I mean, winning a fight 4v5 against Epsilon is not something I think a lot of people will ever be able to make claim towards.
And yeah, I mean, as we were saying earlier on, Baskin Robin is the key to victory here for Cloud9. He's really the only character that scales aggressively enough in terms of his base HP and base protections that he can stand up to some of these damage carries. I mean, Epsilon has almost twice the late game damage potential as Cloud9 with their gods, and Osiris is going to be the one that's going to be disruptive, but MLC stealth is factored huge in these fights as well.
Well, I mean, look at Baskin's build. It's anti-attack speed with the Frostbound Hammer. Midgardian Mail is going to be coming out next, or Nemean Lion, plus he has the Shield of the Underworld. No matter what he's building into next, it's a counter, a guaranteed counter against both Emilito and Adapting. This is super smart play.
Yeah, right now this game is really on the back of both mages. Yaman on the Zeus, can he stay alive while being dove on by Anister and Jeff Hinla? Or can Stealth get out the damage fast enough to take them out?
Also, look, I mean, you got to love what Cloud9's doing here with both of these teleports, keeping them both at rank 2 and making sure they always have 300 gold in hand. And it really just like min-maxing here their gold. They know they need these items badly. They need to get them out more than they need, you know, a 5-second teleport versus an 8-second teleport.
Early on, there was a pretty big lead. 3,000 gold at 5 minutes sometimes is the end of the world, but 1,500 gold less than that actually.
Well, this was like Fnatic, right? This game was over.
Yeah,
right. I mean, like that's what I was saying, right? I mean, like when we talked to the players, basically what Epsilon was saying is that, you know, when they would get first blooded out, that would just be an F6. Let's go to the next game. Let's continue the scrims. You know, we know we lose this game. Cloud9 really knows how to play this one from behind. I mean, the minute that they got down, and this is by no means a composition that's exceptionally good at playing from behind. It's just the players. In will come Rapper. He finds a 3-man freeze. The ultimate's going to hit 3 as well, and exploded yet again is Andy. This is a fight that Cloud9 has to take now as the Fire Giant is going to be pressured by Epsilon. It does appear.
That was such a clean play from Raffer. He got in there. No one on Cloud9 was ready for that whatsoever. And then follow-up after follow-up after follow-up. Epsilon gets one clean kill and now controls this side of the map.
Yeah, Raffer pretty much got the dream. What you want to do as a support, look for those group ups. A lot of times, you know, your teams say, okay, they have an AoE CC, spread out, but sometimes they clump up, and Raffer took advantage of that.
16-11 now. Epsilon still with a moderate lead, 2,300 gold, although the experience difference, I believe, is now in favor of Cloud9.
Yes, it is indeed. Cloud9 will take the experience lead. Gold, just over 2,000 here, still in favor of Epsilon. Fire Giant going to be pressured by Epsi. They're going to be counter-warding here and just really forcing Cloud9 to fight into them.
Raffer doesn't have blink up. He uses his wall. Backflip going to be out to trade.
That backflip cannot get over the wall.
By the way, you'll notice that Baskin also has his passive active, meaning he's going to be able to chase down even harder, especially with that Frostbound Hammer.
Yeah, I actually would really like to see Epsilon try to get level 20s on 3 of their level 19 characters.
Baskin accidentally pulling the Fire Giant, taking a small amount of damage in return. Dimmy taking a little bit more, though.
Poke going both ways here. Epsilon does seem to have the better poke composition, of course, that is without Unstable Vortexes hitting everybody every once in a while, but Stealth just clearing out minion waves on the right side. This is the dance of the Fire Giant.
Dimmy took some damage there. Baskin out of position. Stealth trying to keep him safe. Barracuda from the side as well. Not going to get much off the Spirit Arrow. Adapting going deep, but Yavin's already gone.
Trying to make it out on the backside here as Rafferty's going to get picked up by MLC Stealth on the left side of the fight. However, going up and down is Dimmy. Adapting way out, gets hit by the knee Spirit Arrow. Anderson not going to be able to follow it up in time. Emilito's ultimate does hit 2 out of the 3. The follow-up shot, not enough. MLC Stealth on the right side does kill 1. Jeff Himmler credited for the kill on Dimmy as well. Emilito in a lot of trouble, and MLC Stealth, the captain's moving forward, and the damage comes through and down goes Emilito. Down will fall the Tier 1 tower, and Fire Giant on its way as well. Cloud9 is taking the lead.
You got to be kidding me. How have they made this comeback? They're in the lead. They're about to take it. Fire Giant is all alone, and it's just Adapting on the wrong side of the map. Cloud9 poised to take game 1.
That team fight was a classic bait by C9. You never want to go on the tanky target if you're Epsilon. What they did there, Baskin said, hey, come freeze me, I'm alone. As soon as they committed onto Baskin, he popped his shield of the underworld, and then everyone jumped on the Zeus. Yaman got exploded.
Yeah, as well, I mean, in addition to that, right, Adapting moves up that left side to try to cut off Barracuda, who is kind of chipping away at the edges. He actually uses his dash and then is really out of position, can't rejoin the fight, and he really is a lot of the damage in these engagements.
I just don't understand it. I mean, they have a pretty significant lead. It's only going to get bigger. Gold Fury's available. They go right towards it after the tier 2. All Phoenixes now exposed for the side of Epsilon. Cloud9, decent lead. Fire Giant buff. People have caught back up in experience. Adapting has a 1-level lead. Everyone else is either tied, except for Jeff Himla, or have gained the lead. Look at Barracuda, a level now over Emilito.
Really an unbelievable performance here. I mean, we're sitting here 6 minutes ago saying Cloud9 is dodging and maybe looking for a base race to get back into this game. And instead they decided, well, let's just fight them. And they won. I mean, like, they just took these team fights miraculously well. And I think Zadman pointed out best, they decided to play the mind game instead of playing the smite game.
Exactly. They played to the strength of their comp. What they have over Epsilon is they have high mobility gods, 2 globals, so they split up Epsilon as much as they could, took as many free towers as they could, and when they found their opportunity to kill Yaman in these team fights, they took it.
So we got a Nemean Lion plus Shield of the Underworld. This is an instantaneous death trap. If Mercury at any points decide he's going to try to rush down Baskin. Same thing really for Emilito, which means Baskin can safely try to rush down Yaman. And that's what we're seeing in the fights. Osiris is going to keep pressure onto this mage. Barracuda is going to provide some support shot and support fire from the side. Jeff Himla's going to lead the fight as well. Stealth's going to provide portals, and Andy's going to look for the gank.
Yeah, and actually the best target for Epsilon to go on in these team fights to really turn the tide is Anister. He went for a full penetration build, has only a tier 1 defensive item. Mercury can almost one-shot him at this point of the game.
They've killed him 7 times, though, and I mean, is that it? I mean, like, yeah, I guess you're right. In the last few engagements, there hasn't been those kills on the Thor guys with Fire Giant buff. And looking at the left side, Phoenix is Cloud9 trying to break the base of Epsilon. Let's take a listen in with the boys in blue.
Okay. Everyone back up.
I'm gonna go to purple. I'm gonna go to purple. I'm gonna go to purple.
Everyone back up.
I'm gonna go to purple real quick. I think we can kite their engage pretty easily. Alright, we have to make sure for Zeus ult.
Yeah, care for Zeus ult. Care for Zeus ult. I have heavens. I'm still here. Were you, Bauer?
Alright, I got
missing a couple people. Chiron's right. Chiron's right.
Guys, go right, guys.
Okay. Chiron's right.
Everyone go right.
Missing Merc.
Everyone be right and start poking.
They're between.
Okay.
I poked Merc a little bit.
Nice. Alright, listen.
He's basing. Merc's in base.
Zeus is like
Can we
like
rotate mid?
500
Can we
gold
rotate
off
mid?
Rod
Can we
right
rotate mid? Can we rotate mid?
Yeah, I have a wave.
I'm rotating mid. I'm rotating mid. I'm rotating mid.
We're on our way. Okay.
I'm rotating mid.
There's 2 on right. There's 2 on right. I'm pretty stuck.
Kind of copy.
Push right. Push right. Push right. Push right.
We should be grouped, dude.
Yeah, push right. Push right. Push right.
Merc's in mid.
Be careful. Push right group. Push right group.
I'm just poking Merc.
Yeah.
Poking Merc. I'm fine here. I'm fine.
Nice. That's you, Mayor.
You're blink on. You're blink on. Kite it. Nice.
Alright, that's my shot.
Are you guys okay? Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
My shell's down. My shell's down.
Fuck.
Yo, come in on this Phoenix. Come in on this Phoenix. Come in on this Phoenix. 100%. Come in.
There's 3 mid.
Let's wait for wave. Let's wait for wave. There's no rush.
Yeah.
Our fire runs off in 40. So we have to go this way.
Just care for my blink.
Are you good?
My shell.
Yeah, I'm smoking.
Nice.
You're blink on. That's our engage. We can push this. Push on this wave. Push on this wave 100%.
Timmy's really poked.
I'm gonna come in on Phoenix. I'm gonna come in on Phoenix.
This
on Phoenix.
Tears poke.
Phoenix.
I'm pushing him off. I got stunned.
I'm ulting up.
Heavens. Phoenix almost dead.
Nice. Zeus. I'm on Zeus.
Out to Zeus.
Big ult.
I'm out.
Okay, nice. Care for Chiron ult.
We kite this.
Mid Phoenix.
Yo, I'm
I'm gonna TP. I'm gonna TP.
Okay.
Push mid.
I'm gonna TP in too. Be
careful for 5 seconds.
Alright, Zeus is still dead. Okay.
Do not push up.
Ymir's blink's coming up in a second here. Care. It's pretty soon.
I don't have beats. I need you guys to put Ymir in combat.
Just TP.
I need you guys to put Ymir in combat.
Nice.
Good
job.
Engage. I need you guys to engage.
I'm pushing in.
I'm on Phoenix.
I'm on tier right now.
I'm on Phoenix.
I'm pushing tier off.
Still on Phoenix.
Nice.
Look at tier. Look at tier.
I'm on cooldown.
Looking for their third. Phoenix is Cloud9. In will move Raptor from Epsilon. Let's ride along with Barracuda and see if the Hunter can find the hits that he needs. Andinster ports back in with full HP and mana, as does Baskin, who now is leading the front line. He's going to be walled off. Baskin may be the second.
No, you can't wall him off.
There it is. He uses the last part of his passive, and the stun from Andinster will prevent the Fearless Chain from coming through. Nonetheless, Baskin will go down, and back will go Cloud9, but not before finding 2 Phoenixes.
Yeah, what a dangerous time for Baskin to get picked. The Fire Giant's coming up at any second. This could be Epsilon's best chance to make a comeback.
It's 17-16. Cloud9 does lead by a little over, it looks like 5,000, almost 6,000 gold. This is going to give them an opportunity to fight into Cloud9 here, though, because they do have control of the map. Like Zap said, Baskin's down for 40. They have to take this advantage. They could force a power play here, force Stealth to use his ultimate again, and then try to rush him down. They need a pick right now.
Yeah, I loved how careful and calculated C9 was, because even though they had the Fire Giant, they were only up about 3k gold. There wasn't a big enough lead to just, overpower Epsilon.
And he's already out, adapting, charging ultimate. Jeff Hinla trying to get out. I don't think so. Heavenly Agility is getting popped. Jeff Hinla's getting flown back. He's crit. He's trying to get out here, adapting.
Oh, the Giannis portal coming through.
Wait, he needs it. He doesn't have it. 2's not going to be enough.
Woo! By the skin of his teeth, Jeff Hinla will survive that engagement. A big 600 damage crit to start things off from the Mercury there, but not enough to take down the very, very resilient Bacchus. And still, with 2 Phoenixes down, Epsilon has to fall back.
And all that damage done to Mercury, you saw how fast he had to get out. That was just a Giannis unstable vortex there. He has his Rada to Hoodie done. That Mercury needs to be very careful.
They needed one. They really did. They needed at least one. Jeff probably would have been the least important at level 17 right now. The CC is important, but I feel like Stealth probably was the big pick. They couldn't find him anywhere.
I think this is uncontestable.
I don't know how they could even possibly get over here.
Yeah, that's going to be a conceded Fire Giant the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, Epsilon's comms are basically, listen, we know Fire Giant's up, but what's more important is we have to get both Phoenixes up. They say, okay, our last stand will be on the right side Phoenix against the Fire Giant C9.
Still about maybe 30 seconds for that left side Phoenix, about a full minute or so in the middle Phoenix there. There's a wave pushing in on the left side as well. Only the mid lane has been sufficiently pushed out. The right side siege coming now from Cloud9 and leading the way. It's Baskin Robin.
They're trying for it. So far, they're playing this as safely as possible. It seems like they're going to wait for another wave to ensure that the mid wave gets closer. They've already forced adapting away. They're going to try to find their way in on the power play. Once they see someone in the mid lane dealing with these creeps, but adapting instead is looking towards the fight. He's going to be caught.
Epsilon forced to go to the left side as the Fire Minions are going to push into the base. They're going to try to hold with just a couple of frontliners here. Dimmy and Raffer are here. The wall will come out. And also Stealth going to move into the back line, finds the Unstable Vortex on the one, and back out he will go. The Titan does start taking damage from the minions streaming in, and the Phoenix on the right side getting very low, liable to fall at any moment now. Just a couple more in hands, down to about 10% HP, and indeed down it will fall. All 3 Phoenixes off the board. The base is broken, and Cloud9 looking to move in.
Left side Phoenix has respawned, but is already taken down by the Fire Minions. Now Cloud9 have a perfect opportunity. It doesn't get better than this. They have Fire Giant and 3 waves of Fire Minions now coming into the base. They're going to try to fight in as Dimmy tries to hold them down.
Oh, here comes the belly flop. Jeff Hinla going to be looking for this big belly flop. There's the ultimate coming out from both the Mercury and the Zeus. Doesn't deal too much damage.
Barra.
Basket still in the front line. Barra will solo down, adapting as he tries to get to the backside, channeling the ultimate as well, keeping Dimmy locked in place. He's held out by the Thor ultimate and nearly going down his basket, but Emilito unable to do enough damage to the Osiris with all of his tankiness, and now he's in trouble as the Giannis moves forward as well. The ultimate will rip through him. MLC Stealth on yet another kill and will propel his team to a victory in game number 1 over Epsilon.
There's no hold in this one. There's no way Zeus and Ymir can hold this down against 4. It's enough. Cloud9 with a huge comeback. They got to feel good about that one. The first game in the best of 5 goes to the blue and white.
That was a 4-kill opening from the boys of Epsilon on the left side. They picked up absolutely everyone, and Cloud9 battles back. Certainly a resilient squad, this one.
The North American final gets closer, something we haven't seen ever. We have seen in every major tournament we've ever run, EU NA finals.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really impressive play by Cloud9. All they needed was 1 inch, and Epsilon finally gave it to them. Barracuda solo 2 free towers, and Epsilon or C9 won a 4v5.
Well, with the chant of USA, the crowd turning up for Cloud9. I know another guy that really loves America. His name is Alex Mendez. Golden Boy, take it away.
Oh, indeed I do, my friend. But my goodness, Cloud9. And you know, I think it goes without saying.
Oye, pero ahí Christopher Venegas está desesperado por los códigos. Sí, vamos a tirar un código. Voy a ver que me está sonando el teléfono. Lo más probable es que sea Barry que esté llamando como condenado. ¿Aló, Barry? Muy bien, pero ahora estoy en el streaming. ¿Te puedo llamar en 2 segundos? Ya, chao. Ya, ahora sí. Entonces, acabo de mandar la mierda al amigo Barry. Quiero que estén atentos porque voy a dejar otro código para que puedan redimirlo en el juego, en el juego. Así que atentos, lo voy a dejar también con espacios. No me empiecen a decir las mierdas de siempre, que no sé, que la cuestión, que la cacha la espada. Así que atentos, ¿ya? Denme un minuto.
The dual lane from Cloud9 behind, so they couldn't really fight really well, and then Zeus had a really good cleanup.
It was an insane start to that matchup. And even again, right, you know, you have that 3 for 2 that went in favor of Epsilon just a minute later in that matchup, right?
Chicos, les voy a dar 3 malditos minutos, muy bien. Qué buena esa persona, Andrés Díaz, que ya sabe que estoy dando 3 minutos para que puedan abrir el juego, prepararse y entren donde dice redimir juego. Así que atentos. Si nuestro amigo Trauco nos recuerda que tienen que quitar los espacios, yo les pongo los espacios para que sea más difícil, para que haya una pequeña dificultad, porque ustedes son demasiado rápidos, pues. Entonces copian y pegan, ¿no es cierto? Y ponen la hueá con espacio, el día de la corneta les va a salir.
Claro, chicos, sí, ya hay mucha gente que se ha quejado por eso, porque es que tirar la cuestión con espacio y no.
Recuerden, chicos, nosotros siempre les explicamos varias veces cómo se ganan los códigos. Usted va, lo copia sin los espacios.
Sin los espacios y lo pega en redimir en la tienda.
Claro, y si es lo suficientemente rápido y no es manco como la persona que le está hablando, le va a resultar y va a conseguir un premio.
Sí, y lo más importante también es que sí es para la TAM, obviamente, y tienen que... es para el servidor chino, me dicen por interno. Oye, es importante que nos manden una foto para que para poder verificar. Ya nos mandaron los 2 ganadores de las 200 gemas las fotos, Así que atentos con eso. Una interrogación. Oye, pero ponemos con interrogación. La gente es más fácil. Sí, son para la TAM. Sí, son para la TAM. El servidor donde usted juega. No es en el servidor chino ni en el servidor de Oceanía. Es para el servidor LATAM. Así que abra su cliente de LATAM, por favor. Sí, los vamos a dar 3 minutos, ¿ya? Desde ahora. Así que atentos. Se te está abriendo, qué rico. Qué coqueto tú que me acabas de decir que se te está abriendo. Trata de lubricarte un poco, sí. Podría ser, ya mira, yo le voy a hacer caso a Neo Killer, porque él es el que acarrea gente. Yo no sé cómo lo hace, pero él acarrea mucha gente al streaming. Y le vamos a poner una interrogación. Así de la vida. Oye, Saitam, ¿dónde está el Saita? Se fue, murió. Después la vamos a buscar para que dé besitos. Este es en el juego, en el juego. Atentos, en el juego. Les quedan 2 minutos, atentos. En el juego va a ser. Así que ahora estén atentos. Sí, caché que está ahí. Ya, va a ser con signo de interrogación para que estén atentos. No, con signo de interrogación, ya me dijeron ya con signo de interrogación. Va a ser con signo de interrogación y en el juego. Puta, sí, yo sé que en el fondo aman mi voz.
Oli, vamos a hacer que la gente que está aquí en el evento se humille públicamente. Vamos a regalar 200 gemas y una skin Poseidón Barba Negra a quien imite mejor a un dios. Tenemos 2 personas que van a participar y van a intentar imitar un dios. Nosotros ya sabemos lo que van a hacer, pero el resto del público no, y se van a humillar gente a eso. ¿Te parece?
Oye, nosotros vamos ahora a tirar un tir amablemente, pero con un signo de interrogación, porque el que atraía gente lo pidió. Así que, como ha traído mucha gente, de hecho la otra trajo como 40 hueones. ¿Ya? Así que vamos a mandarlo con un signo de interrogación entre medio.
¿Y cuándo lo vamos a mandar?
Ahora.
Sí.
Ahora. Queda 1 minuto. Un minuto.
Qué maravilla.
1 minuto para poder tirarlo, ¿ya?
¿Sí? No, hay que puro hacerlo.
Sí.
¿Te voy a sacar un poquito de esto, puedo alterar?
Sí, dale más. Sí, debe haber.
Porque tengo el iPhone muerto, weón. En realidad voy a darle 30 segundos a los cabros para que hagan algo.
Ya, me parece. ¿Eso parece?
No, el otro.
Eso, ya. Atentos, que voy a lanzar el código. Me voy a mutear un poquito para que lo puedan ver.
past where, you know, Epsilon and Fnatic would actually F6 if one team got ahead early. And they just felt like the game was over. But C9, one of the very few teams in Smite to ever just be so resilient at this high level.
I'm really worried about their morale right now because they were so ahead, and C9 made an incredible comeback. So I'm really worried about how is Epsilon going to go into the game 2.
And we actually heard, you know, kind of struggles in Paradigm's comms as well for their 4th game, right? You know, if you start arguing, it gets bad. Your communication breaks down. Hopefully their head's still on them. You know, they came in here and, well, I'm assuming they were expecting they were going to win, but having that, you know, such a strong lead and dropping it off could be bad for them.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see like a lot of adaptability between both these teams for the remainder of the set. I think that C9 has the more experience in the best of 5s compared to Epsilon, so we'll see what gets banned next. Probably Giannis, I expect.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Giannis goes. You know, talking about that right before the picks and bans begin, let's actually theory craft a little bit and see what, you know, we can come up with. We know that Epsilon, they see that Giannis, and they're like, you know, I don't think we're going to want to let you have that, right, going into game number 2. Anything on the other side that they need to be cautious about? For example, maybe Ymir, right? What do you think about that?
I mean, Ymir made some pretty big plays. We saw iRapper actually have a counter blink over the mid-camp walls and hit a 3-man freeze. And, you know, Epsilon were very good at initiating and finding that kill. I do think, actually, Epsilon had the better late-game comp. I think Cloud9, though, played their style better and really utilized that Giannis. Giannis, I think, is going to be pretty heavily contested now because Yaman also one of the best in the world, and I think we're going to see it banned out here. Everything else, really, I don't think anything stood out individually. I think it was just how they played their compositions.
Exactly. Epsilon is going to have to change their style. You know, they might go, instead of the Ymir, like you mentioned, they might go back to their roots with Sylvanas and, you know, try to make for those early plays. Yeah, I got one in there.
Oh, that was a good dad joke pun. You did it, buddy. You did it. I believed in you this whole time. Now it's your turn.
I see Janos being heavily contested, especially because Yemen plays a really good Janos, and maybe Thor as well, because Thor has a lot of mobility, and his walls in team fights were just great. Made Yamin get caught a lot of times.
Yeah, I was actually really, again, there's so many things to take away from this one, folks, but everyone in the crowd, it didn't matter if it was Epsilon, it didn't matter if it was Cloud9, everyone was cheering because that was just such a world-class game between two teams that could have very well been battling it out in the finals of the Smite World Championships. Again, just 5-star across the board. Seeing how Cloud9 was resilient, Epsilon's immediate, aggression, those things are something that, it makes for a good book, a good night's read. Now we have potential picks and bans coming up here in a few. Let's actually talk about some more of them. What do you think about, I guess, what does Epsilon go for here?
Ya cabrón, atentos, se viene ahora ya. Ahí está el código con un signo de interrogación. Atentos, recuerden mandar foto al fanpage o si no están cenados. Ya necesito que manden una fotito al fanpage, por favor, de ese hermoso tier. Voy a cortar un poco acá. Bueno, el tiro.
At diving the Zeus, and it's the fact that Dimmy can't really dive a Giannis at all. So much mobility, so hard to lock down.
It's going to be tough, folks. All right, guys, here we go. Game number 2, Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. If you're just joining us, Cloud9 is up 1-0 in the series after a hellacious matchup in game number 1, but it's time for the picks and bans. Here we go, folks. Picks and ban time. We have Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. Cloud9 up 1-0, as I stated before, and they are going to ban out Thor.
So taking it away immediately.
No Bologna, no Shing 10 ban yet?
I expect those are coming. Actually, no, Cloud9, right? They have first pick, so they can leave both open and then get that priority right after.
Exactly. They're leaning towards that strategy. They want to leave both of them open, get a really solid, dominant
¿Me voy a bajar el audio de acá? Los chicos están haciendo un baile y la gente tiene que adivinar qué es lo que está haciendo. Está bailando y está matando a la gente, ¿eh? Ah, pero por Dios, cuánta coquetería. Me están haciendo aquí cosas raras, weón. Por favor. Yo pongo la espalda nomás para protegerme. Ah, es que no sabéis nada, es que yo tengo la técnica del cachero de las pampas.
¿Cuál es esa?
¿No sabes la que técnica? Te les voy a contar el chiste en un streaming, para que lo vean. El cachero de las pampas es muy bueno.
Bueno, un aplauso también.
Neo Killer, ven mañana. Va a haber muchas gemas. Más de 3000 gemas. Sí, para que venga. Está peleada la acción. Puta, está peleada la wea. ¿Está peleada? Puta, yo escucho peleado.
Yo también lo escucho demasiado.
Yo escucho peleado. Oye, esos aplausos son grabados, weón. Y los que tenía yo en PS, escuché una área. La cagó. Así que muerte súbita.
¿Muerte súbita?
Sí, po. Muerte súbita.
¿Qué quería hacer, weón?
Muerte súbita, po, weón. Que los dos bailen a la vez, po, weón.
¿Ya?
Y que hagan otro baile, po, weón. Entonces ahí tenéis la diferencia, po, weón. Ahí tenéis la diferencia.
Que la gente que adivinó que yo sé quiénes son están participando en una batalla que va a ser más adelante. Ese es el motivo.
Puta.
La gente está, lo que está bien, weón.
No, mira, a los que están ahí en su casa y no quisieron venir, pajeros culiados, a la gente que adivinó el baile de los chiquillos está participando. Vamos a hacer una nueva metódica y solamente ellos pueden participar. O sea, a ellos yo creo que les vamos a regalar gemitas también por eso.
Apúrense que están picando dioses, weón, por favor. Estaba más tirado para allá. Mira, ese hombre es un buen perdedor, ¿viste? Un buen perdedor. A ver, es excelente. No, pero weón, están pidiéndolo en pelota, weón. Ya, lo vamos a dejar con la partida que viene, chicos, atentos. Y luego, en una de esas, mágicamente podría caer un código, atentos.
But who plays it?
Yeah, Anister doesn't really play. It's not his style, but you never know what they've been practicing behind closed doors. So
That's true. I remember in the summer they actually brought out Zeus back when Zeus was bad.
Isn't that funny how that works? Back when this was bad.
Hey, but
and then it gets, you know, it's assisting 4 kills in a row. Yeah.
Remember when I picked Zeus at Worlds and got wrecked by Atrax?
Yeah, you actually got wrecked by
Titan.
You ran the Zeus Odin land.
Yeah, I got first blooded in big camps.
Feels oh so bad, man.
You look proud of you, like, yeah, I got first blooded big camps, but I was at Worlds getting first blooded.
Zapman wasn't, so.
It shots that Zap up there. I like this get pick to protect the Zeus. It's another front line for Jeff, and it just fits his style.
And the last pick is going to be the Humbats. So that is going to be the God lineup for Cloud9. Who's going to be the final one here for Epsilon? Let's see. Freya.
This is Emilio special. He really loves this god, and it gets snowball as it gets later, but it's going to be hard for him to, you know, get on the targets he needs, although it does do very well at picking Geb early on. I picked Epsilon to win this matchup, but I like C9's draft again.
All right, well, boys, that's going to do it for the draft. Let's make the predictions. Go.
Yeah, Cloud9's draft is way better this game.
All right. Okay, well, you already know where I'm going. Bart made it abundantly clear before. C9. So we will see, will that be the case? Will Cloud9 be able to extend their lead to 2-0, or will Epsilon Esports answer back? Let's find out. Make some noise as we toss it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 of Cloud9 versus Epsilon. This is a best-of-5 competition. And already up a game are the boys in blue from North America. A game that they probably should not have won.
This is, I think, they're also their 5th loss ever, right, on the side of Epsilon since we started Split 3. which is a really impressive record. They're not out just yet. They need 3 games to win. Cloud9 only needing 2, and I think they got the better draft here.
Yeah, and I like the way C9 banned this game. They had a throwaway ban as first pick. You usually have a throwaway ban. They targeted adapting. They wanted to remain as uncomfortable as possible. He didn't look too comfortable on the Mercury. They said, don't give him his comfort pick in Thor, and let's play it from there.
Well, guys, let's go ahead and move on into the game. This is game number 2, starting off Cloud9 looking to go up to match point and move on to the finals for an all North American finals. Epsilon looking to draw even at 1 apiece. Let's go ahead and introduce the squads one more time. They're the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the mini-map and the left side of your spectator UI. They're up 1-0 in this best of 5. It's Cloud9. Baskin Robin in the solo lane as Xingchen. Andenster in the jungle as Hunbots. MLC Stealth is your mid lane Zeus. And that's Jeff Hinla and Barracuda combining for the Geb Neath duo lane. Their opponents for the second time in the red trunks at the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. They are the nearly undefeated European squad, Epsilon. Dimmy is your solo lane Bologna. Adapting in the jungle as Naja. Yamin in the mid lane as Isis. And iRapper plus Emelito going to the duo lane as Kepri and Freya.
So when I see the Nasha pick, this is not something that I usually get too excited about. Even though he has been buffed in recent memory, it's not something that really screams to me. But in the hands of adapting, I think that might change. I mean, he requires such ridiculous mechanics. One of the reasons the character fell out of the meta for so long is because to hit the ultimate, you must guarantee it by hitting the sash. I think that adapting might be able to hit these raw ultimates he needs to keep himself safe.
Yeah, and if you look at C9's history, they have the biggest lost rate against Naja. Naja's the one.
All right, Zap, we get it.
You know, we played actually as Eager, we played the Naja Isis combo to beat C9 in 2 games.
They forced the ban.
Yeah.
They forced the ban, which is very unexpected. But, you know, C9 is a team that is known to ban things when it's trouble. They will go for respect bans over meta bans. Last year at Worlds, they won by taking Ymir Ares out. If this becomes a problem, expect to see it taken away.
Yeah, actually, the biggest X factor for me is this Freya pick. They saw that Barracuda wasn't too, didn't really want to fight too much in lane. He wanted to sit in lane, farm, use his ultimate to make pressure on the other side of the map. So what they did is they picked a hyper carry that they know they can get to late game.
Yeah, so far clear is definitely belonging to the blue side.
Very, very capable of shredding through really any kind of frontline presence. And maybe most notably the Xingchen. I mean, he's going to have to itemize into some magical defense, or he will get blown up by the Freya later on. It's not really a question of if, it is certainly when. And now, well, in the first minute, it does look like we're going to be off to a pretty even start. Epsilon up just a couple hundred gold through that opening gamut. Experience, however, up to 1,000 there.
How did that happen?
They must have gotten both mid camps.
No, mid camps definitely went to
blue. Okay, they were split.
Yeah.
This Epsilon, getting a little bit ahead on the farm game. All of the buffs are picked up. A back camp was credited to Epsilon over Cloud9, but a little bit better use of that Bumba's mask on Naja.
Miscommunication there as it looks like Andy goes for the invade and Stealth doesn't. He calls him back. Left side, Barracuda took damage.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is just very risky to put yourself in the enemy jungle, especially early with no boots. You saw Yamin last game get jumped on, and if you don't have great position with Zeus, you will die.
Not to mention, I mean, the Spirit Ball setup from Naja with the sash is very difficult to contend with as a Zeus. I mean, sure, once you have your ultimate, you can fight 2 people in a choke, but probably not before that.
Adapting Yamin should be pretty close to 5. It's a possibility they'll hit it this wave. Left side, more damage coming through as Emelito keeps the pressure on. Pulse on cooldown, though. Barracuda looks to turn it around.
Look at Epsilon. They're already sitting at level 4 with still 3 minions in the lane here. They are pulling ahead a bit in experience, and well, can be pretty certain then that it is in the dual lane where they're making up most of that.
Look at this. There's a possibility here. They walked over a ward. Adapting's got to be a little bit quicker. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, backflips the ring. The ring, if it hits there, will bounce between them pretty well, and it would have been a pretty risky and difficult kill to pick up, but still nonetheless.
Yeah, there was really no kill potential for adapting there, but what he did is he alleviated the pressure for the Freya. They really want to help this Freya get out of the laning phase, so it's really important rotation by adapting there.
Top right camps are going to be coming up on the backside on the side of red. This is extra experience for adapting and Yamin right now, both of whom should be hitting level 5 very quickly. Adapting just getting in there as well.
Look at the positioning from the Zeus here. They're going to actually make a play over to the left side. Jeff Hinla looking to expose Emelito out there, and well, the rest of the team following suit. But going to the back camps that you just mentioned, Brandon, are Yamin and adapting, and they will continue to pull ahead little by little with their ever so slightly better rotations.
Barracuda strangely giving this wave up. I thought we were going to see a spirit out right.
Oye, sí, chicos, ustedes tienen que, para participar en algunas, yo les voy a avisar cuando son a través del juego y otras a través de la página de LevelUp. Todo lo que estamos entregando es para LATAM, ¿ya? Así que para que no piensen que mágicamente vamos a tirar cosas de DNA, Lo que sí de repente estamos comentando, los códigos globales ahí que se mandan de vez en cuando gracias a HirezStudios. En NA no nos quieren, dice Wichilo, es verdad. Es la pura verdad. Wichilo manda carta y no lo pesca. Así que veamos por favor el juego tranquilo y ahí a la vuelta podemos participar por más premios. Recuerden que se van las 800 gemas, tienen que compartir. Les voy a dejar ahí el link.
Yeah, I really don't like how Epsilon didn't go for those mid harpies there. They should have known that Stealth and Andy were on the right side harpies, and they should have gotten the left for free.
So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, Cloud9 takes them away easily. Jeff Hinla getting into level 6. Stealth already level 7. Now highest in the game, tied with Dimmy.
Naja on the right side here is going to find Ching 10 as the blue buff will come back up, but it doesn't look like Epsilon wants to aggress too heavily into Baskin.
It seems to me that Epsilon's a little shaken from their last game. A lot of these plays are free, and they're not taking it because they're a little intimidated.
Well, I mean, that's like, you know, when you get 4 kills at the beginning of the game and go on to lose that game, I mean, I would tilt off into a different part of the universe probably. So, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to from Epsilon is can they, you know, have the presence of mind and kind of the experience to kind of take that deep breath and win this game. I mean, there's not a lot of downtime in between the games here on the main stage, so these guys have had to get right back into it. Another pick and ban. You heard the analysts say they think that Cloud9 got the better of the draft yet again. Epsilon playing, well, from ahead for the moment, but no longer as that buff does go down. Cloud9 now ahead about 80 gold.
A strange rotation. I've been watching this mini-map. Freya going towards the red buff, waiting there for about 6-7 seconds. Doesn't even wind up starting it. She now rotates over. No jungle camps gained, so a little bit of lost farm time. Barracuda maintains his level 7 as well while staying in lane.
Yeah, and one good thing for Epsilon this game is the Freya has not been pressured at all this game. She's getting away with a free laning phase, and soon she'll be working on her Fatalis.
Look at the cooldown boots picked up by Cloud9 here. 3 of them across the board, basically every mage picking them up. This indicates to me that they are looking to team fight and to basically death ball, similar to what we saw Epsilon do in the mid game in game number 1.
Why? Oh, they're going super hard. Andy used his blink pretty early. Raffer should be able to get out of this. He's going to use his ult. He's going to wait on his abduct as well. Let's see if he can get away from this. First blood goes to Yaman in the meantime.
Yeah, Yaman and Adapting actually combined for a kill there. The Naja ultimate was used, a follow-up from the Spirit Ball as well. Does confirm that kill. Still on the backside, Xanister still looking for iRaffer, but is now going to get poked out by Yaman pretty heavily and forced into the jungle of Epsilon in a sticky situation here as the Hunbots. Remember, he only has the leap up overhead smash coming up cooldown. He'll have all his cooldowns available in just a moment. Uses his beads, still gets stashed. And now will leap away from the Spirit Ball. Follow up from Dimmy, not on the mark. And Anderson throws out the Howling Monkey and bounces right to it.
The ring toss might have hit him there. It looks like he's going to back off, though. Andy winds up staying safe throughout that. A slight miscalculation from Dimmy and a perfect teleport. It's going to be Jeff Hinla, though, who pays the price for his rotation.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier, Brandon, that the raw setup from Adapting may be the difference maker here if he can hit those ultimates. MLC Stealth, how did he take so much damage from Dimmy? There was Emilito with the pulses on the backside, and now Baskin is overextended. He can't deal with the Freya magic damage coming out. He doesn't have another pulse, but it doesn't matter. Adapting gets credited for the kill with the ring toss.
So impressed with Emilito. He's been doing this all tournament. He's making these kind of rotations that you normally don't see from a weak laner like Freya, and because of that rotation, they got 3 kills.
Well, let's go to gold in hand here. We see a decent amount of gold going the way of Adapting. He actually gets back to the base, right as I call it.
But yeah, the graphs don't indicate very much here. About 500 gold going in favor of Epsilon. Just a couple hundred experience for Cloud9.
It's going to be heavy mace. He actually had the mace, so he had about 1,000 gold going back. Not too bad. Very close to the Jotuns. Obviously going to be his first pickup.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why you don't see too many early rotations from the Hunters or the solo laners in the early game, because the wave means more than the kills.
There's going to be about 500 damage here on Anster as he lands. Neath ultimate going to come in to stop Adapting for now, and the Stone Shield will keep Anster alive, but just barely. Hunbot's going to lose some farm time now as Adapting expends his ultimate.
Once again, Andy has to go back to the base too. I mean, doesn't have a lot of gold in hand. He's not going to get too much out of this. He's still sitting on mace. Doesn't look like he'll have the heavy. So this is going to be a good opportunity for lane pressure or gold fury pressure. Adapting going to go into the jungle, continue farming.
1,000 gold in hand, 1,100 now. In fact, onto the Freya, getting closer and closer to that Fatalis pen boots already completed. And does Freya have a hand of the gods?
No, come on.
Am I crazy?
No.
That is.
That's a hand of the gods.
No.
Surely that's a misclick.
Come on.
Surely that's a misclick.
Emilito's got it. Oh my God.
It's hand of the gods. So early gold fury. It has to be, right? I mean, that's the only thing that he can really do here. I mean, he can soul down his own purple buff versus the Neath secure, but
All right, so Zap, tell us about the Hunter Hand of the Gods build.
It's new to me, but I think there's a couple of reasons for this. One, Freya is known to get invaded on. You saw C9 try to make a lot of rotations towards the enemy purple buff, so what Emilito did said, hey, I'm going to get Hand of the Gods, secure my purple buff, and secure my early game.
Speaking of invades, he got that.
Yeah, it also maybe gives us a little bit of an understanding. Brandon, earlier you were saying, why is the Freya going and just standing at the red buff? It must be to use that Hand of the Gods.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which also explains how Epsilon got that early experience advantage. I mean, we just completely missed that. I mean, it's certainly off of the Hand of the Gods being able to take camps even faster.
Yeah, on top of that, one more reason for the Hand of the Gods is when you have a mage in the Hunter role, you really have no great person to tank the gold for you. So they might want to be able to just do it as fast as they can and burst it with the Hand of the Gods.
Ultimately, they could come into a fist as well to help deal with things like Andinster getting up into his face, but it's really only Andy that's going to be that melee threat.
I mean, Fist of the Gods is a very underrated item. I mean, it's a stun, right? And stuns are really valuable in a tank meta. CC is really, really important. And being able to follow it up onto a Hun bot, so you burn the beads and then be able to banish out of it, it's really strong.
It's a great way to kite away from those tanky solo laners that come at you in the mid game.
That's right, but I mean, the big downside of Fist of the Gods is that it is a pretty short duration stun and you incur full diminishing returns for the next follow-up. So,
that's true.
Banish going to be pretty important. And I was trying to get into this earlier.
Emilito standing still right. He's like, wait, I took Hand of the Gods?
Yeah, he's listening to us. But one thing I did want to point out earlier that was getting into was, you were saying that maybe Adapting's ability to hit these raw ultimates
what is this?
on the side of Epsilon could be the difference maker in this game. What I do want to point out, though, is that there's that banish from Emilito for that setup. So he's going to have the opportunity to find these ultimates off of other characters' abilities.
Whoa.
Adapting, going to take Hunbots up into the sky. There's a Zeus ultimate and an Isis ultimate as he falls down, and Yaman will get credited for the kill on
Barracuda.
Barracuda ever so low, channeling his ultimate, just going to try to do something before he heads back to the base, and that something is continue farming. He's a brave gentleman.
Amazing patience by Adapting. What Anderson did there was he blinked in through his monkey bounce, popped his beads right away because he expected 9 out of 10 players on Naja would have ultied right away to avoid the Hunbots ult. Right. But Adapting showed great presence of mind, patience, waited for the beats to be done, secured the kill.
And yeah, Andy didn't even get the ult off at all.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no CC coming out of Hunbots whatsoever. He got caught like a sitting duck. Speaking of which, Emilito maybe not in a great spot. Barracuda going to try to combo for this one. Is it going to be enough? One more attack. Jeff Himla gets a kill.
Barely enough. It takes one Geb in hand, a hot 33 damage coming through from the Geb there to secure that one.
Maybe that hog was baiting the Freya there. She thought she could steal the purple buff, and she paid the price.
Yeah,
Jeff
maybe.
rolling out here, adapting in a weird position. Andy going kind of all in here. Jeff Himla keeping it safe.
Anderson seems like he's trying to really force plays with his Hunbots.
MLC Stealth rotating back in. Won't miss any creeps for this one. Epsilon, though, up 3 kills. It doesn't feel like it, but only 1,000 gold. This is about where the farm should dictate they are ahead. I mean, usually we see 3 kills with Epsilon equal 3, 4, 5,000 gold, but it's only 1,000.
And the biggest thing I've been noticing with Anderson, he's trying to make a lot of these plays by himself. MLC Stealth is almost nowhere to be found. You saw in the early game, Anderson wanted to go for the invade. Stealth didn't. So it seems like they may not be on the same page right now.
Stealth having 2 deaths to his credit here early on in this game of a similar start to the last one, but a very dissimilar start to what we normally see out of Cloud9.
Emilito finally back to lane with the purple buff. Picked up a level of beads, not quite enough to get those Fatalis, or that final Fatalis online now. Zap, if you had enough to finish the Fatalis but needed beads, would you take the beads or would you go for the damage?
I would
Batman, he'd get the
go for the Fatalis. Yeah, I mean, Fatalis is such a crucial item on Freya. It not only does it give her the kill potential, also gives her, more importantly, the kiting potential, and she really needs that online to be safe.
Barra continues to pressure this lane. Emilito pretty much by himself here as we see Kepri in the jungle. Decent shot. No follow-up from Jeff. Decent damage, though. Emilito takes a good 70%.
And a great build order by Barracuda. A lot of hunters sometimes go into the soul eater right away, but what he did was he went for the damage, knowing that he can easily pressure this Freya.
You gonna see double stacking?
No.
Come on.
No way.
No, no chance.
No chance.
Speaking of no chance, Andy, no! What? Was that a crit?
No, it was the burst coming out of the Zeus ultimate as well. Baskin's going to toss back Yaman over the top. Will come Dimmy. Bonus protections out. The Kepri ultimate used onto Isis as well. Yaman continuing to try to do damage, knowing that he is alive for the moment. It doesn't matter, though. Baskin will pick it up on the extended engagement. Here comes rotation from Barracuda, hitting 2 in place. Baskin to find another, but Dimmy just too tanky, it looks like, here on the Bellona. Plus that bludgeon doing a ton of damage to Jeff Himla.
Such a strange fight all around. Adapting and Yaman wind up falling. Kepri ult not getting utilized effectively. A little bit too soon from Raffer. Very uncharacteristic for his gameplay.
This does make a lot of room, however, for the Freya. As Zamin was explaining there, right? I mean, like, they really need to get this Freya up and running, get her damage items going.
Let's take a look at that one more time. We got to watch how Andy even got out of that. It didn't look to me like he was going to get out of that one alive, and instead he winds up getting a kill.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, no, exactly. What happened? That's the danger of Naja. If you don't kill someone with the ult, there's a lot of turnaround potential that could be done on you. And Humbot's ulted and killed the Naja.
Trying for the evade. Max range, looking for damage. Very smart on the patience, but Andy as well. Ring bounce doing a lot of damage. Adapting goes for the raw, misses. Out of position. Andy's going to jump away as well. Baskin going for it. Good ages, but not good enough. Baskin getting the kill.
Baskin dives the tower, no problem for Xing10, and here comes Jeff Hinla as well. They can continue diving if they want, but Dimmy just so resilient, probably not. I mean, it would just take them so long, the time investment maybe not even worth it.
The most impressive thing for me right now is how patient these players are. On the big stage, playing for a lot, they show so much patience. Baskin waited for the Aegis, hit it on the right time, and got the kill.
See, my favorite was the Sash comes out, and then Annenster, he's thinking, maybe I should go for it, maybe I shouldn't. I have my beads active. He doesn't beads. Adapting thinks that there's going to be beads, so he doesn't ult, and then they both wind up missing.
Big staring contest.
Zach, and tell me a little bit about the Freya versus Neith matchup overall. Is that something that you maybe, is it 6-4 Freya? How does it normally match up between even players?
In the early game, Neith has the advantage of her high scaling. So what happens is the job of the Neith is to pressure out the Freya as much as possible. But once the Freya gets to the late game or mid game finishes the mono grip, she can all in the Neith, and Neith has to be careful.
And then, of course, that swings back when the executioner is done by Neith for a little while, and until ultimately Freya's late game just takes over and destroys everything with her Spear of the Magus, Rod Sahudi combination.
You mean Fist of the Gods, Valkyrie's Discretion combination, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Obsidian Shard. There's a couple ways to take the Freya late. But here's the Intel instant replay of how Annenster made it out of this one alive, adapting. Going to put out about 600 damage and the Isis ultimate. It's the Geb shield.
2 crits in a row? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he just crits twice in a row and then will blink back in, I think, at the very end of this one because he's a madman.
So wait, did Andy have crit on at that point?
No. He fired overhand smash in hand and then threw the monkey and in-handed again right away to get
so that was
crits
2
back-to-back.
30% chances back to back for that kill. All right, Andy, with the dice rolls.
To be fair, Naja was probably dead anyway, right?
Yeah, but I think Andy probably should have died too.
Well, it was the Geb Stone Shield. That's what we didn't see in the first playthrough was that Jeff Hinla's Stone Shield is what actually absorbed nearly all of the Isis ultimate there, and that was what really allowed Annenster to continue moving around in this fight. Jeff's gonna roll out. He's gonna have the angle on Emilito. Banish gonna be off the mark, and Jeff gonna be called off by Barracuda.
Those minions are very scary. Sometimes you just got to take him out of the fight. Andy, looking at Yaman here, is going to find himself a Raffer as well. He's going in the wrong direction, but a good bait. MLC stealth with decent damage onto Raffer. Takes about a third of his health. Oh, he's still going.
Yeah, they have the Neith ultimate coming in as well. Raffer in a lot of trouble. The Hunbot's ultimate off the mark, though, going to push him back into the tower. Adapting Sash off the mark as well. And, I mean, it's got to be really, really challenging to play a Naja into something like a Xing10 that just doesn't care.
Baskin's going to notice that Rising Dawn. He's going to see him. He could probably jump in just a few seconds. Needs 2. He's going to go for the back line.
It's up.
Bait, and
Raffer's
there it is.
Yeah, Raffer's waiting to, Baskin just wants to force the ultimate here. Now he's going to go into Yaman. He's going to full commit here. Oh my God, Epsilon! Baited and outplayed. Baskin gets taken down by the combination of Yaman and Raffer.
Oh, we just saw the flaming spear go off. They're going to go all in here. Emilito in a bad spot, but the ring tearing through. Emilito going to find a double kill there, and he gets turned on as well. Inside.
Wow, the timing of that sash. Actually, Humbot's overhand smash did not connect because the sash stunned him.
You guys should have seen Bart just hands up in the air. How? Hey, hand of the gods. Making sure they secure it right there. That's why they pick it up.
You know what that really comes down to? And this is just like, it got to make Cloud9 so frustrated. That was Kepri passive, I think. That really was the big difference maker there. I mean, you're talking about probably 200-300 HP that was spread out across the entire team. And everyone gets so low in that engagement, but nobody falls on the side of Epsilon. Really a tremendous set of plays.
That 2 to 4% per player actually wind up doing.
Camilo Jime, por favor, tranquilidad. Gana ya las gemas. Podemos molestar la hermosa transmisión de la SOLS. Pero mientras relájese y escuche esta hermosa partida. O sea, bueno.
He's like, wait, I'm Xing10. I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's fine. But I mean, like that just goes to show you, and I think that small victory there ends up being probably huge for Epsilon in terms of morale, right? To get that kind of individual outplay on the really, really resilient and very disruptive solo laner that Baskin has been. Helping them get their heads back into this one, I think.
Yeah, more importantly, it's keeping MLC stealth down. He carried that last game. In this game, he's 0-4.
Yeah, wow. Very, very strange to see MLC with such a negative slash line. Emilito tearing through right now. Look at this, Jeff Hindla. Perfect use of Cataclysm. Might not get out of this one, though. Few ultimates used, but I'm sure they're happy with it.
There's only so much you can do as a tank against Freya. She is really a specialist.
Wait.
Targets Barracuda in a lot of trouble now. Do they have the follow-up is the question. The Zeus ultimate has been used. Stun follow-up is on the mark and adapting with the brilliant positioning against Barracuda. Will cut off his escape path and find the kill. Credited to Yemen, however. Emilito going to walk down MLC Stealth as well. And it seems that Epsilon has found the answer to Cloud9 in the form of Fatalis Freya.
They're going to continue moving forward here. Baskin teleporting in, not in a great spot. We'll be able to jump away, but we're pretty sure
he can't. No. Adapting has the angle, and there's another follow-up as well. A Spirit Ball's here. If they need it, indeed they will. Baskin goes for the ultimate over the top of the Eagles rally. Is the Bologna as well. Can they finish the drill against Baskin Robin? Indeed they can. Yemen, the star player of Epsilon in this tournament, finds yet another big play.
It's going to be a tier 2 for Epsilon. Their lead continues to extend. It's now going to go over almost 7,000 gold in the lead at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah, this Freya is reaching her late game potential really fast. And not only do they have to kill Freya once, they have to kill her twice because of Kepriel.
Look at this, 7,700 damage out of that fight from Epsilon. Incredible. And he's going to get a tier 1 here, but obviously nowhere near the level of gold and experience that Epsilon gained. We're looking at Yemen, 2 kills of the 4, putting up 2,200 damage.
Right, and these are the smart plays that C9 does. They take the gold where they can get it. Anderson knew that fight was lost. He got the tier 1 tower and a small victory.
There's Yemen there on the bottom right of your screen, looking very focused. 6-2-4 right now. An amazing slash line. Most impressive to me, though, is going to be the 0-0-6 from Raffer. A perfect support score. Amazing Kepriel so far. Great control. Has saved Yemen twice now. It's just really good play.
This has really been the tournament of the mid laners. I mean, we've really seen, when you think about the keys to victory, it's been supports and mid laners this whole tournament.
Yeah.
It's a combination of Chaos and Pain to Beyond. It's a combination of Raffer and Yemen, and it's a combination of MLC, Stealth, and Jeff Hindla. Really all around, every team that's in the top 3 right now, these are the 2 players that are really making the difference.
Emilito keeping major pressure over on the left side. Jeff Hindla is going to start rotating over here. It seems like he's been spotted. Ward on the bottom side will keep him safe.
I mean, look at Yemen's KDA, 6.8 to the 3 of MLC Stealth. Granted, MLC Stealth does play frontliners. He played a lot of Zhong Kui, a lot of sacrificial Zhong Kui throughout the season, but still, I mean, Yemen, his Giannis was, miraculous through the first 7 weeks. I mean, I think that he was banned out Giannis 6 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think something like that.
And then didn't play it until Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know why Yemen. We talked so much about his Giannis, and we talked about last season with his Ra. I mean, every single god we see this guy play has been top notch.
Yeah, I mean, Yemen's god pool is actually pretty unpredictable. Sometimes I've seen him bring Medusa into the mid lane, Chiron into the mid lane, and each time he's won.
That Medusa at regionals blew me away.
It's impressive.
Well, just filing in now are the minions down the mid lane. Forced to push this out is Cloud9. They don't have a lot of map control now with their tier 1 and tier 2 tower down in the mid lane, and Epsilon's really gutted the center here. A big rotation out to the right side from Epsilon as Emilito, the real carry, has made his way over here. This does indicate the aggression's coming.
Yeah, right now both teams are just looking for the picks. There's nothing really going on around the map. Both teams looking for the picks to try to guarantee the Gold Fury that's coming up any second now.
Yeah, we got 20 seconds. We're probably going to see a shift from the solo lane over to the duo. Emilito, I'm not sure why he's all the way over here. It looks like they've done a lane swap. Bologna's over and left.
Yeah, the thing is the Xing 10 can really poke out the Bologna with his max CDR, and Bologna just wants to have the free
19?
farm. Yeah.
Like, when did he become level 19?
No idea.
Well, I mean, there's the Freya's ability to really fight the Xing 10, right? He's built into physical defense, and so this, I don't think it's really truly a lane swap. I think Emilito just found himself over there for some reason.
Baskin out of position here. He's not going to get stunned. Just barely gets into his ultimate. Throws one back. He's on the defensive. He's trying to get out. It looks like Epsilon will wash it out. They're going to aim towards the Gold Fury.
Split push coming out from Cloud9 over here. Starting to move back is the Neath and the Hun bots. They really just want to force Epsilon into an awkward position. And yeah, they're going to concede the Gold Fury in exchange for just some pressure down the left side.
And this is the big way to counter the split push. You want to just group up S5, try to power play into towers or objectives like the Gold Fury. Great plays by Epsilon.
Yeah, right there, it looked like Barracuda and Annister knew, like, there's nothing we could do here but back. The team can't help us. We'll lose a 2v5. We have to back and concede another big objective.
Right, and the big difference between this game and last game is the Giannis. If they were still split pushing on left, they might have gone for that tier 2 and ultied out and been safe.
Through space and time, going to help bail them out.
Cloud9 much farther behind than they were in game number 1. The North American crowd has become much more silent this game as the European powerhouses continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, no USA chance so far at 23 minutes through this one. 15-5 in favor of Epsilon, sitting on a 9,000 gold lead and a 12,000 experience lead. Cloud9 really with their backs to the wall in a second game in a row.
Top damage, though, still belonging to Baskin. Of course, you know, 310. Gotta love that percentage damage ticking constantly.
Yeah, well, I expect Epsilon here to group up now and try to pressure the right side of the map. The next big objective on the map is the Fire Giant.
Yeah, tier 1 on the right side will really help in, you know, preventing people from porting in there and quickly rallying to the Fire Giant, forcing them into wards and, well, into Teleport 3, which, of course, they already will have in the solo lane at this point in the game.
MLC Stealth taking a very similar build, it seems, to what Yaman did last time going into that Warlock stash. Yaman kind of taking a page out of MLC's book, going into a lot of damage, although not full CDR. We do have pen boots, but it looks like the Rod of Tahuti will be next.
Yeah, C9 is actually going to have a big problem dealing with this Bologna split push. Epsilon's smart. They say Bologna cannot be 1v1 by anyone on their team, so let him split push or let her split push while we try to get picks on the other side of the map.
After a little bit of that DM Brandon praise. 4th item, Mail of Renewal.
Yeah, always. Forever and ever and ever. Keep yourself alive. I mean, a character who can resurrect now can heal himself as well while it's going off. I'm in there, man. I'm in there. Oh, adapting way off the mark here. Barracuda getting some split push at tier 1, though. Already
No, he's getting pushed.
Oh, he's getting pushed.
Dimmy's just kind of having his way with the enemy hunter here. Cloud9. They have Barracuda isolated here, but, you know, porting it at any time is going to be this Bologna. Frostbound Hammer going to be a big problem for the Neath as well.
They're trying to fight into this. I think they're going to bait back here. No, Emelito with a full retreat. Baskin-Robbins trying to fight his way into the jungle. Anister going over towards the mid lane, and it looks like Dimmy's going to try to join them. No, going back towards Barracuda. They continue the pressure.
Yeah, and the biggest problem for C9 right now is they have no major damage to really one-shot anyone on Epsilon. The Zeus is just too far behind right now.
Oh, Andy winding, still getting slowed as he jumps over the wall. The ring follows him. Going into an invade. Very, very risky here.
Yeah, let's take this red buff, but Bologna's going to be able to at least sniff him out if she wants to. Now, Dimmy's just perfectly happy to keep Bologna from split pushing. And with this aggression down on the left side of the map and noticing the Anister's taking buffs.
This is a bait.
Look at
oh my God, they're
Epsilon.
so baited.
No, Epsilon's taking Fire Giant, no problem.
That's what I'm saying. They're so baited.
And Epsilon takes an easy Fire Giant there. We said it was the mind games last game from Cloud9 that was a difference maker. This time it's Epsilon.
So what we'll see here, Epsilon's going to take a 50-second break. They're going to backspin some gold, maybe do a little bit of pressure over on the left side.
Or
wait
maybe
for
just
Dimmy
go
to get back
force
up.
a team fight here on the left side. They're going to be able to close the distance onto Baskin-Robin. He's going to go for the ultimate, tossing them back away from himself. Spirit Ball going to force him to take a detour. However, the silence and slow coming out. Baskin going to try to do what he can, but adapting will disrupt the route. He's going to put out another 500 damage or so. The clutch coming out, the crits coming through, and over the top of the sash toss. Adapting credited with a kill.
CC Chains abducts on top of sashes, on top of Spirit Balls, out of the Nasha ult. I mean, that's what you want to see. They've already taken out Baskin. They can now push safely into towers.
This is exactly why Epsilon had the Bologna split pushing. They knew not just one person from C9 could deal with it. C9 has had multiple people over there, and without the Onassault, they couldn't get to the Fire Giant.
I mean, it just comes down really to me for decision-making from Andinster there. He was spotted out and goes for the buff, and the second he commits to it, they just started Fire Giant and took it easily.
Left side tier 1 falls. They're going to go right into the tier 2. Too many people from Cloud9 in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cloud9's going to look for the split push yet again here in this situation. In fact, they're just going to move all the way to the right side where Hunbots is pushed into the tier 2, but they can't do much. They're going to try for a kill on a Kepri, maybe?
Raffer's just going to sit here and just be the worst person in the world to them. He's not going to allow them to back safely. You can see this is way too late. This Phoenix is guaranteed, and he gets almost nothing over in the right side.
No.
Huge win for Epsilon, poised to take game 2.
You can tell that Epsilon has talked about it after game 1. How do we deal with the split push from C9? They have their Bologna here rotating to handle Anister, and they have their other support, Kepri, dealing with the mid lane split push.
Well, there's two big ways, right, to deal with split push, and you have to have both of them. You have to make the right call is the first thing, and then you have to commit to it fully, right? If you don't fully commit to an anti-split push strategy, like, well, let's just continue on, force them at the base, like we saw Epsilon do here, maybe in game 1, they start backing, going, oh, we don't want to lose a tier 1 and a tier 2 on the right side. Instead, they get a Phoenix early on in this game.
Exactly. If you don't deal with the split push, probably you end up wasting a lot of time, and Epsilon did not want to waste their Fire Giant.
So back
Tahuti's
into
up.
the base. Yeah, Rod of Tahuti came up. A full Titan's Bane as well for adapting. Dimmy's working on yet another defensive item. Spirit Robe plus the Mail of Renewal online for Khepri. I would assume last item is going to be Winged Wand here.
Oh, adapting finds a kill onto Anderson. He pops his beads 3 to get another set of cooldowns, and down will go the Hunbots, trying to be that pesky split pusher.
Yeah, Anister here going for a little bit of a greedy build. A lot of junglers would get a defensive item by this point, but he went pure damage, adapting, able to one-shot him.
Well, I think what he's been doing in these team fights has been really interesting. If you watch, adapting joins them basically right at the very end, and he always seems to try to disrupt either the overhead smash or the knock-up combination out of Baskin. And he's been pretty successful with that at stopping the CC from coming out in those delayed CCs out of Cloud9.
Right side tier 2 getting pressured. No backdoor protections removed. They're just going to continue going into it. It looks like Nasha's clearly got enough damage. Another 1,500.
Flaming Spear Naja takes down towers absurdly fast.
Especially at level 20, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, as you recall from when this character was released, that was really the primary thing that it was picked for, was objective killing. And now after some adjustments, it's become a little bit less profitable, but even when you're at 5 items, it's easy.
Barracuda's backflip is down. He's trying to support from the backline with as much as he can. Actually, Rapper taking a lot of damage. Spirit Ball for max range deals a fair amount of damage to Jeff Hindla.
Epsilon needs to be very careful not to get split here. C9 still has a lot of pick potential with the Zeus Hunbots combination.
This feels like a Golden Bow game, maybe even. Like, Cloud9 is going to have to keep minions out of our base for a very long time. They need something that can really accelerate their ability to kill minions.
The Fire Giant buff will be done in about 20 seconds. They'll use the last end of it to ensure another big gold win. We'll go to Golden Hand and show you how it's shaping up.
Yeah, Epsilon here, they're a huge lead, 16K experience, 14K gold, and Bologna with 3K gold in hand.
Yeah, 2,300 as well in the Naja. There's going to be potentially a Malice out on the field very shortly.
That's 2,300 plus the sale, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes, oh, wow, right into Midgardian Mail. This ensures that Hunbots does less damage, and we got an Iqbal coming out. I love this from Bologna.
Yeah, 2 Midgardian Mails now, Bologna and Naja, both the melee damage kind of frontline cores. They both love the Midgardian, now the Iqbal as well as Bologna to help deal with Neath.
Midgardian Mail plus Frostbound Hammer is maximum reduction of attack speed through items. Shield of the Underworld will do Reflect and Stop Lifesteal, and Iqbal will strip away even more power. Zatman doesn't look happy about that build.
No, I'm not too sure how much I like the Iqbal. I would probably rather have seen maybe an Executioner.
Yeah, Executioner.
I think that Dimmy probably just went, hey, I have 1,700 gold left. Actually, he had 1,900. He said, let me get as much of a power spike as I can because I'm probably not going to back to base again.
To me, I think it's
had
just
enough for Executioner, right?
I could just completely shut down Barracuda. Why not?
I thought he had 2,300. I guess he finished off. What else did he buy? He must have finished off the
Shield of the Underworld.
Oh, it was the Shield of the Underworld also.
Yeah. No, he had 3,000. He could have afforded both.
Yeah.
He could have.
Interesting buy. Interesting buy.
I don't know. I like the Iqbal, man.
Well, Executioner does give you a little bit, faster damage against objectives, but he doesn't have another hunter to really steroid with it, and it's unlikely that he and Naja are hitting the same target. Nonetheless, Cloud9 knows they can't leave their base in this juncture. They push the left lane up as far as they dare, and they will concede the Fire Giant at 30 minutes and 40 seconds now, as Epsilon will move forward and look to break the base.
We got a lot of cooldown reduction right now on the side of Khepri. Slightly overcap at 5% is not a big deal. He has extra sustainability, a ton of aura for his team, and a lot of control. Raffer is going to be very, very hard to get through and take down. Khepri available as well to keep adapting safe, and you know that's why it's there.
It was indeed the fist going to come out for Freya, and she is 5-slotted as well now with a Bancroft's talent to top it all off. Going to be very, very difficult to kill Emily.
Damage coming through. Jeff Hindla forced to waste his Stone Shield on himself. He's going to have to try to get out of here and keep his team safe from the backline. Timmy trying to reset. Fire Giant still a long time. This siege can last for a very long time.
Remember, there's no sovereignty on the side of Epsilon either, so they don't have that anti-magic damage aura. And what I'm getting at here is their Khepri isn't necessarily the most resilient, and that's why you're going to see Bologna taking these Phoenixes and Towers more often than not.
Yeah, and the reason why it's taking them so long is they don't have any of that hunter damage.
That's a kill coming right down into the Ice Assault. Either way, adapting going to find Barra already taken down. Jeff Hindla stuck in between 3, going to get taken down as well. Out's going to go to Emilito. Emily's stealth going to go down to Yaman. Adapting basically in the fountain at this point will be sacrificed, but 2 Phoenixes still down. They're going to turn to the mid.
Going to try to take out the last Phoenix here remaining on the board on the side of Epsilon. Cloud9 desperately trying to hold them out of the base. You saw that brilliant play by Dimmy. Khepri ultimate, right into the well he goes.
And he goes in.
Easy back out. Andenster feeling himself a little bit, going to try to go in here, but he will be walked down by Emilito. The Gumballs doing just enough, and the Titan starting to fall under 4,000 HP remaining. Only Baskin Robin on the field, and indeed Epsilon will draw even at 1 game apiece.
So far, the God of Gods has not had a good showing. 2 games picked, 2 games lost, as the mid laners with more movement are able to control just a tad bit better. Epsilon finds, I think, the first tied game, or tied set of our tournament.
Yeah, and I think MLC Stealth is going to need to find a more comfortable pick. He didn't look too comfortable on the Zeus. His positioning was really tough, and Epsilon took advantage.
Yeah, it seems like all things told, these Zeus and Zhonghui, the Z mid laners, have had a pretty underwhelming performance. We've only really seen Chaos on enemy be super successful with Zhonghui. And
GG Epsilon. Vamos a sortear. Vamos a aprovechar de sortear ahora las 800 gemas. Vamos a bajarle un poco la transmisión. Ya, ahora sí. Vamos a lanzar las 800 gemas. Recuerden que las 800 gemas son gracias a LevelUp. Así que, así como se hizo con la persona anterior, nos tiene que enviar, cuando salga sorteada esa persona, su correo para que nosotros se la enviemos a LevelUp y ellos nos van a avisar cuando les van a estar enviando esas hermosas y maravillosas gemas. Voy a mostrarles la fórmula, que nosotros lo hacemos a través de Goobox. Así que voy para allá, tengo el tiro.
Although, you know, hey, I mean, well, it's actually not that hard, right? But anyway, with that being said, we got to talk about this game. I mean, Epsilon, they are looking fantastic. You know, in that last game, this kind of was like Epsilon's thing, though, right? Like, it took a really big battle for C9 to come back into it in game 1. But this one, Epsilon started strong and just did not look back. Let's actually check out the first blood here. Adonis, why don't you break this down for us?
This is basically Epsilon picking on Zeus. Just like how Yaman got dove in game 1, Zeus in game 2 had the same issues, right? The Naja was very good at setting up the ISIS. We saw it consistently, right? Take Zeus to the sky, Ice Assault on the ground. The second he lands, he's just exploded. And that was kind of the story of that early game. Zeus was, I believe, 0-4 by 15 or 16 minutes, and he really struggled to recover.
You know what they needed as?
What do they need?
It has damage and it has escape. And it's a mage.
Agni?
It's Agni.
Oh, come on.
Think they should have went Agni over Zeus there?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You and your Agni.
He's never going to stop.
You're never going to let it go, right? That's just your... Agni's like your best friend, right? Did Agni pay you to say that?
He did.
So, Anatoly, you know, thoughts in regard to that game? I mean, you know, MLC Stealth and the crew just not having a really good run. As we actually take a look at some of the stats there, it really, you know, it was the Epsilon show, and they just, you know, they were the stars, and C9 were, you know, just along for the ride.
So the problem with that was C9, they kind of banned themselves out. They banned out the Thor and the Giannis, which was very successful for them game 1. Giving a very obvious strategy of leaving both Xingchen and Bologna open. They got the Xingchen, which is the better of the two evils for Baskin, but unfortunately neither soul laner really took off in that game, so they needed some kind of a setup for the Zeus. They didn't have the Thor wall to set up the damage from the Zeus, and he was just kind of lackluster in terms of damage-wise.
Do you feel like it probably was like too much meta thinking? Like, you know, kind of like, you know, people kind of like think themselves out, right?
Yeah.
Like they trick themselves, even though they're trying to trick their opponent, they end up tricking themselves. Do you guys think that was the case?
It's a possibility. I actually really liked Cloud9's composition going into the game too, but once again, you know, it's just teams that have these earlier game compositions or these pick compositions and execute them. That's what Naja is.
Ahí tenemos el post, ¿no es cierto?, donde tenían que participar todos los que están interesados en llevarse 800 gemas que las va a mostrar, ¿no es cierto?, LevelUp se las va a entregar. Esta vez lo vamos a hacer en directo, ¿no es cierto? Vamos a elegir al ganador de una sola pasada, no va a ser todo el agua y todo eso, por el tema de el tiempo, para que estén atentos. Vamos a mostrar entonces al ganador de las 800 gemas. Nosotros lo vamos a ubicar dentro de los comentarios. Vamos a ver que haya cumplido todos los requisitos. Y le vamos a pedir que nos mande su correo de jugador para que LevelUp se encargue de entregarle esas 800 gemas. Voy a Books entonces, vamos a hacer lo necesario para elegir al ganador. Y el ganador es el siguiente, atentos. Vamos acá a elegir el ganador. Y el ganador es Esteban Vargas. Vamos a revisar que haya cumplido con todos los requisitos. Acá está el primer requisito de que compartió en público, ¿no es cierto? Del tercer día. Y ahora voy a revisar la publicación directa que haya hecho, ¿no es cierto? El etiquetado, ¿no es cierto? Porque es importante también haber etiquetado a una persona, si no, no se lleva nada. Vamos a abrir una ventana nueva. Vamos a revisar si Esteban Vargas se lleva las 800 gemas. Vamos a ver. Esteban Vargas, acá está. Él es el ganador, le vamos a dar un me gusta. Saludos para Esteban Vargas, que se ha llevado 800 gemas. Le vamos a responder, ¿no es cierto? Le vamos a decir que se contacte con nosotros para poder contactarlo también con LevelUp y pueda llevarse sus gemas. Se agradece a todos los que están ahí en la transmisión. Vamos a seguir mostrando algunas partidas. Vamos a ver si podemos transmitirlas todas, no lo creo. Y si no, mañana desde las 12 del día vamos a seguir nuevamente ya con el tema de la final. Nos vemos, chao.
And Yaman combining and making sure stealth couldn't get big in game 2.
Yeah, just like I mentioned earlier, it was the fact of the matter that they didn't have the protections that they needed in terms of keeping the Zeus alive, and they didn't have any kind of setup, so the Zeus was lackluster, and the fact that they banned themselves out was definitely not in their favor. The way Adapting played so far in this set, he picked up Mercury. They took Thor away from him game 1. They banned Thor, and now he goes with the Nasha, so he's picking like different guys. I don't believe we saw a Nasha jungle this whole tournament. I know we saw Nasha support in one of the games. I think it was the Chinese team that banned it. So definitely adapting his god player.
Oh man, you're on fire. Someone put you out because you're on point right now. This is awesome. All right, folks. While Anatoly there thinks of his next really bad dad joke, let's actually go ahead and tell you all about the cool things that you can get today here, not only at Smite World Championships, but just in general, right? You can go online and check it out as well. So our friends over at Bonafide are actually doing a sale. You do buy one, get one half off. You go to smite.clothing. Now again, I repeat, for those of you who think I'm speaking wizardry and madness, it is smite.clothing. That is the extension, .clothing. I can't even believe it.
It's Ataraxia who speaks to wizardry and magic.
That's right, and he's not here right now. Oh, that's a good one.
See,
that's
I got
so
you.
Good.
I got you. I'll support you on that one.
You know, I wanted to draw the Thunderbolt.
You're
let's
gonna
not.
support Golden Boy just like you did back on RG, Adana. You're gonna support Golden Boy just like you did back on RG times, you know?
Oh, wow.
We're going back in time, boys.
Wow, what's going on?
Etiquetado Uriel Salas, de hecho ahí está. Ya le mandamos el mensaje para que, o sea, el comentario para que se comunique con nosotros. Así que recuerden que mañana también van a haber 800 gemas, así que atentos con eso. Vamos a ver si podemos tirar otro code más. Atentos en todo caso al streaming.
Now, without further ado, folks, we're guaranteed a game 4. This one could very well go the distance. Will that be the case? We will find out. It is time for the picks and bans. Here we go, folks. It's time for game number 3. Cloud9, Epsilon, and Epsilon starts right away by eliminating that Giannis.
So it looks like Giannis is going to be the recurring theme set so far. Game number 1 made a huge impact. Games 2 and 3 already banned first right off the table. Cloud9 going to go ahead and ban Xingchen, not wanting to deal with that nuisance.
And Cloud9, after their loss, electing to take second pick here. A little bit of a switch up. We've seen Enemy have a lot of success on that first pick, most notably leaving open really powerful solo laners.
I think we're going to see a Bellona ban, because basically if you ban Xingchen, you ban Bellona. If you leave Xingchen open, we leave Bellona open.
Yeah. It's probably going to happen. Or they're not going to.
Unless C9 have a counter to it, right? They could have something that they've been waiting for. Bellona here, likely to be picked up by Epsilon, but it's not guaranteed. They could look for the Zeus as well.
Yeah, the obvious counter to a Bellona solo lane would just typically be a Guardian coming in the solo lane. Most popular definitely going to be the Sobek.
There's been another one that's been talked of. If Bellona's picked up here, I'm gonna say it, but it's pretty secret. It's something you haven't seen in solo lane in a long time.
All right, well, it looks like Bellona is going to be locked in. So no surprise there, as it was ripe for the picking.
I think they might save it for later, but I heard Cloud9 have been experimenting with some Kumba solo.
Really?
Some Kumba to counter Bellona specifically.
Well, Kumbhakarna has the right mechanics to stop the Bellona bludgeon with the Mesmerize, and her ulti, his ulti rather, with full CDR is something along the lines of 36 seconds, so you could just spam that and try to get a lot of lane control.
All right, and a Thor Neath pickup there for Cloud9.
I guess C9 is sticking to picking up Neath and to not let it to Emilito, because Emilito has a pretty good Neath.
He also has a good Freya too, though. And that's kind of a flavor pick that, you know, no one really likes banning out until you face someone who has a very good Freya. Reels and Emilito are those two players in Europe.
So, similar to Game 1, we do have the Thor and the Neath for C9. Now, if we're looking for a global mid-god for C9 that's not Giannis, it's definitely going to be Nuwa. It's very safe, and you're going to have a lot of pressure into one of the side lanes, whichever lane Ananster decides to gank.
There's also a very small frame, so Hunbat's ult actually has a delay when it comes out, a very slight delay, which allows players with high mechanical skill to get abilities off or actives off before it hits. Nuwa's ultimate is actually a very fast pre-fire delay, which means if you see the Hunbat start to ult, you can actually ult with Nuwa and avoid it completely.
I'd like to see Nox out of C9 because they have Tor already, and Nox Tor is a pretty good combo, and you've seen MLC stuff playing Nox already, and he's had a really good Nox.
Okay, that's going to be a Geb pick.
Yeah, so with Kepri being banned, Geb is the second best safeguard in terms of keeping everyone else alive. So not surprised there for C9 to pick that one up as Isis gets banned by C9.
Okay, thoughts in regards to the ISIS ban here, Adonis?
I think Yaman just was too good at it this last game, especially shutting down the Zeus, and maybe C9's looking for the Zeus themselves in that regard. Sobek banned away. Obviously, Epsilon don't want to deal with that counter matchup.
Yeah, but we'll see that secret pocket.
I want to see the Kumba, man. I want to see the Kumba. We realistically could see a Kumba Nox here.
If they wanted to pick Sobek against Bellona, they would have done before the ban, I would say.
Maybe they could have preferred the Geb too. Just to make sure they secure that.
It could also be like a Hades solo. It could be Ymir solo.
Well.
Any Guardian would be a good counter to Bellona, realistically.
And Tyr does kind of well against Freya, depending, right? If Tyr can get in the face, so strong, but if Freya kites properly, it's a bad matchup for him. It's a lot about positioning.
Yeah, well, Freya Lake is very scary.
You want to do that.
That's true.
So there's the Guardian we were mentioning. It's not the Kumbhakarna. It is the Athena, though. And it's also very good solo laner there. They have another additional god with a global presence. Athena's going to be able to farm very safely, going to be able to stop the bludgeon and not going to be able to get poked out. And it's going to be able to rotate to any team fight around the dual lane or mid lane.
I feel like this is going to be similar to Game 1 again, where Cloud9, right, their composition, if it gets behind early, not very good, especially in the 5v5 team fights, but they have so much mobility and they really know how to space players out. And honestly, that Nuwa, you know, Yaman's had a phenomenal Nuwa during the split, but like you said, that could have been something Stealth had been looking for as well, so taking that pick away.
Yeah, that's very huge to take that away because not only is Nuwa good and safe, you have the Thor to set her up. So you don't want to give C9 that complement between the mid lane and the jungle.
Last pick here, coming out of Cloud9, Guan Yu locked in, and okay.
This could be real.
Could be real?
I think so, actually.
They have a lot of protect for the Artemis.
So, I mean, Barracuda has been highlighting a bunch of hunters that he hasn't locked in. But Xbalanque definitely a strong, solid, performing god here coming for Barracuda.
4 globals.
Well, that's going to be it for the picks and bans. QE with you. Who do you think's got it?
I'm sticking to C9.
The C9 global pressure this game, I think, is going to be too strong for Epsilon to handle.
I don't think Stealth's Hunter mids are that strong. I got to give it to Epsilon.
Ooh, okay. And I'm going to go with Cloud9. All right, folks, make some noise. Game number 3 is about to begin between these two masterclass teams, Epsilon versus Cloud9. Casters, take it from here.
Hey there, Smite fans. Welcome back to the commentary platform. One more time.
Not desk.
It's not a desk. We
No
are
desk
standing,
here.
as you may have noticed. It's game number 3 of Cloud9 versus Epsilon, one apiece, and Cloud9 has gone fully global.
I don't know about this comp. They have very, very little magic damage. Items like Midgardian Mail are going to shut this comp down super hard. I think Epsilon's going to have this one.
Not just the items, the Bologna pick itself is so good against Double Hunter. The disarm, plus her and the Guan Yu can easily take down any hunter on C9.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think the Freya, once again, is going to potentially be the turning point here for the Epsilon squad. They have the Hunbots as well to follow it up. Nuwa, as you were mentioning, very, very good against those compositions that like to dive her. But seems like the real X factor in this one, for me at least, is going to be maybe that Guan Yu. Like it's the least obvious pick, I think, on the squad, and really should be the make or break, right? Because if the Nuwa Guan Yu works, your push is unreal.
Yeah, Epsilon really wants to go for the support that gives them the lane advantage. The first game with the Freya, they picked Kepri, and now they got Guan to get Freya out of the laning phase.
I mean, check it out. They have no real major amount of healing on the side of Cloud9 and no magic damage. Guan Yu is going to be able to tank up the front line with very heavy physical defense and then send that damage back in terms of healing for his team using Conviction. I think that Raffer has drafted the perfect god for this. And again,
not a misclick.
Yeah, okay. Emilito was like, no, I did mess up the first time. I just wanted to do it again.
Now I really like it.
Again, it really does make sense what the dual lane of Epsilon is doing. They just want to get out of that early game laning phase. They don't want to get invaded on. They have the Hog secure. They have the strong support in lane.
Yeah, often you'll see like an Achilles spear or something, you know, in that spot for the Freya, but instead it will be the Hand of the Gods to help assist with the early clear. But I do want to point out on the side of Cloud9 as well, you got 2 Transcendences that are going to be rushed down by both of the Hunters. A tremendous amount of power scaling going to come out of these two.
Yeah, I mean, that spells to me that they want to be aggressive early, try to use that Athena ult from the solo lane, and pressure this Freya all game.
Yeah, so it may ultimately come down to Demi here on the side of Epsilon, you know, depending on how much they force this Athena rotation.
Did you notice instead of taking Tallow Assault, he took the dash? This ensures that Yaman would have taken less damage. She used the root, of course, to lock him in place. I don't know if this was a misclick. They definitely lost about 3 seconds off this.
I don't think so, because I think that they're using the dash for the higher burst damage to use the hog at the purple.
Possible, yeah.
Right,
possible.
that should, I would assume that
Actually,
that does.
I don't know if that's enough damage. It might not be.
Well, they are first to lane nonetheless with that hog, and Epsilon off to a start here. They do have a small experience advantage over Barracuda on the side of Emilito.
Man, it's been a long time since we've seen a team change the meta so drastically. And I mean, the Ymir wall leveling and then Freya with Hand of the Gods, this is some really interesting and intuitive stuff.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to see the most is how much pressure can this Neath mid play. I haven't really seen Stealth play the Neath mid. I've usually seen him on majors like Zong, Zeus, and Giannis.
Yeah, big question mark here. I mean, this definitely feels like a pocket trap from Cloud9. We just really haven't seen that Neath play, but early on here with those 2 physical damage dealers, Thor and Neath are going to go for the early invade on the back camps, and they will be ever so successful.
Yeah, adapting was super late on that monkey toss. He'll go over to the left side. They shouldn't be hurt too much over the next 30 seconds, but they're definitely going to hit level 5 after their opponents.
A little bit of a curious play by adapting. He really had no chance to steal those Harpies and kind of delayed his farm a little bit from that play.
He's going to be able to jump down here. Get some golden experience, but I mean, again, right into the jungle goes the red team. They're already a camp up there in a perfect spot, adapting, going back already. This will be boots 2.
Yeah, the early boots 2 going to come up for Hunbots, and also an early beads 1 going to be picked up.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow. He pocketed a lot of gold in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that says to me that Epsilon knows that C9 is going to be very aggressive with that Thor Neath, and Hunbots wants to be ready for it.
Yeah, that Thor Neath combination is pretty much a guaranteed kill onto an assassin for the vast majority of the game. Just the damage of those abilities alone, maybe enough. Raffer taking a ton of damage there.
And not clearing the wave does Blue. I mean, they kind of got pushed back a little bit. Very surprising considering where they wound up. I really thought we were going to see the Tallow Assault and then the Pulse. It seems like they didn't do enough damage to the archers.
Yeah, Thor and Neath here both hit level 5. Look for an aggressive play either on the dual lane or mid.
Double Global's very dangerous at this
Thor
stage.
over on the left side for now, but shading back towards the mid lane. Nuwa likely to be the first target there, if not adapting.
Thor in the jungle. Andy looking for something big here. Stealth, no, actually, Andy's going to take a trip back.
A little bit telegraphed by Stealth there. You know, when the Neath is just last hitting and not pushing, when usually she does, that tells Epsilon that a gank is coming.
Well, Nothing gained so far. A lot of globals, or actually MLC just kind of throwing this out, keeping them honest. Something that we saw from Emilito during season play. Just by charging the ultimate puts a lot of pressure on the map. It actually clouds communications big time too. It'll say she's looking right, she's looking at me, she's looking to the left. You know, you guys got to be careful.
Right,
going in.
Exactly, that's a big thing. Mind games. Every time you clear a wave, you kind of want to pretend you're rotating because the other team has to call it. Has to call Freya missing or Nuwa missing, and that clutters comms.
Barracuda pushing it down. Jeff Hinla getting control of Raffer. Both of them level 5 compared to the level 4s on the bottom.
Yeah, well, Guan Yu plus Freya should have the early push advantage versus Neath. Geb, you know, with the absence of Neath using a lot of abilities here, how has Cloud9 wrestled lane control?
If you saw that one time when the camera went to the duo lane, the Guan Yu took half his HP trying to poke at the Xbalanque, and that let the Geb and Xbalanque push up and make their presence felt.
The late game of Humbots is just a tad bit stronger than Thor. I think Thor's biggest push is from level 12 to level 15, and we're not seeing a lot of rush right now out of Andy. Granted, he's only level 6, but at this stage of the game, the gank potential is so high, so much combo potential with the other global ultimates. I'm surprised to see Andy taking a back seat.
Yeah, and I love what C9 did there. They have the global pressure from the Athena. If Epsilon ever decides to take a fight and fully commit, Athena will ult, and it will be a 5v4.
Then, of course, that does make quite a bit of space for the Bologna, who is currently your top net worth in the game from the solo lane on Epsilon.
Yeah, wow, 3,200's been putting kind of the work to Athena. Maybe not terribly unsurprising, but usually Athena has some pretty safe clear. You dash through the wave, you of course, throw the reach to make sure that everything's grouped up, and the shield wall just clears the wave for free. But we saw Baskin kind of aiming just for the melees. It seems like he's possibly very afraid to deal with Dimmy's Bologna.
Right. Bologna has the advantage against the Athena in the early levels, but with natural scaling, Guardians have very high scaling, and soon around level 9, 10, 11, the Athena can start poking out the Bologna pretty heavily.
Backside, adapting again, getting more experience. Yaman not going to get here in time. He'll take that down. Adapting, no mana right now.
Both of the Transcendences are going to be completed now as Xbalanque falls back to the base. Already back in lane is Neath with a couple of stacks to her credit. And, well, now the real power spike in the early game has arrived for Cloud9. Can they make anything out of it?
It's possible, I guess.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, with Thor Neath, it's always possible.
I want to see these globals get used, though. It's been, 5 minutes into the game. At one point, we had saw, 9 kills and a Gold Fury go off at this point, and this time they're playing it very safe. I mean, Game 3, they're probably playing a lot more nervous than they were.
Yeah, also, Epsilon has done a great job of weathering the storm of the Neath and Thor. They haven't even been poked out once yet, and the later this game goes, the more powerful Nuwa is going to get.
Yeah, I like how Jeff and IRAF are here, appear to have just, giving each other a handshake and be like, let's not go for cooldown boots this game.
They both go for the tank boots. This will provide a little bit different than their normal cooldown reduction. They're going to get a little bit more defense out of these. Very small amount, but it's still useful, especially the CC reduction.
Exactly. On that point, he doesn't want to get Freya whooped into a lot of follow-up damage, as well as the Guan Yu doesn't want to get taunted for max time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything more threatening than this Athena right now, except for maybe this Freya, but Barracuda gets out of that one safely. Jeff Hinla immediately rotates back and keeps Raffer honest.
Thor shading over to the left side here as Epsilon does get a little bit aggressive, has a decent angle here, does Andy as well, but immediately will realize that it's just not going to happen. Not even running over a ward, just game sense from Epsilon.
Yeah, he was clear, too. I'm surprised that the presence of mine in Epsilon was so strong that they backed up so quickly, but still, Barracuda keeping them locked under that tower.
Yeah, Epsilon showing great discipline here. They know that C9 has all the global pressure. They will go for that aggressive play when they have the time, and then they back up right away because they know the rotation could be coming.
A rare missed double tap coming out from Andy after the stun. Not seeing a lot of top-level junglers do that.
Ooh, this is shaping up to potentially be a 4v4 here in the Epsilon jungle. No, just poke coming out from Annisters. They're going to try to flex their muscles here at the purple buff. Off the mark there. Rare miss by MLC Stealth. Maybe belying a little bit of his lack of experience with these hunters, and the first use of these globals is going to come up empty from Cloud9.
Yeah, Andy, a little bit too close to the chest there. He needed to get out a little bit farther. We do have a rotation, it seems, from the solo as well. Dimmy's here. He did use his teleport to get over to this side. Barracuda getting chased down. Going to use Darkest of Night to try to turn it. Nuwa to the air is going to use that small amount of global damage. So far, no one really has control over this, but there's a lot more ultimates right now on the side of Epsilon.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty heavy rotations onto the purple. If you can see, that's C9's game plan with the Athena, although they did force the 180-second cooldown of the teleport from Dimmy.
Looks like we are going to have a fight breaking out over here just at the top side of the Gold Fury, and a lot of trouble with Raffer. Jeff Hinla getting poked down as well. Barracuda has already fallen in this fight. And it is first blood in favor of Epsilon and looking for more as Anderson starts eating the gumballs. On the backside, MLC Cell going to look to run down Yemen. He's going to need at least a couple more shots and an ability. Now he is out of position as MLC Cell is overextended and will get cleaned up by the Epsilon squad for the second kill of the game.
Baskin pulls him in, not enough damage. Dimmy able to get out of that one. It's going to be a 2-for-0 at the end of that fight in favor of Europe.
Yeah, very impressive team fight. I love, again, I'm always paying attention to the Hunter Emilito. He could have chased the Geb there for a whoop, but instead he turned immediately to the full HP Thor and got him out of the fight.
Gold Fury still available. Epsilon with a somewhat better control over the map right now, and you'll notice the gold
Andy is
difference
desperate
spikes.
for this kill here onto adapting. He bought Teleport 1 to move back in. Going to try to bait the leap and will indeed. That's all he's going to get out of the 300 gold investment.
Adapting not in a great position here. Half health, very low mana, is not going to be in a position to contest the Gold Fury if this continues, especially after that beautiful double tap from Andy, but it doesn't look like Cloud9 is going to be in position to push an objective.
And he knows now that he's poked out the enemy jungler and can make a safe rotation to the right side or even take this orange buff if he wants, but hot on his trail are two members of Epsilon. I'm not sure Andy sees them.
I don't know that this could possibly result in anything. She's going to go in place. She's going to get taunted out. Bludgeon going to be wasted. Still willing to fight, it seems. Andy on his heels, turning around a 1v2 in favor of Dimmy.
Yeah, it just seems like Anish is really trying to make something happen on the map, but Epsilon is playing such great defense, buying time for their Freya to get to her power spike.
Playing that keep away here in the mid lane now. It's Neath that's going to get aggressed. Guan Yu, well, the entire dual lane's over here as Emilito's moved over as well. Shibalanke pushes up the wave and falls back to base.
Andy so quick on the teleport, just barely dodges the ultimate coming out from adapting. A wasted Fear No Evil again now will push the position back for Cloud9.
Really smart plays here by Epsilon. They're taking the fight to the global ult. So now the Athena is basically powerless in this situation because they're taking the fight to the soul lane.
She's going to go into breastplate here. She's going to max out her CDR. Well, they can't afford that many rotations, though. So as this game goes on just a little while longer, she's going to have that upper hand back once again, but it's going to take her a while to get there. We're looking at gold a hand right now, and Athena, 581, still needs about 400 more gold, and with her teleport being down, it's going to be a bit before we see this go off.
Yeah, Breastplate of Valor. Going to be a difference maker here in this lane, but in the same right, Bologna does have the Stone of Gaia completed and is going to be pretty resilient against that Athena damage. Other items coming out, of course, it's the race of the Fatalis for Emilito here, and they're going to look to slow this down on the side of Cloud9 as they once again move the Thor and the Neath to the left side of the map.
Left side mid camps should belong to Red, but instead they're going to look for the kill. Bringing Athena down with him.
And this should be enough damage here with the lockdown. No, up into the ultimate will go Emilito. Going to try to get in position to hit the wall. In the back of this is Anderson, but Raffer's horse will be enough to force them away, and still just two even kills. But on the backside, here comes Baskin.
They're trying for it, and a little bit too late was Annister. He didn't get Athena where she needed to be. That should have been a kill, but he was a little bit slow on the draw. Rotating back in, we see the creeps getting stunned, get a miss, adapting, going right in to try to clear the wave and alleviate pressure on the duo lane. Baskin diving deep, forcing Raffer to dodge, and a shot coming out from Andy to close this one down.
Athena can only do so much. You see her having a really hard time confirming damage against these mobile characters. In the meantime, however, all the way on the right side of the map, split push coming out from Dimmy. He will take down a tier 1.
Yeah, the big problem here is C9 is focusing so many resources onto this purple buff, and all they're getting for it is just a purple buff. Here, Dimmy's free farming, getting a free tower, getting that global gold for Epsilon, and they have the lead.
And now Dimmy still has his teleport available to him. He'll be able to max that and get to any point on the map. In fact, he's going to get that end Stone of Gaia, ensuring that his map pressure has now tripled. Epsilon should probably look towards a Gold Fury or another objective to ensure that they continue this map control.
And based on the rotations from Cloud9, Dimmy will not be forced to use a teleport to get back to lane. He can simply walk back, farm out the back camp, farm out the blue buff, and have that available for the next fight when the Athena ults in.
And this is very dangerous for C9 because Bologna is the one god you don't want to get ahead because they do have the double hunter comp.
The only ultimate available right now for Cloud9 is going to be this Defender of Olympus. There's so much space control on the side of Epsilon that bringing the fight in is going to be a big win for them. They've already forced Andy out. Jeff Hindla, a sitting duck right now, and a rotation from Dimmy will ensure a proper retreat after a clean kill. Epsilon up 3-0.
And Raffer just hops onto the Cavalry Charge ultimate there.
Oh, nice
just to avoid.
shot.
Emilito takes a ton of damage and is forced into an ultimate of his own. So a couple of ultimates going to be expended by Epsilon just to stay safe. Running back again is Baskin. Neath World Weaver is enough to find a kill, and up will go Thor. Down will come Thor. Dimmy takes a bunch of damage, but do they have enough to secure the kill onto the Bologna? Now with the extra protection, but the detonation from MLC Cell finds a double kill, and now the rest of the team falling back. Barracuda moving forward, but he takes too much damage. The backflip, the Athena ultimate coming in as well. Can they get anything on the back of this? Going so deep is Cloud9 and Baskin. He doesn't have enough damage to find this kill. The tower kills Andenster.
He's stuck. Baskin's in a bad spot. Yaman, how long until it creeps? He's looking for the stun. Baskin should be able to preempt the strike back in. Are you crazy? He misses the taunt. He was able to dodge out of the fog. Stealth coming up big, but not for MLC.
Wow, really great team fight there by C9. Epsilon kind of was a little greedy there. Bologna went in with less than half HP, and little did she know a weave there was waiting for her.
That weave was killer, man.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to die at all. I mean, Dimmy just exploded.
Well, let's just not talk about Andenster dying to the tier 2 tower, huh?
He died to the tower. I mean, like, honestly, he gave his team a way in and out, right?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And no kill credited Epsilon there as well, as no one had dealt damage to him.
Experience difference in favor of Cloud9. Gold difference, albeit only 300, in favor of Cloud9. It looks like North America has taken this one back.
Yeah, Freya there got caught. She wanted to get a little bit more damage off with her pulse combination. Anderson landed a great wall, followed by Stealth's root, and she's dead.
Experience per minute chart has come up here. It's going to be Stealth riding the top, surprisingly. Like you said, I know him for characters like Janice and Scylla, very mobile mages. Neath was not a character I would have expected him to be carrying the game with. 2-1-0 I don't think is essentially a carry score, but I mean, he's literally 100% of his kills.
The problem, though, is Stealth is going to start falling off towards later the game, while Nua and the Freya is going to be ramping up.
That's true. I mean, Nua in the end game, she pops that ult, sees where everyone is, able to let her team get in. I mean, that's going to be very, very hard to deal with.
Once again, Cloud9 going to be looking at the purple buff here as a chance to make a play. And looks like Jeff will not be in time this time, and the purple buff will go to Emilito for what seems like the first time this game.
Dodging the stun. He's going to go in.
Oh, my. Cloud9
away.
Now also realizing this red buff's up, but they will not continue to aggress here. They're looking for the Gold Fury instead.
Gold Fury, yeah. It looks like it's going to be at least gestured. They have 2 Hunters and 2 Guardians. I mean, they can make quick work of this, but it seems like it's going to be... No. Yeah, it's going to be washed for now.
Yeah, Epsilon's doing a great job of just not falling for C9's game plan. C9 wants to poke them out, wants to get picks so they could do the free Gold Fury.
Bottom goal per minute right now, of course, is going to be the 2 supports, but right above that is going to be Freya, having a hard time keeping up. It's seen 6,100 compared to the 65 from Barracuda. I mean, these are like, I would say these are the 2 biggest hybrid carries from the duo lane. Yeah?
Right. This late game is really going to depend on how much damage can Barracuda do and how much damage can the Freya do and who can stay alive longer.
It's kind of like crits versus how quick can Freya get into the air.
Exactly.
Well, it's a modest gold advantage on the side of Shibalanke there, and looking all around the board. It's very, very even. Adapting in a lot of trouble here. Do they have the burst to follow it up? A big stun comes out by Yemen there to save his jungler.
I'm very smart of adapting to not burn his ult, not get crazy, just jump away, make sure he separates himself. He didn't even pop his beads there. That's such good reliance and understanding of the game.
But forcing back that Hunbot says open up the Gold Fury, and Cloud9 is happy to follow suit, and they will take it down ever so quickly. Cloud9 takes the first Gold Fury of the game in 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, and this is what C9 has been trying to do all this time. They want to get one pick. One Thor stun leads up to so much follow-up damage, becomes a 4v5, and they know they can burst down the Gold Fury very fast.
That was so quick. It was so quick. I mean, there was nowhere for Epsilon to even get into the jungle. I mean, they had ward coverage, sure, but there was just so much space control from Cloud9 and trying to get through a shockwave, trying to get through the taunts as well. I mean, Cloud9 had a perfect play.
Well, 16 minutes into this one, only 5 kills. Barracuda liable to become the 6th here as Raptor and Emilito move forward, but no, Newall ultimate not sufficient to pick him up. The team starting to make their way over there. Looks like Athena and Thor did try to make a play there briefly onto Dimmy, but nothing cooking.
Yeah, Andy's going to force back to the base here. Very low mana, wants to make sure he's able to get back into these fights. Almost every ultimate available on the map right now except for Barracuda and Yaman. And for that, I'm looking at Baskin. Full cooldown reduction with Defender of Olympus means he should be utilizing it as much as possible. And then, of course, utilizing his teleport to get back to lane to hold the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Epsilon here is trying to get their Freya a little bit of advantage over the Xbalanque. Freya's falling about almost 1,000 gold behind the Xbalanque, so she needs some help.
I will say, like, overall, though, this Cloud9 global-based strategy has been pretty underwhelming. Like, they haven't really played this lineup particularly well to the strengths of the lineup in particular. Individual performances, obviously very high with this squad, but I don't feel like the draft is really moving in any direction that they're playing well with it.
Adapting. We're following right now as he's heading over towards the right side. I don't think that going towards an Athena is really the right call here, considering how mobile she is. He's just looking to get, I guess, a small amount of experience. He'll get into level 15. You'll see that he has maxed Sacred Monkey Toss. Next up will be Somersault. Very important levels for me. I feel like Hunbots never really hits critical mass until 20, because getting that cooldown reduction on the jump or the extra damage on his poke is just so important.
Again, yeah, Hunbots has good, decent scaling with levels, and he's going into defense, so that means they're playing for the late game. I like how Epsilon's playing this game. They know that they have a way better late game than C9.
They dumped so much everything in a rapper there, and he just hops on to the red hair and runs away, no problem.
There's not even a Gold Fury. Why are they trying to get a pick so heavily? Yamin might be able to turn this around. Stealth going to take the Geb shield here, and they'll get the purple they're fighting so desperately over.
Yeah, C9 just playing to the advantage of the Athena. This is the reason why they picked the Athena. They wanted to spend all their attention onto the duo lane, keep this Freya down.
Speaking of Athena, fighting a 2v1, might be in a tad bit of trouble. She's going to use her ultimate to avoid the stun, get over towards the left side. No, Andy coming right back down, but Nuwa takes the air to avoid it. Freya rotating over for some damage. They're looking at Baskin.
And is there a lot of patience there? Holds his stun to find all three members of Epsilon as they try to move in. Here comes the ultimate from Hunbots as well. Not going to find much on the side of Adapting. Backflipping out. On the left side is MLC Stealth. And the only one still engaged is Denny. And he's doing, pretty good work against the three members of Cloud9.
Left side, Emilito continues to get pressured. He is the only one remaining on the map with an ultimate aside from Dimmy, who is really not coming to his rescue at this point. Adapting is here. Barracuda's going to take tail here, it seems. Try to rotate, but he's getting cut off. Dimmy is rotating over.
Oh, MLC Stealth does pick up a kill onto Yaman. Still has the ultimate available as well. Yaman just tried to poke his nose out into the jungle. Emilito in a lot of trouble. There's an ETH ultimate available if they can keep vision. Not being channeled yet by MLC itself. Emilito's going to get healed up briefly by the Guan Yu, but still a tier 2 will fall in favor of Cloud9.
Cloud9 had complete control front to back, and even when Dimmy seemed to have a good rotation, he recognized that his carries were getting taken down to the backline. Adapting had a perfect steal of that World Weaver ultimate, but Emilito was already forced so far out of the fight that the tier 2 was likely to fall. Big win for C9.
Yeah, Epsilon here looks a little shaken. When Hunbots came in and ulted the Athena, there was no follow-up damage. Right. He was basically trying to kill the Athena by himself.
It's not going to happen.
What really is so impressive about this game, and I think the big lesson to be learned here, is that Cloud9 wins the neutral game. Right? When there's not a lot of kills flying left and right, and when there's not a lot of team fights, Cloud9 is out farming Epsilon, which if you are a European contender is not something that was probably pretty easy to stomach, considering that Cloud9 is beating the team that just ran through all of the European division basically during the Pro League, doing this, out farming everybody, and Cloud9 just showing that, the grandfathered in players are still pretty good.
Well, it's always been the same way. Ever since 2012, Europe was a much more passive region, and North American players are generally very aggressive, but Cloud9 has seemed to have adapted, it seems. They're 6 kills deep in 20 minutes. This is not normally something we see from Cloud9.
Exactly. European players, they like their hyper carries in the dual lane. They like their Freya. They like their Rom. And they like to stall at the game long enough for those carries to get to the late game.
Well, they're going to get to the late game, it seems. They're 20 minutes in. Emilito right now, level 15, but Barracuda stepping it up, level 16. Yeah. You'll notice a pretty big experience difference in favor of Cloud9 as well, about 7,500 gold difference, bordering 5,000.
Yeah, as we move back to the items, you'll notice that the Shiva Lanke has a pretty tremendous individual gold lead over the Freya, and it's just about to get bigger as Cloud9 has started up yet another Gold Fury, and this one's completely uncontested. Hunbot's backing at the right side back camps, the rest of the team farming up there, and Epsilon's playing this scared. If they're 3-4-man farming back camps at this stage in the game, then they know that Cloud9 is outclassing them in the team fights.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's really uncharacteristic from Epsilon. They should have known the Gold Fury timer. They saw it go down. They heard it go down, but they just weren't there to contest it.
And, Guan Yu is over on the right lane. Even if they tried to contest with their whole team over on the right by starting that Fire Giant, Baskin could have delayed long enough to get the rest of the team over there. Remember, MLC Stealth has a global. Barra has a global. Andy has a semi-global. They would have had presence at that Fire Giant. 3-manning the back camp not only was their only option, but it seemed, even if they didn't have the knowledge that we have as casters, like the best one on the map right.
Very interested to see what Epsilon does to adapt in the next game around this double teleport setup from Cloud9.
Yeah, this is something that Andy's been doing for quite some time now. Not only in, obviously scrims and tournament, but in ranked as well. He loves this extra viable piece of movement. It turns Anvil of Dawn into a true global.
Well, yesterday we saw Jeff Hinla pick up a teleport. And basically in the middle of the Pro League season this year, we saw some spicy teleports coming out on Guardians and Assassins here and there. And it looks like Anderson's the only one that really has kind of run with it and be like, this is it. But before we move on to another point, I do want to quickly touch on 2 Brawlers beat sticks on the side of Cloud9.
I want to touch on Adapting's health bar, which is diminishing very, very quickly. Though Baskin's getting turned on, he's kind of out of position.
And
he's trying to
going up.
They're going to try to combo. They're not going to get it, though. Dimmy still in the back line controlling, and Baskin's completely out of the fight, though I'm pretty sure he can teleport back in.
Yaman takes a ton of damage. Raffer trying to make his way in as well. Dimmy's going to go up and down. Athena has gone back to the base and is going to be porting back in shortly. Indeed, she will arrive into the mid lane. Dimmy is here, but the Cataclysm from Jeff Hinla is right on the mark, taking a bunch of damage now as the Bologna. Hunbot's ultimate just to disengage. Not a great placement coming out of Adapting. If they want to continue aggressing or hold Baskin Robin out, he moves forward. He's not worried about the Athena stun. The shield of the Underworld pop as well to force Emilito back. No life steal for you. In will go Baskin. Another taunt coming soon. The tier 2 tower ready to fall, and indeed it will go down. Baskin Robbins still going to be alive somehow. An MLC Stealth and Shibalanke in the back lines unchecked. Epsilon concedes a tier 2.
No kills. Still 3-3, no kills. Somehow Cloud9 is getting these little bits of damage to force Epsilon away. They're baiting their tanky frontliners to ensure that they're still going to stay alive, utilizing teleport beautifully, and they still wind up gaining 1,500 out of that.
Yeah, C9 did put themselves in harm's way to force that tower down, but Epsilon just does not have enough damage to take out anybody.
Yaman's going to solo down this red buff, try to get some extra damage online. He's level 16 now compared to MLC Stealth, 3 levels his senior.
Well, falling back to the base is going to be Yaman. Yeah, that level 16, Nuwa scales so heavily off of levels. Moving into the Soul Trap now as well. That is going to be the Soul Reaver?
I don't think so. A third item?
We've seen it before.
I mean, I guess he has to. It's so late, Bookathoth.
Yeah, but the problem with the Nuwa here is that no one's going in on her. They're all poking her from far away, and her strength is having someone come into her so she could pop her minions, do a ton of burst damage, but she's taking damage from far away, from Neath Arrow and from Thor Hammer.
But you got to love, once again, moving back to this itemization out of Cloud9, the double brawler speed stick going into Stone of Gaia, the Mail of Renewal, and of course the heal from Guan Yu.
I think the biggest issue right now for Epsilon is that Dimmy's strange itemization has kind of hurt him. Yeah, look at that. Nice.
Almost 10k going to come out from the Guan Yu there, and that's why you see those brawler speed sticks.
But, I mean, check out Dimby's build. He went into Stone of Gaia against 2 Guardians, an Assassin, and 2 Hunters. Like, that item is not going to be able to help him in this team fight.
It was purely for the laning phase.
Yeah, I think he didn't really need to worry about the laning phase. If you max out your Scourge, you should be able to sustain a lot of the damage that Athena can do.
If you needed some magical damage to do it, I mean, something like Spirit Roll would have been more than enough.
Yeah, and Athena I don't think particularly builds well.
There's 2 magic users there. He's alive.
yeah, this is like the best possible situation. But here comes the Thor. Anister should be able to block off his escape route on Dimmy. Ultimate's going to be forced out underneath the tier 1. This should be an easy tier 1 for Cloud9.
They're trying for it, going real deep as Baskin, trying to keep Yaman honest. No stun even coming through, and Barracuda's going to turn his sights to the tier 1 and try for 500 more gold. Yet, again, no kills.
All 5 members of Cloud9 are here over on the right side of the map and looking for more. Anister is going to move in. In some trouble is Yaman. He's going to use his beads. Beads are down on Nuon. That's certainly the call for Cloud9. Is going to look to dive in and pick up a kill on a Yaman. You see Anister waiting in the wings.
Right side still getting pressured. All 5 members of C9 going to be facing all 5 members of Epsilon. I very much doubt they're going to get out of this one without a casualty.
Baskin moves in. He's going to find himself some trouble. Shield of the Underworld going to be used. Rapper gun is going to go down. And in will come Adapting. Does he have enough? Up will go Thor. Thor going to be coming down any moment now. Anister does find the kill on Dimmy. Into the back line will go Hunbots. And here comes that Thor ultimate. Emilito in so much trouble. And the beads are going to be used into the ultimate. Down will go Yaman. Emilito finds 1 kill. And here's Anister. There's the stun. There's the ultimate. Barracuda with a double. He got. The tier 2 coming as well. And Cloud9 poised to take this game.
They're in a great spot now. They gained 4 for 1 in that engagement, a ton of gold, and now they have their options. They're going to skip the tier 2, go right for the Phoenix. Are they going to try to end?
Yeah, C9 is playing with their lead great. They're not giving Epsilon any chance to farm. Any chance to farm.
I thought they were going to go right to the Fire Giant. What a crazy call. They're going to get that Phoenix down immediately. But now Adapting's already up. Raffer's back up. 13 seconds till Dimmy, and oh, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, the big reason why C9 didn't go for the Fire Giant is because they have such a lead. They know it's free for them. What they're going to do is they're going to look to get vision control around the Fire Giant, bait Epsilon into face checking it, and make plays from there.
Look at the difference in the gold game. Look at the difference in the damage. And it really didn't seem like they had so much control in the beginning, but Barracuda, of course, taking top honors here with 2 kills of the 4.
Look at the sentry coverage here down on the bottom half of the screen on the right side of that mini map. I mean, tremendous sentry coverage there from Cloud9. They're definitely gearing up for this Fire Giant buff.
Adapting, going into the blue buff here. Fire Giant buff is going to be started soon. Strangely, Jeff Himla and the boys are going towards Gold Fury?
Yeah, they'll just take a quick Gold Fury. Why not? They're we're pumping out 700 damage crits out of Barracuda. It's not going to take very long here. Shibalanke, such a beast in the late game here. Executioner and Rageblade online.
Yeah, that's it. You just don't want to leave anything for Epsilon to even have a chance of coming back.
Look at that gold difference. C9, 13,000 in the lead after a very early about 1,000 deficit. It seemed like Epsilon had control, but the hyper carries are coming online. I just don't see how this comp has turned into such a powerhouse against a character like Bologna, who is strictly anti-hunter, a character like Raffer, who can heal through a lot of their damage, or Emilito, who can box out Shibalanke.
Yeah, I think the big story of this game are the two Guardians. The two Guardians have been doing a great job. Geb staying in the backline, shielding his teammates when they needed to, and Baskin on the Athena, really soaking up the damage and getting good taunts.
You know, this is a comp that's that Cloud9 has that's very similar to when you guys rebroke onto the scene as Eager with the double hunter, sometimes triple hunter. It seems very reminiscent of that playstyle, trying to fight as much from the backline, bait in their tanks. It looks like they're taking a page out of your book.
Two-man shield wall as well. Adapting's going to try to move in and disrupt on the backside. He will be successful. Up will go Thor. He has an opportunity to find a big stun. He's going to go for Adapting as the highest priority target, and in a lot of trouble is the Hunbots, and the beautiful Mjolnir's attunement to the stun off the mark there from your boy Andy. Yaman going to try to move back. The stun's going to be there. He's going to use his beads as well. He's going to barely make it up into the ultimate in time. Anderson's going to go after Raffer. Doesn't see Yaman behind him. That could have been a kill to pick up. Dashing in now is going to be Bastion. Shield walls there as well. Yaman does get taunted back in, does get cleaned up as well. That's two members down, and on their way in is Cloud9 going to look to take the Fire Giant.
Adapting not going to look to let them have it for free, though, as he starts rotating up through the lane. He's going to have to walk through some wards to get there. Already a teleport in, it seems, that we're going to have Dimmy come in from the back line. There will be some resistance here as Cloud9 looks for another major objective.
Yeah, Epsilon has to stop.
Oh, they're just going to try to force Dimmy.
That was so cute. Teleports into the back of the blue buff to block off Dimmy. Dimmy does not have his ultimate available to him. Just a dash. He is completely surrounded, caught, and Cloud9, another kill.
Dimmy just out of position.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, they had to go and try to contest that Fire Giant. If C9 gets the Fire Giant, the game is 100% over.
Barracuda goes right for it, starts laying waste. They got another Hunter coming in as well. MLC Stealth and Barracuda should make short work of this objective.
Yeah, just the Executioner with the two Hunters alone is going to be enough. Jeff Henley's going to come in just to shield up Barracuda from too much damage out of here, but nonetheless, Fire Giant is picked up just before the 29.5-minute mark.
The biggest problem here with Epsilon's comp against Double Hunter is they had no way to damage C9's backline. The Nuwa is very frontline oriented with her minions, plus stun combination with her Shining Metal, and the Hunters just had free reign.
Well, assume Epsilon had the same reaction we did to this draft, which was, no way Cloud9's going to play Double Hunters. They've never done that.
Emilito getting taken for a small ride there. I'm not sure if he was forced into his beads, but he did get pushed back. Not a lot of damage, but another bird going down. Cloud9 has one more Phoenix to take down, although the mid one poised to respawn.
And Titan's already been chipped away at here, losing about, let's call that a sixth of his life.
Yeah, he's down to a little over 7,000 health right now. Can be done very quickly with two Hunters.
Yeah, realistically, they may be able to pile in if it takes any more chip.
There it goes.
Cloud9 could just probably dive it. Adapting goes really, really deep here, and he's going to disengage right away. Not a clean engagement. Baskin Robin in the front line taking quite a bit of damage, but he's just so strong on this Athena. An amazing Thor Summer Mandancer. That could be enough to win the game. Andy not going to go down to the ultimate from Freya. Shibalanke will find a kill. That's a triple for Barracuda, and the surrender vote coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 will move on to finals point, 2-1 over Epsilon Esports.
Clean win. Little bit of trouble in the beginning, but North America pulls it out. The crowd erupts as the blue and white take game 3. Epsilon on their heels again. Set point to Cloud9.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a
Chicos, les vamos a tirar un código. Voy a bajar un poco la transmisión.
It didn't work here. I don't want to see it.
Les voy a tirar un código a través del chat para que puedan redimirlo en el mismo juego. Así que atentos, les voy a dar solo 3 minutos para que abran su juego y vayan a la parte donde dice tienda y redimir. Así que atentos.
What is it, about 30 feet probably on that taunt, plus the dash it goes 55. She's a very, very long initiation range.
It is probably like 30 feet or close to it. Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Baskin, he just went in there. The threat of the taunt was enough for Epsilon to really back off and get pressured.
Well, with that, Cloud9 is looking to eliminate Epsilon in 4 games. We move in to the 4th game of this best of 5, guys. Let's hear what the analyst
Sí, lo voy a tirar. Me gustó el tema de la interrogación. La gente se esforzó. Lo que sí no me gustó es que no me mandaron de vuelta la foto. Yo no la he visto la foto del tir anterior. ¿Ya? Ahora nuevamente vamos a mandar un tir, pero con una interrogación. Y acá mismo, atrás, de hecho les voy a mostrar, los chicos están armando una temática por 200 gemas. Nosotros vamos a regalar aquí un tir, así que abran luego su juego para poder ganar.
Epsilon faded Gold Fury and then picked up Jeff on this rotation. I believe it was a 2-for-1 as well, as Stealth had rotated and got out of position.
Oye, ya, pues, bueno, pero decíanse, con espacio, interrogación, decíanse por la chucha.
Right? I mean, you know, low kills, and it's a far cry from what we saw in that last game, right? Where, you know, at a certain point, it just kind of got a little ridiculous. Take a look at some of the stats here real quick as we see some awesome stats coming out of Cloud9, you know, across the board. And Anatoly, why don't you talk about this for us here?
So I think a recurring theme here for this game.
Ya, entonces va a ir entonces con espacio, para que no jueguen más. Ya, lo vamos a tirar con espacio y mañana los voy a tirar todos con signo de interrogación, así que no me vuelvan a preguntar. Va, chicos, atentos, ya voy a tirar el código.
And the Freya, really, we saw the Hog. What we're assuming is he got that to get to lane early, because we really didn't see we really haven't seen the Hog utilized in any other way. He did it to get to lane early, to get the pressure, but still it didn't matter. Barracuda on a Jablanque, Geb actually got control of that lane, and I mean Barracuda, player of the game for that one, just played out of his mind.
Kuda Mania, running wild all over you.
The positioning was so good on him every single team fight.
Yeah, and here comes some highlights there of that matchup that Barracuda had. Certainly a good one for him, one that he hopes to replicate going in to game number 4. But Epsilon, they have some work to do. But let's go over to you, QE, and talk about Barracuda's play in this Game 3 match.
Barracuda, he actually played a late game god, which makes me happy because Barracuda is really a hyper carry. I don't like seeing him on Eve that much. So and they had like 3 pillars actually. 4 can peel really well. Athena can engage and peel, and they get.
Atentos, yo tengo el código listo para lanzarlo, así que por favor necesito saber que estén todos con el juego abierto para poder canjear el juego. O sea, el código.
Also, I want to talk about your notes because you wrote Athena. So tell us about that.
Baskin just was forcing so much stuff. Like he was forcing towns, 2-man towns, 1-man towns, anyways. But like it was getting people out of position and forcing, and then Barracuda and Stealth would be able to poke them out, and then they would get objectives out of that.
I think poke is the key word there. What we talked about with enemy was their ability to execute the compositions that they end up drafting. And so far, Cloud9 has shown to be able to do the same thing. Game 1, it was all about the mass global rotation, splitting the map, and it kind of happened similar here in Game 2, but it was more about the poke war. They had the double hunters, and they also had the Thor to set up even more damage. So what they did is they repeatedly found players out of position or in the jungle and just used their abilities.
Ya, lo voy a lanzar en breve, para que estén atentos. Yo lamento, esperé harto tiempo para que puedan abrir el juego y todo eso. Así que este es el último código porque mañana vamos a estar nuevamente con hermosos sorteos, así que para que estén atentos. Ahí va el código. Para que lo rediman. Así que estén atentos. Truco pesado. Ya, chicos, mañana recuerden que vamos a estar también transmitiendo desde Casa Coca-Cola y vamos a estar regalando muchas gemas acá. De hecho, vamos a regalar más de 3000 gemas acá en Casa Coca-Cola y unos hermosos skins, además de lanzarle cosillas, ¿no es cierto?, a través de el chat y además a través de otros lados. Así que para que estén atentos, manden fotos, por favor, manden las fotos, si no, no vamos a seguir tirando cosas mañana o vamos a reducirla, ¿ya? Lo que sí, se agradece a la gente que ganó gemas hoy, que nos mandaron las fotos. Cuídense, nos vemos mañana y que tengan un buen día. Recuerden ver ahí la transmisión oficial.
No, we can't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's technically illegal, but that's okay. Theoretically, oh man, I really, really hope someone from the European consulate was not watching that. Okay.
Look at Tolly's face. He's so happy.
Don't do it.
C9 all the way, boys.
Okay.
Okay. So let's recollect ourselves, boys. Okay,
So
get back into it.
So honestly, F6ing there, I think, is a sign of frustration on at least one member of that team. Epsilon have only been pressured once in the fall, and that was at Super Regionals. I think they took that and they were better and they came into this. But that F6, sometimes it's hard to know without hearing their comms, but I feel like someone's frustrated. Emilito, he's been the one to tilt. He's publicly stated it. During the summer split, when their team was actually positive, they were like 8-4 at the end of it. He had the most deaths of any hunter, because if he doesn't like someone specifically, he actually plays a very over-aggressive style, and I'm really worried right now about that dual lane.
Makes sense. Who do you think for Epsilon has actually been stepping up, though? Who's been the player that's been for Epsilon that's been on the money, that's been, contributing a lot despite the losses? Anyone that in your mind that pops up?
I mean, Adapting has a lot of gods in his pool. He's been expanding that a lot. Thor's been banned and taken away from him, so maybe if their first pick, they're going to try to lean on that and try to get a consistent early game pressure from him, setting up the mid laner Yaman, and maybe controlling the rest of the pace of the game from there.
I agree. I think Dapsy is the one that's doing more of the work than anyone else, and his gut was pretty good.
Okay, so we're gonna have to see, what Epsilon can do here. I mean, this is it, folks. Backs against the wall now, right? We saw this with. That's just.
There's Europe's hope.
That's so BM. That is just so BM. Like every part of that. So, this is it, right? I mean, they're changing.